New setup. Wait. Oh no, there are cables everywhere. New setup. Who is this? Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Oh no, the mic is coming from the other direction. The inhumanity of it all. What's up? Whew. Hello, hello, cheeky monkey, Pharaohwin, Daniel, hello. How are you? Oh, man, I am... Oh! I forgot something. I'll be back. For a dumb all-company meeting? How big is your company? I think if your company has more... I'll say if your company has more than like 2 levels of management, I don't see the reason for an all-company meeting. That seems silly. I arrive and you leave. It is targeted. It is targeting charm. What up, Beckless? In the office? Ew. Fucking why? Also, look at this. Look at this. Boop. Wait, what the fuck? When did it work? Wait. Ah! Whoa! Look at that! Look at that! We can highlight comments. Woo! And it looks okay. Let's go. Hello, hello, hello. My birthday is next Friday. Ooh, birthday next Friday is fun. You gonna do anything fun? My favorite birthday stratagem nowadays is telling people not to text me for my birthday. That's my favorite thing to do for my birthday is tell people please don't acknowledge it. What up, Timpanus, Chell, Beckliz? Hello, hello, hello. Might tear myself away from Marvel Rivals just for you. Is it good? I heard good things from Eden. I saw people playing it in the Discord. In the Discord. Not like a friend Discord, in like the Megaphone Man Discord yesterday, which is really cool. That's very, very cool. LinkedIn claims 5 to 10K employees. Bro, if you're going to have 5 to 10,000 people in attendance, send out a fucking video. Why are they there live? In office? Insane. Insane. Have fucking meetings with different levels of management so they can disseminate the important shit. That seems weird. And me were hanging out playing it. That's dope, Ink Charm. That's very, very cool. Hello, Weeping Dalek. John. Hello, hello, hello. Public vilification is my kink. I think it's a lot of people's kinks. I ain't even gonna lie to you. I think more people have that. Different locations might have unique meetings. Maybe. I don't mind that much because it's like once per year. Oh, okay. Honestly, if it's once per year, that's not too bad. That's not too bad. I was like, they can't be pulling that sort of trash like monthly. But once a year ain't too bad. Once a year ain't too bad. Let's see. There we go. And then wait. And then hold and then pause. If we put that there, perfect. Okay. As I've said before, I want to try to do the video stuff earlier on. I'm here now. My mom just got home from the hospital. Well, hopefully she's doing good if she got released and got home. Yeah. Hopefully she's recovering well. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, so let's before we get too deep into it, and then we might go back to like the, just chatting type of beat type of stuff. We will get into takeaways, etc. And my favorite part's the etc. personally. Let's see. Let's see. No. Open. There we go. Okay. We know you won't get to the actual video while I'm here. Everyone thinks that it's so targeted. Everyone's like, it's so targeted against me specifically. And you know what? They're all right. They're all correct. It is targeted against you. Let's see. All right. Pop that into there. And throw in that. There we go. Okay. So very first thing I want to talk about is comment review. And this is the first comment review that I think was actually directly asked for, which I'm down. I'm totally down with. Wait, and also let me see. I might because right now we're only using like half the screen. So I might do this. Oh, that's on the wrong monitor. Wait. Hold. Pause. We can do this. I'm a professional. There we go. Okay. Let's pop that out so you guys can see it. Good. Okay. So this comment, essentially, and you can read the whole thing, was about Matt's approach to time and travel within his games, which is something that we've touched on at least a few times, of time being very odd, very wibbly wobbly, I believe I've called it. Time is hard to keep good, direct travel or track of within D&D. And travel can sometimes fall victim to that. It can be a casualty of the fact that you can't track time well, because one of the things that makes travel, or what, not even one of the things that makes it, one of the things that is sort of definitional to travel within a large context is that it takes time. Right, so even traveling throughout a city, like even if you shrink down the scale, it doesn't have to be this globe-trotting adventure. even if you run a travel-esque sequence of the party getting from one side of the city to another, one of the things that is, I think, pretty definitional to that sort of sequence is the type of time that it takes, how long it takes, and generally, people feel like getting somewhere faster will be better. And you can actually find a place where Matt absolutely utilizes that within, even though the party didn't know it, he confirmed later that he utilized this kind of structure. In Gilmore's almost death after the Battle of Amon, he was tracking time very generally. He was tracking it via long rests and based on, like, first thing that they do versus second thing that they do. He wasn't tracking it by hours or minutes. He was tracking it much more sort of high level, if that makes sense. Long rests, first thing that they do in the morning, that sort of thing. He's not tracking how many minutes they take to get anywhere. And that seems to be Matt's general strat, is things are measured in days and in orders of operation. That seems to be his general methodology for how to track time in D&D, which, straight up, I don't hate. I think it's definitely not how I would roll with it. But I don't think that it's inherently bad. However, there is something that this comet gets into, and I think this comet brings up some valid points that I think can sometimes be a trap, and I'll get into that, but I actually don't think that the comet falls into the trap, for reasons that I'll get into in a second. But I think that the comet avoids falling into said trap. But this trap that I'm talking about is the trap of feeling like something needs to be realistic in order to be good. I've seen this sort of argument about multiple facets of D&D, but especially time tracking, travel, map creation. There's a subset of D&D map creation content that is very hyper obsessed with realism on their maps. And you guys know I've been very vocal about, floating landmarks and objectives and not knowing exactly where everything is until the moment you need to know it. And that is not very welcome in that corner. But I think that this sort of thinking is a little bit of a trap because I think it misses the forest through the trees of, like, why do we think that realism is a good thing in the game? Like, why does it matter that the Frostweald is 105 miles and you can travel this many per day? And, why, like, doing all of that math to figure out exactly how much they go, how much Windwalk speeds you up, so they should be there about 10x earlier. How does all of that improve the game? And I think that there is a good general core of this, of it improves the game when you're more realistic with it. It improves the game because it makes the game more grounded. And the game being more grounded allows more of your rulings to make sense with each other, right? So if you're grounding as much of your world with as much as you can in reality, your rulings are going to probably be more consistent. And that consistency in that level of, like, increased expectation. G. Hercub's getting there. Precisely. That level of consistency and expectation can increase, I think, investment a lot, because then players know exactly what they're going to get. But I think that is the important part there, is that it's just about consistency and player expectation. It isn't really about realism. And I think that's the trap. That's the ultimate trap. G. Hercup summarized it very succinctly. Realism is a way to get consistency, but I think the important point is the consistency and the expectation. Because I'll give you an example of a time where Matt is not realistic at all, but he's very consistent, and his players don't give a shit, which is that they don't track rations, like, at all. But Keyleth has never complained about that, even though it essentially invalidates Goodberry as a spell. She's never asked about Goodberry, create food and drink. She doesn't ask about that, because food, on a scale at which she could affect it with her spells, is just not an issue. There's very, very rarely a case where that's an issue, especially for the party and at any level of consistency. And I think that is where Matt's expectation and the player's expectation in this kind of diverge. I think that Matt thinks about travel and even to an extent time tracking similarly to rations, where the time doesn't really matter except on the very micro scale. And I think that my DM doesn't even pay attention to the food. Yeah. Like, that doesn't need to be something you pay attention to as a DM if your players are down with it. And I think that's the big point. And a way that Matt is maybe misreading his table a little bit is his players seem very interested in travel and time management. Like, they've had a direct debate about an airship versus the tree stride versus wind walk. Like, they have discussed optimal methods of travel. To a DM, that should be indicative that they care about that. You know, that should be a thing, because as the comment addresses down here, this way there is no reward for Keyleth casting a 6th level spell. And beyond it just being 6th level, Keyleth very clearly wants to use her exploration spells to improve their exploration. But that's not something that Matt's focused on. So that's why we get that scene like last session where she's trying to do this find the path spell. And like, that is something that would stop them from getting lost and ultimately increase the likelihood of them getting there in a shorter amount of time. But that doesn't matter. Like, ultimately, the time tracking in terms of time really doesn't matter to Matt. But it clearly does matter, or at least is top of mind for Keyleth. So I think ultimately what we're experiencing here at this table that I think is disruptive is a mismatch in expectations between Matt and Marisha. Of Marisha, and I think the other players as well, although maybe to a lesser degree, or maybe they just don't have as many tools to affect it, is that Marisha thinks that them getting there faster is important, and I think that that's an intuitive thing to think. But that's not important for Matt. And so when she tries to do something to affect the time that it takes, he is struggling to give her good reward. Like they hit on traveling to the Tomb of the Great Pervon. Windwalk gives you speed of 300, so they should have been there about 10x earlier, but instead I think he did it in about half, or like 2x. So half the time it took originally, yeah. these things can also negate the special feeling of a 6th level spell. And it ultimately, I think, depends on what Marisha expects to get out of that spell. I think that if they really got on the same page and maybe had a conversation about it, or I don't know, Marisha would probably just take those spells out of her repertoire. Because I think, to me especially, it's pretty clear that Matt is not DMing with those sorts of things in mind. And that's okay. Matt can DM with those things not in mind, like rations. He can absolutely just kind of ignore them because they're not interesting towards the story he wants to tell. He wants to tell a globe-trotting story because that has a whole bunch of other thematic implications. But he doesn't want to worry about how the players get from point A to point B other than hitting home the change in environment. Like Matt, I think, and I've been saying it for the entire Chroma Conclave arc, there have been no timers. This is something that I said in the Underdark. There are no pushers, no pressures. Like Matt is not concerned generally about how long things take for the players to do, I think. And that's okay. Especially if the players have a good understanding of that. But I do definitely think that this kind of hits on one of the maybe side effects, is it can take this thing that people might be interested in and this thing that there are spells to directly affect and invalidates those spells to a degree. Like I think we can pretty safely say that Windwalk in this current campaign is less valuable than it was designed to be, and it would be at a lot of other tables. And if that's something that your players are all down with, that's fine. But it is a result of not having timers and not really caring about about that sort of thing. Let's see. If it takes the team 1 day to get from A to B with Windwalk, how long will it take to get from B to A without it? 10 days? I don't think Matt would agree. No, I don't think that's how he would run it. I think that's the point, is that that is what it would take if you're following Raw and if you, again, really care about that sort of time tracking. And like if you essentially don't run it that way, you are lowering the effect of Windwalk. But at an even deeper level, the fact that it takes 1 day versus 2 days, 1 day versus 10 days, I think ultimately doesn't matter, especially within the context of Vox Machina, because ultimately there's no difference between getting there in 1 day versus getting there in 2 days. I think that's really at the core and the bottom of this. Is it's not only that Matt doesn't run with necessarily like really strict internal logic when it comes to the travel. It's that ultimately, if there was a feeling of reward from getting there faster, even if it was only twice as fast, even if Windwalk wasn't as effective as it should be, if it was effective at all, it would be useful. Yeah. But Windwalk, because of the timer. Okay, now I see. Yeah, essentially, yeah. Or you could also be, if you don't want to run with timers, like that could be something that you're not interested in doing, you can still reward Windwalk. Windwalk has other features. Like you could allow the party to avoid a big natural obstacle. There's a lot of things that you could do to try and reward something like Windwalk that we haven't necessarily seen from Matt. But in terms of the comment, in terms of like the time tracking and if that invalidates Windwalk, yes, to a degree, but I think that the problem is maybe even a little bit larger than that. My DM doesn't pay into. Oh yeah. I think VM wants there to be consequences to those choices. They want to figure out a good solution for a problem Matt isn't actually putting in front of them. Yeah, absolutely. And if Matt doesn't want to do those problems, like if that's not something that Matt's interested in, that's okay. Like there's nothing wrong with not wanting to engage with certain puzzles or certain problems in your games. But it can have knock-on effects that you have to deal with in other ways. So like not wanting to engage with timers or timed challenges is totally fine, but it can have the knock-on effect of invalidating certain spells or certain resources or certain tools in the player toolkits. And like we saw last time, Marisha getting very confused as to why this very I think a legitimately useful thing. Like she has this legitimately useful thing in her kit, but it turns out to just not be useful because Matt really isn't engaging with a natural part of the game. I think it would be helpful if he even pretended that Windwalk skipped random encounters, even if he wasn't intending to have some. I think this is a totally valid way to go about presenting reward for resource usage, is to create problems that weren't there in the first place. To give them the feeling, at least, that their resource usage was worthwhile. And then you can have a separate conversation with them, like either off table, or you can put some other things in front of them to maybe discourage that use in the future. But in the moment, I think you should try to reward that sort of usage. Rations do become obsolete when you learn Mordenkainen's magnificent mansion. I mean, yeah, they do. Absolutely. And so, like, I think it's very valid to not run them anymore. But, like, that makes something like Goodberry obsolete, but the players don't care about that. Like, you could argue that a lot of things become obsolete at certain points in the game. But there are also ways that you could continue to try to involve them. Find the path is kind of stupid since you need an object for where you want to go. Not necessarily. You don't need an object. You if I'm remembering correct. Let me pull up find the path exactly, because I think the next comment is about it as well. It allows you to find the shortest path, most direct physical route to a specific fixed location that you are familiar with on the same plane of existence. If you name a destination or a destination that isn't specific, the spell fails. And an object from the location you wish to find. That is interesting. The object from the location you wish to find. I didn't even see that as part of the material components. Yeah. Find the path is a little bit silly. I won't lie to you. But I think especially with I think that there are arguments that you could make for why it might work, or if you find that part of the spell silly, like, but your player still wants to utilize it, because that's a large spell slot cost. I think you can ignore the parts that you find silly. Like if you, oh god, I saw like two things come in, but they're both from me, but they came up in red. When you can see the destination, isn't the shortest path between 2 points literally a straight line? No, not always. That's something that I talked about in the last episode, of sometimes the shortest path between two objects is not a straight line. So, like, for example, if you have point A and point B, and then there's a big old river in the way that is only crossable right here, but you don't know that, the shortest path is actually this way. But if you can just see point A, then you might think that the shortest path is this way and waste a bunch of time because you can't actually cross the river here. And replace river with whatever you want. That's just like generally, sometimes the shortest path is not actually the shortest path. Or sometimes a straight line is not the shortest path. How does the spell know if you can swim? I mean, I would assume that for 6th level, it probably knows. That's what I would say. And I mean, you know, I don't mean to defend this spell specifically. We can talk about Windwalk, like we can talk about all sorts of other exploration-esque spells. Like, I think it's pretty clear that Keyleth did not get any value that we're aware of out of Windwalk. At least from what I can tell. There was no real value that she gained from doing the Windwalk. And that is a, I think the generalized, because the commenter didn't even talk about that spell. I just got into the Find the Path discussion. But yeah, there's been no evidence pointing to us or shown to us that there was any value in Keyleth performing those Windwalks. And that's not necessarily because Matt needed that. I don't think that's necessarily an indication that Matt needed to track his time harder or he needed to measure the distances more accurately. What I'm saying is, if you're not going to do those things, you need to develop a reward for a Windwalk, or spells like it, like Shortest Path. So let me put this back down here. There we go. Yeah. The shortest path goes through the river, if you ask me. I mean, it says it allows you to find the shortest, most direct physical route to a fixed location. Okay. I will give you an example of something that is maybe less directly arguable. Because it doesn't say that you need to be able to see the location. So if location B is here and you know what it is, say location B, I'll go more specific. It's a Myconid city. You have been to this Myconid city before. It is underneath Iman, let's say. And let's say that you are over in, I don't know, fucking Wildmount. You're over in Wildmount. The only thing that you are aware of, or maybe Wildmount's a little bit too far. Let's say you're over in Westrun. And over in Westrun, you fall into the Underdark, and the path behind you closes. And the only thing that you're aware of that is safe within the Underdark is this Myconid city. And you know that the Myconid city is right underneath Iman, one of your nice places to be. So you are in an unknown location, and you don't know, you can't see the Myconid city through the Underdark. There are all of these twisting paths through the caves, you know? So all of these twisting, branching paths to the caves, some of them might be dead ends, you don't know. Essentially, it's a get through a maze quickly spell. And so this is an example, I think that you don't need to be as wibbly-wobbly. Who told Meg about the Underdark pit in Westrun? Who told him about falling down the well in Westrun? But this is one where the spell would just get you through the maze. It would do a pathing algorithm. But you can also create this sort of situation where there is essentially a maze, but in the real world, of blockers between you and there. Whether you make it an arcane barrier, whether it's a literal chasm, whether, you know, whatever it is. Because the spell says direct physical route, so I think that what the route is would depend on your abilities. Dude, it remaps itself without even telling me. What is going on? I don't know what's happening here. Okay. Cool off. Tablet. Look, this is what I get for buying a cheap tablet, but it was cheap and it's still very good. In an actually sort of way, the shortest path is still over the river. I would debate that because it is a physical route, I would say. So I think we would have to argue if a route is something that can be traveled, which I would say it is. So if a thing cannot be traveled, then it is not a route. I think the better interpretation is that its purpose is to know about the edge cases. I would say if you're spending a 6-level spell on it, a 6-level spell slot, I would say that the magic is probably intelligent enough to take care of the edge cases for you. I would say that's most of its point. I would agree with that. But regardless. As a DM, I totally level this 6-level spell to work as Google Maps, but the way it's worded in the description, that's fair. That's fair, and I will not. I will not debate that further. That's fair. If the caster can fly, we'll find the path. Tell you to fly. Maybe if you're an Aarakocra and you cast this, I think that could be fair. Yeah. Yeah, I don't disagree with this. But ultimately, and this sort of leads into my takeaway of what do you tell your players to do without telling them? And I mean this both in terms of the comment that we just read. Because that comment is essentially hitting on a factor of like Matt has told them in a few ways. Like the one time that we're aware of where there was a very distinct timer where it really mattered how quickly they went. The one time that I'm aware of that ever happened, we only found out about off screen. So, on screen, in the game, Matt has never trained them to care about the time. And I highlighted that yesterday with, or not yesterday, last session, with something that Percy said of, the sort of timeline that they're on. They're on the timeline of weeks, not days. And that is absolutely how Matt has trained them to think, is they are on these long timelines, which does, to a degree, impact the effectiveness of things that just serve raw to cut down the time that it takes to get between situations. A way to overcome that as a DM, to still make something like Windwalk useful, is to kind of do something that I mentioned earlier, that Inkcharm mentioned, of sort of pretending that there were random encounters. Because if you aren't going to have time matter all that much, then there needs to be other things that make something like Windwalk or an airship or teleporting useful. If you can just walk there and there's no ostensible difference between walking there versus using one of these spells, then you might as well never use the spells, which I think to a degree is what we sort of saw with Keyleth yesterday. Now, obviously, we've had a whole debate about Find the Path. It's a kind of a weird spell. But I think that the dissonance there between Matt and Marisha is still ultimately rooted in this problem of she had an expectation that this would be helpful, and Matt had no way to make it helpful in the moment. He had not thought about it in that way. So, oh my god, and we just hit an ad. Wait, did we not hit an ad? Twitch, are you getting an ad right now? I guess they can't hear me if they are, huh? That was super weird. Twitch hit the point where it should have had an ad. It like did all the countdown, and normally it does this like ads about to start, but instead of doing that, it just went into the next one. That was weird. Well, we'll just go with it because the pre-rolls are off. Normally I only have a break this early because I have to for Twitch, but let's keep going. But yeah, I think that and so that sort of idea of what do you train your players to do? What up, Western Arc? How you doing? But what do you train your players to do is, I think, a legitimate well of thought for any DM out there of what is Matt training his players to do with the way that he interacts with the rules, with the way that he interacts with his own world and displaying it to them. Like, I had a big, long discussion last session about how the introductions of the refugees at this time points them back towards Westrun directly after they said we don't want to go into Westrun anymore. Now, and I think that to a degree, regardless of if it was intentional or not, there's a little bit of directing, and again, there's a little bit of training with those players on what are you telling them to do, again, without telling them. I think that this is something that is really hard to quantify, and it's one of the reasons that I like doing this series so that I have direct examples of things. Because I think if you just try to talk about this in the abstract, it's very hard to think about. But I do think that, I think that the refugee example is debatable, but I think that multiple times Matt has made it pretty clear, and now we're seeing the effects of that, of the time that you take in like within a week. If you take 4 days as opposed to 3, probably not going to matter. Like on the order of like days, that rarely matters to the plot. Again, the only time that we're really aware of is Gilmore. And I think that is something that Matt has trained his players and told his players over and over and over, just implicitly, without ever saying it out loud. And now we are seeing the effects of that with something like Percy's, kind of directly saying that out loud, and Marisha or Keyleth's Windwalk being really consistently mostly aesthetic flavor, and there not really being any real difference. And even in the situation where they had to walk and they couldn't use the Windwalk, it didn't matter. Even Vex flying up with her flying broom and going to look for things, there's no clear evidence to us that time save of like where the tree was mattered. So these are all things and ways that Matt is telling them, don't worry about the timing, don't worry about the days that it takes, don't worry about the long rests. Taking a little bit longer won't really matter at the end of it. So that okay, man, this is weird. I've actually become very used to the cadence of like ending the takeaway at the ad, and so now I feel like weird just like generally ending it and then going into the episode, but like that's what we gotta do. Follow the broski D&D nerd. I don't know if you are pitching for a different person or if you're saying to follow me. I don't know what you're saying, Western Narc. Just look straight into the camera until the next ad starts. That is going to be like 50 minutes from now. I do not think I can do that. You? Okay, cool. Thank you. I'll take follows. Thank you. Let's see. Mustang. She still needs at-home PT, but surgery was great. That's awesome. Speed run until ad. Speed run the video. Okay, we can try that. And by try that, I mean change absolutely nothing. And and pretend that I'm speed running until the ad. We can try that one. Oh, and you can't hear it? Don't worry, I can't hear it either. Because I need to unmute the tab.
Welcome to tonight's episode of Critical Role, where a bunch
Okay. This is a long one. This is a very, very long one. It is 4 hours and 21 minutes of total session time. Now, as we all know, sometimes that is very indicative of how long this stream will go. Sometimes it's a boring combat and I don't have much to say. But we will see. We will see. There's an absent player announcement.
Voice actors play Dungeons and Dragons and occasionally curse at me for the stream every time. I guess I caught him a few times. Anyway, welcome to tonight's game.
Dude, we add up the entire time of Critical Eyes. After I finish Vox Machina, after I finish Campaign 1, I add up the entire time of all the streams and submit that time as a speed run for how quickly could I finish Vox Machina. That would be a little silly. I have always wanted to have a time on speedrun.com, so that'd be cool.
Ashley Johnson unfortunately cannot join us this evening. She's finishing up stuff with Blind Spot. We hope to have her back next week.
Ashley Johnson!
Ashley Johnson!
Fingers crossed.
I thought that it was an actual absent player, not an absent guest player. I already knew that Ashley Johnson wasn't going to be here. It's more of an announcement if she is.
Crossed on that one. Sam.
Oh, but Sam's also going to be late. Okay.
Regal also will be here.
He
late, like more than usual late. Sam Regal. So Travis will be taking over.
I cannot believe you're really doing it.
Oh
Scanlan until he arrives.
What if you kill him? What if he dies while you're...
Well,
I know you were kidding, but
there
now
are ways
it's...
to go. Wait, where's what?
What?
We'll see what transpires by the time he gets here. Hopefully we'll have a character
New
left.
limerick. It'll be exciting.
Nope.
All right, so before we get started, we're going to go ahead and run through our announcements so we can hop right in. We got a fun game ready for you guys tonight. First and foremost, next Monday at 7 p.m. here on Geek and Sundry's Twitch stream, taking over the spot for No Survivors, we'll be running Critical Role One Shot.
Yeah!
Where, I'll be running a game of Pathfinder where our campaign actually started. A one-shot evening with a host of great players. We have Taliesin and Marisha will be joining us on that.
Look at that.
Wait, prove me wrong!
No singing Travis?
He's here. Lol. Let's see. 337. 337. It's their 50th episode. 50th episode.
For 50th episode.
Holy shit.
Crazy.
Explosion.
This is... We are well past my... Oh, I just realized that the music is still going. I'm going to turn that off. I just realized that we're way past my 50th episode, huh? We're way past Critical Eyes 50, aren't we? Well, that came and went, and I don't know what it was. But I will say, I am thinking about doing something special for the year anniversary of the first stream. I am thinking about doing something special for that. We'll have to see. 5 specials and a movie. Late, they said. But it is nice that they are very excited. Oh, what the fuck? Oh no! Oh shit! My play pause macros aren't working anymore. Okay, wait. Pause. Technical difficulties before we get into the stream, but I know that we will want the macros to work. So that's just got to take a reading right there. Perfect. And we'll pop that into that mouse position. Ignore, pause, talk amongst yourselves. Don't worry about me, worry about yourself. All right. And now, if we did it correctly, we should be able to play the show with poop.
Brain matter everywhere.
It's been
And if we pause, and if
crazy
we
that we've gotten to a
sick. All right, I had to fix this thing real quick. The old Stream Deck Sally over here. This is a reference. 5 brownie points if you know it. 5 specials in a movie. It sounds like something I know, but I am not aware of it off the top of my head.
episode points, so it'll be kind of a loose celebration. We'll have a game, couple surprises, and we'll be finishing it off with a grand Christmas finale for this year until we get to the holidays.
It's all happening that night.
You don't have a choice.
Longest night ever.
Longest night ever. We were gonna try and find another night, maybe to do Christmas, but their scheduling won't allow it. So it's
Cheers to a 7-hour stream.
indeed.
Oh god.
So we're already trying. I guess they're prepping to try and make it transition as fast as possible, so we aren't here till 4 a.m.
And by there you mean us.
Yes.
Yeah.
So yes, they'll come next week for an awesome spectacular. It'll be great. You'll enjoy it.
D&D spectacular.
Dude. Let's see. Marisha, you want to talk about Hector's thing? That
Yes,
you said?
Hector Navarro, aka Hector is Funny on Twitter, is the next host up for Signal Boost, and his first episode happened this Tuesday, and he's fucking hilarious. You have to watch him.
Yes, it's very good.
He's
Yeah.
really funny, and this coming up episode.
I just realized I'm probably well outside the time code. I keep. Oh man, someone mentioned it earlier. They were like, the ADHD boy is here. And I am indeed out of my meds, and I can't get more because insurance is fun. I have to go to a doctor appointment and get it re-prescribed. I have to go to the same doctor and get it re-prescribed to the same place, but I have to do it again because new insurance. So, little more spacey than normal, but it'll be fun. It'll be great.
If you guys haven't seen it, we did a fun one-shot game with Kinda Funny with Greg Miller and their crew up in San Francisco, and the episode's been going up this week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, finishing with today. So if you want to go check it out, it's a ridiculous 2-hour game we played, broken up over 4 episodes. I think the full episode goes up standalone tomorrow, but it was a lot of fun. We had Travis, Laura, and Marisha all playing in that game, and
Different characters. We weren't our regular characters, but equally fun, I thought.
yeah. Who'd you play? You know
I played Jester, a tiefling cleric.
Yes, it was delightful. Marisha, what'd you play?
Yeah.
What did I think Laura was gonna be in campaign 2? I don't remember my predictions for campaign 2, but I'm pretty sure I said that she was gonna be a trickster cleric. Damn it. Did I fuck it up? Oh no. I accidentally predicted a random kind of funny one-shot rather than the actual shit she was gonna be for campaign 2. Fuck. My oracle abilities were active. They were just pointed in the wrong direction. A trickery cleric. I don't even remember. Man, what did I say? I remember really specifically I said, and I feel this deep in my bones. And if they say that Travis was a fucking inquisitive rogue in this kind of funny one shot, I'm gonna lose my mind. Because my bones tell me that he will be an inquisitive rogue in campaign 2. And then I don't remember. I feel like hyper confident in a way that I don't even think is fun that he will be playing the Blood Hunter. Because he's playing the more I learn about Taliesin Jaffe, the more I think he's gonna play Blood Hunter. Like, it is just such a slam dunk to me at this point. And then I think that I said that Liam was a wizard, like a human wizard. Man, I'm gonna have to go and dig up those old predictions. I wanna have like a clip of them for future reference. I feel like for campaign 2, when we get there in 5 years, we need to watch Ep 1 with a document with your predictions pulled up. I know, I need to go back and find them at some point. I hope someone noted that down for reference. I certainly did not. So I'm gonna have to. What I need to do is like put out like a short and be like, to everyone rewatching the VODs, someone, when you get to the point where I did all my predictions, come in and let me know what they were, because I don't remember them. But I'll go back and find them at some point. I think I remember Wizard, Trickery Cleric, Inquisitive Rogue, Blood Hunter. I don't remember at all what I said for these two. The C2 guesses. Oh, Gearchopasm. Travis, Tiefling, Inquisitive Rogue. Oh, okay. Laura, Halfling, Trickster, Cleric. Liam. Oh, so I got that part wrong. Well, maybe I was crossing my wires. Maybe she's the Trickster Cleric in this one shot, but she's a Halfling in C2. Maybe I got it right. Probably not. Liam, Human Wizard, Taliesin, Human Blood Hunter, Marisha, Elf, Monk of the Sun Soul. That's right. Yeah. Sam, Half Orc, Wild Magic Sorcerer. Oh, dude, I forgot about Ashley again. Dragonborn, Celestial Warlock. That's right. Here, I'm gonna copy those really quick. I'm gonna do a quick screenshot of that. And we're gonna throw those in a note somewhere, but I'll deal with that later. Fuck. So I crossed my wires a little bit. My oracle powers were not 100% spot on.
What was my character?
Wow!
You were a dwarf paladin.
No, but what was my character's name?
Holy shit.
I don't remember.
Marisha has the...
I think it was
Scottish
Mick Swedson.
Yeah, it was
Accent McDialect.
Ooh, hello.
Look, a lot's happened in a couple weeks. Okay. I've moved. I've had a change of the scenery.
It's true. Yeah, that's fine. Travis, you got to play a Order of the Lycan Blood Hunter.
I did. McLaren von Toskabel.
Oh, Travis played a Blood Hunter. You know, honestly, I would be truly shocked to my bones if Taliesin ended up not being the Blood Hunter in C2. But if it was going to be anyone besides Taliesin, I would peg it as Travis. Because it's like very... It seems very badass combat-y in a similar-ish way to Barbarian. So I still maintain that it's going to be Taliesin, but if it was anyone else, I would put my alternate guess as it being Travis. That's fair. But, I mean, clearly he played it during a kind of funny one-shot, but...
Oh, it was fun. He has secrets. And bourbon.
So many
He had lots of bourbon.
So much bourbon. May have been drinking during that game. I don't know. But go check it out if you haven't. It was a lot of fun. Sam, you had an announcement you want to make?
I play Zed
Yep.
in Ratchet and Clank, the game that just came out.
That's cool.
It's a good game. It's getting good reviews.
Yeah.
I haven't seen what I did.
Ah, fuck, and I forgot the time code again. That's fine. I didn't miss it by that much. 9:49. Boop. And Matt starts his recap. Let's do it. I think Liam is in Marvel Rivals, Lamau. Dude, I feel like a member of the Critical Role cast, we could take any... Oh, dude, that's a fucking stream idea, dude. 7 degrees of Critical Role, where we do, like, wiki races, but the point of every wiki race is you pick some random property, and we race to see who can get to a member of Critical Role, any member of Critical Role first. I would be terrible at it because I haven't seen any fucking movies. But that's a fucking stream concept for me and Mike is Critical Role wiki races. That'd be wild, dude. Liam is absolutely Doctor Strange in Marvels. I would have clipped and immediately went, that's Liam O'Brien. Lol. Oh my god, that's so funny. I am interested. Man, I'm gonna have to check out Marvel's Rivals now, because I do like Gigantic a lot, but the lack of competitive mode. I play it a lot off stream, but no competitive, I think, makes it a little bit iffy for on stream. But anyways,
Alrighty, so without further ado,
What
let's
happened?
get back into the realm of Exandria.
We last left off, we were in a cardboard box.
Yes, in Hobotown, USA.
This day would come.
So, last we left off, Vox Machina, having traversed many places in the world in hopes of finding a way to expel or destroy the Chroma Conclave, a collective of 4 chromatic dragons that together managed to destroy large bastions of society on the continent of Taldore and beyond in Wildmount. Thordak, the Cinder King, the seeming leader of their group, currently sits in the center of the partially destroyed city of Iman. The other dragons have scattered about.
now I understand that when he says the seeming leader, that he is probably just meaning like ostensible, whatever, you know. He's just referring to the fact that they don't know it for certain, for real. But it could also go into my theory from last session that Thordak is actually like a construct, or he's been resurrected a la Silas Briarwood. And so he's not actually the leader, and it's actually like Umbrasil. I could legitimately see Umbrasil being the actual for real leader of the Chroma Conclave, and just tricking Raishan and Vorugal into following Thordak. You know, like basically resurrecting a Messiah-esque figure in order to gain control over the other ones. I could see that. We'll go into it more in an actual theory stream. I don't want to go into it too deep here, but I could see something there.
And claimed their own territories. From this, the party has discovered the existence of these legendary magical items referred to as the vestiges of divergence that existed from wars long past, that were carried on from generation to generation, that contain power that may be sufficient to defeat these creatures. You were sent to seek out the nameless Sphinx that exists somewhere near the Frostweld. Weld. It's pronounced so many different ways.
Which is it?
It can be any of them. It's a magical world thing. The Frostweld.
It's pronounced.
Whale.
You're from
It's
the
right
south.
in between it.
It's Wales. It's that weird
Whale.
place.
Wilford
Wait,
Brimley. Wilford Brimley.
From the northern side.
Frost Brimley.
Wilford Brimley.
Frost Brimley is the most dangerous of forests, by the way. Everyone gets diabetes. Sorry. So, somewhere the Sphinx exists in the Frostwell, which the nameless mate to Osisa, the Gyna Sphinx you met in Vasselheim, sent you to go seek out this information. Upon going to the town of Westruun to the north, it had been partially destroyed by the black dragon Umbrasil, and in its absence had been taken over by what seems to be Grog's roving barbarian herd.
Total dicks.
They currently sit on the throne of the town of Westruun and have made some sort of accord with the dragon where they can both simultaneously rule that area as long as they continue to provide goods, gold, and whatever they can procure from those who live within the city still. Deciding to continue south, the party made their way into the ever-frozen forest of the Frostweld. You stumbled upon a small hive of basilisks that surrounded an obelisk of Ioun, which gave you your first clues to the location where this Sphinx could be found. You battled the basilisks, destroyed their underground hive, or at least the exit from it, via fireballs and other such stone wall endeavors. Found amongst the stone ruins of previous victims of the basilisks, you found most of Tyriok Gadsworth, the wandering cartographer, now missing a portion of his right arm. However, he is restored and alive, which is much better than how he was before, and is currently leading you guys towards a camp of orcs supposedly nearby, as some of the survivors of Westruun's destruction were camping far south, and some were being captured by this roving orc camp. So, you guys have just stepped away from the obelisk and the remains of these basilisks you've slaughtered, as Tyriok leads you guys from where he last saw this, at least where he saw some roving orcs before he found himself turned to stone in that previous area. So, as you travel along the cold midday air of this forest, there's no wind. It's very still and very quiet, which is unsettling in a place that's so out open in nature. Your boots are crunching through the snow, step after step, but you're still being as careful and as quiet as you can moving along. Tyriok is shivering in the cold, and one of you manages to pull out one of your extra blankets you have in the bag of holding to kind of keep him from going into hypothermia. You guys press on for about 10 minutes or so. And
Now, I am they are going to a orc camp, I believe, like an orc encampment, in order to rescue the scouts and what have you. Could devolve into a combat, could be negotiation. Like, there's a lot of ways that you can run this sort of thing. But Vox Machina almost always at least wants to start with stealth. They're not the type of party that just like rolls up to the front door, you know? Like Grog is, but Grog almost always stands back and lets the stealth go forward and then gets involved when the stealth inevitably fails. So to that end, I'm interested to see how this is designed. If this is specifically designed to engage with that part of Vox Machina, or if it seemingly, is kind of designed independently of that. Because that's kind of my first thing that I'm thinking about nowadays with Vox Machina is like, man, they want to stealth everything. They want to stealth everything. And not everything needs to be stealthable. But now that I'm kind of consciously aware of that, I'm going to be looking for it potentially in Matt's design to see if he's been engaging with that at all, and I just haven't noticed because I didn't notice that aspect of Vox Machina, or maybe if he hasn't noticed either. I don't know.
And he's, trying to look around and look at the placement of the sun, look at different areas that he'd seen within the forest, and he's kind of thinking to himself, all right, so I recognize that mountain spire towards that time of the day. That way is northwest. Follow me. And he continues to lead you that
All
direction.
of that was just a stump.
Yes. You're terrible.
Tyrion, do you have a weapon on you?
The best weapon I have is right here.
Yeah, right on your way, lad. He's gonna die first.
He's kind of trouncing through the snow, a little bit of head stopping, looking about, before you realize that he's a huge target and is making a lot of noise.
Oh,
Did we discuss sending him home?
no, but he had to show us where the orcs were.
Yeah, I said he shouldn't come, but
Did I
no.
cast Pass Without a Trace on us before we headed out?
Then we're sending him home, right.
You cast it before the battle. I don't recall if you cast it afterward.
Then I'll cast it again so that he's incorporated in it, and I think we should try to stealth it.
Okay.
Yeah, tell him.
Hey, Wonderbrain, I think
Yes.
I think it would be smart if we moved as quietly as possible.
Well, that's what I was doing.
Oh,
If it's perhaps I should stand in the back then.
Yes,
if
that
you guys
sounds
want to
good.
go loosely that way, about 300 paces to the right of the second stone you see with the large outcropping looks like a gorilla's face, and then continue. I'll just guide you from back here.
Yeah, that sounds good, yeah.
yeah.
Steps to the back.
And keep a distance when you hear no more fighting. It's probably safe. Probably.
Okay.
I walk up alongside him and say, listen, I know you're not used to weaponry, but take this, please. It's a loner, and I take my keen dagger and I stick it in his hand.
No, don't. I take it back and I give another dagger to him.
I give him the keen dagger and say, hold this. It's a loner. It's very sharp. Be careful with it, all right? And if you get caught on your own, stab. That's all you gotta do is stab.
Stab the other person, not yourself.
His eyes don't leave the blade. He goes, okay.
Don't accidentally stab yourself because I think it sucks your life energy out of you.
That is not what that does.
Yes, it does. It definitely sucks your life.
Make a deception check.
I had
At
no
a
idea what the
disadvantage
key
since I
was.
contradicted her.
25.
Make a persuasion check.
Yeah, that's another knife I have.
Oh, really?
Yes.
That's a giant die.
It's not above 25.
It's 50.
Perhaps this is best suited for someone who knows how to wield such
I
dark
think
power.
you're so right, and I'll take that from you. And in exchange, I will give you this wonderful opal dagger that I have on my person.
This is
Still
probably
very
more my
sharp.
speed. Yeah.
You know what that one does? It makes you infertile.
Give me this, you fucking hoarder. What's the matter with you?
Yeah.
What do you get? I'll just
Can you feel it in your little bits rumbling? They're all going to sleep.
Forever.
Yep.
Perhaps you have a third or fourth dagger.
What did he just tell you? I wasn't paying attention.
Look, I'm a man of the truth.
He's lying. He always lies. Don't pay any attention to him.
With this
You're
face.
safe with that.
No, see,
I push him off 10 feet away from the group and I pull out the same keen dagger and say,
Jesus.
here's a different one. This is a normal dagger.
Oh my god, dude. Oh, this is so silly. And I love that Sam at at a certain point in this, Sam is like, shut the fuck up. Like, let the scene progress. And then after everyone quiets back down and these two come back into everyone else at the table, he's like, never mind. Let's go back to the start. Oh my god. But it's silly and funny, so it's fine.
How about I take no dagger and I stay away from this? You guys are starting to be a little weird. He hands you the secondary dagger and kind of puts his one hand up.
And I also like at this point, it's like, you know, they're having fun, they're being silly, but this is taking a bit too long. I think that Matt is good to take the reins a little bit. Be like, as the NPC, be like, you guys are being kind of fucking weird. How about I just don't engage with this? What's that one funny clown music track? Benny Hill? Yeah, you could absolutely put Benny Hill on this, yeah.
I just don't want what happened to you before to happen again, all right? You can even put it in your belt. Just have it, all right? You give it back to me. It's a normal dagger. It's fine. My sister is intimidating
Yeah,
and a
say the
bit
least.
much.
All right.
Max, just because he's holding a dagger doesn't mean he's going to be successful at using it.
What?
You're wasting your time. Never mind.
Hold on.
Okay. As you guys start walking, he's kind of holding it. His eyes don't leave the blade as he takes each step and kind of.
Yeah, good
And then as he walks away, it
yeah.
poofs back into his fucking belt.
No, it doesn't.
All right, so we head towards the outcropping that looks like a gorilla's face.
Okay, so have you guys all roll a perception check if you could?
Perception. First one.
Yay.
No,
bitch.
I don't see anything at all.
10.
1.
22.
29.
26.
Yeah, 3.
Off to the races.
You've learned
No, I'm
to be
sorry.
better.
30. 30.
What?
I rolled 11. Rolled a 19.
I think you notice things and
Perception.
have an epiphany at that point.
As you guys are walking,
I just get a
Keyleth
nosebleed.
shoots her arms out in a stop motion, and you look off and you can see just past a clump of trees, maybe 60 feet ahead of you guys, two hulking-looking humanoids just kind of tromping through the snow, dragging something behind them. You hear the distant crunch of the snow, and their shape, but it's kind of darker in the area where they are at the distance. Can't really make out the full, but you figure these are probably orcish in nature based on their gait and their outline.
I look at the group and I go,
Ooh, I'll say right ahead of time. If they're approaching something that they know basically next to nothing about, like this orcish encampment, I really like an aspect of putting some people out here ahead of time, whether that's scouts, outriders, what have you. Very similar to what Matt did in the Pyra closing the fucking elemental plane of fire gate sequence, where he had, I think it was a salamander, if I remember correctly, that was like a scouting group for the main force. I like that a lot because it gives the players the opportunity to learn something about a situation that they're going into. You can make it vague, like in that Pyra sequence, Matt just referenced like the master, that in retrospect was probably the thing that that Sam ended up putting into the ball. And I don't know if Sam made the connection that was maybe the master that the salamander referenced earlier in the episode. But I think there's a very decent chance that he did make that connection. And that is maybe part of the reason that he put that guy into the ball in the first place. So there's very minor info that you can give out through these like forward scout things. Like you could have them talking about scout patrols being lax, or you can talk about the fucking crumbling wall at the back of the fortress that their stupid ass dumbass chief won't let them, or like won't prioritize fixing. Or you could talk about food shortages and like make it clear that there's some dissension in the camp. You could talk about maybe not exactly where the prisoners are being held, but you could have the prisoners being held in a building with a specific aspect or feature to it that these orcs or these outriders could potentially give away. And so that gives Vox Machina a little bit more information going to the encampment. There's so much you can do with these sort of outriders in terms of what they say to each other, what they say to the Vox Machina, what they have on their person. I mean, the most classic example is something that we talked about in the Emberhold of like wearing an enemy's armor. I don't think that's as possible here since, you know, the entire encampment is orcs and none of them are that. But this sort of scout outrider concept or conceit can work in a lot of different situations.
Too dear. Santa Claus.
Hello, salute.
Good to see you.
Running away.
Milking a cow.
Cha-cha slide.
2 words.
Use your words, Keyleth. Talk.
Okay. It looked like there were 2 orcs. I don't know.
You also have earrings. You have telepathy telepathy earrings.
Where they were carrying a body. So I'm assuming.
Are they headed this way?
No, they're headed away from us, correct? Away. They're headed away.
Kind of parallel, a little bit away.
So
haven't
I
seen
cast
you yet.
pass without a trace on us, so should we...
Still,
Now you guys all roll stealth now. that
still
you know
flat
something.
grassland, or are there some trees?
Well, you guys are in the center of the frost.
That's
So
fine.
it's relatively thick trees, frozen canopy.
Rolling stealth with +10.
Thank goodness. 22.
26.
15.
45.
29. What?
26.
With a +10?
You got a natural
That's a
20.
good plus.
20?
It
Oh.
was 5, but...
Holy shit.
You don't know where you are anymore at that
I
point.
am one-dimensional.
So what are you guys gonna do?
He's a dog.
As the
From our previous time in the Frostweald, we don't.
Dude, Vax fucking turns sideways like Mario in Paper Mario, fucking 3D to slip into the background, or Paper Mario the Thousand Year Door if you're feeling spicy. That's what Vex or Vax. God, Vax and Vex. That's what Vax does right now. Is just turns sideways to go into the background.
Recognize any of this terrain, right?
I mean, you recognize the terrain. It's a
But
large
no
forest.
landmarks, no
No,
lakes.
not nearby. Now that you've seen it, at
Okay.
least. If you want to go look for that, you could. But
Are there any paths in front of us? Or is it just trees and intermittent?
it's just,
terrain?
actually, if there are paths, they're under so much snow and relatively fresh snow that's perpetually piled in this region. They're not visible at the moment. You can see occasional like hoof prints in the snow from some wildlife that might live in the vicinity of the forest.
Don't you like this terrain?
I do.
Well, so what should we do?
We're
looking for a god.
orcs.
Well,
They're what we're looking for. I
Can
think.
I... Sorry.
Are they going where we want to go?
Let's pace and slowly approach.
I like it. Can I search the ground and see if there's a lot of tracks around, or is this like a roaming party?
From what you can see around, you don't see any tracks from them specifically in front of you, from where they're traveling. It appears to be just the 2 of them right now. Either they're scouts or hunters. And the closer you guys, as you slowly approach and kind of get a better view, they're both dragging what look to be like 2 boars that were killed and are currently being dragged by their legs over their shoulders, leaving a trail of crimson in the snow behind them.
We should take them out before they get back to their group.
Wait. What is our overall goal here? Are we to slay a bunch of orcs, or are we to follow them somewhere?
We're supposed to slay them and stop them from...
Number 2 and then number 1. Follow them and then kill the
We
rest.
want to get rid of all of them, so follow these
Oh.
guys back to the bees.
Okay, well, let's follow. Let's follow silently.
Why don't I go a little bit ahead? You follow behind by about 50 paces, and the rest of the group behind you.
But what if we kill them now?
Then we
don't
won't
have
know
to
where the
fight
camp
them.
is.
But I can follow tracks,
Oh,
potentially.
can you?
But there won't be tracks if they're
They're
dead.
not coming from where they're from. They're going.
They were just hunting.
Fine, fuck it.
Let's follow them.
Okay, so you guys just
We follow them
okay. You don't catch up. You follow.
at a safe
Okay.
distance.
So
Safe distance.
you guys continue moving forward, watching them as they go, and at a far enough distance where and Pike's doing her best to clomp behind in the snow, but it's okay. Yeah. Still like
Dude, this is something that I don't think this is necessary by any means, but as a player, these sorts of sequences always bug me. Like, I don't think that they're bad by any means. Like, I don't think like people like shouldn't do them or whatever. But I 2 of my separate characters come up with playbooks. And to be fair, both of them fill leadership-esque roles on the team. One of them's kind of like a second-in-command type, and one of them is the explicit leader. And so they come up with playbooks because I find it so satisfying in this sequence, instead of having all of that debate, to be able to just go, I think we do a rubber band. And then everyone else is like, yeah, I agree. And then we just do it. It's like, that is one of the things that is maybe the most satisfying to me as a player. Again, I'm not even going to give it as like general advice, but I'll tell you, if you are interested in trying it, it's fun. It's fun to come up with like generalized plans. And then even we haven't gotten quite deep enough, but some of the plans now have like alternative variants that I come up with like new names for. Like I'm working at fucking not Whataburger. What the fuck do they have on the West Coast? In-N-Out, where it's like, you know, fucking animal style or whatever. I do that sort of shit to my plans sometimes. It's great. I love it. Like I said, not even general advice, but it's a lot of fun when I do it.
Just barely moving her upper body to make sure that it's minimal amount of movement.
I'm not far ahead, but I'm ahead. I'm like 30 yards ahead.
Yeah. And listening out, you can hear the occasional laughter. Too far away to hear any sort of language. Not that I think you understand or know the language of Orcish, but eventually they come over a hill and down, and you see it first as you crest over. You can see there is a small clearing in the forest of this area where there are two tents. What looks to be relatively filth-stained tents, like they've just been used for an extended period of time, covered in dirt and mud and other things. You can see a small pile of skinned bodies to a side of one of the tents.
They're definitely bad.
There's a large stump next to it. The trail of blood leads up to it.
Holy shit. What a crazy, visceral kick the dog moment. Like, Matt wanted there to be no moral ambiguity. It is not, ooh, maybe the orcs have a point. Maybe the scouts were encroaching on their land, or maybe the scouts, I don't know, tried to steal from them, and so they're holding the prisoner. No, they got the skinned bodies out back. Yeah, there's no moral debate here. This is not a gray area that Matt's trying to present them. He wants a couple of bad guys for Vox to beat up, which, hey, fair. This is a very efficient way of telling your players there's no moral debate here. Don't think about this one too hard. Just go in and kill some orcs. Hey, hands up, very fair, I think.
You can see there are two small fires that are set in the center of this area where they're kind of keeping warm to themselves. And these bundled up orcs are kind of sitting around the fires, drinking. You can see some of them have random silver mugs or cups. Some have steins. Some have just like carved pieces of bark that were used as a means of drinking. And you can see outside of these tents what appear to be large barrels or casks of wine or liquor that have been probably raided from the camp they found outside of the lake. You can see a couple of them are much larger than the other orcs. One of them is kind of sitting down by the fire and is chuckling with the rest. You see to the back of the camp, there is one that's taking javelins and chucking them up in the air, and they're arcing through. And every time that chucks one, you hear a and as soon as you move to the edge of it, you look over, and there is a young man who is strung up by his torso from one of the trees. It looks like a few of the orcs are just making target practice. They've already hit him twice. There's like one that's sticking out of his thigh, another one that's kind of embedded itself in his shoulder, and these little trails of blood sticking down, but he's currently just strung up like a piñata, and they're just having fun with him. You take a moment as the rest of the group catches up to you on the edge, and you can see there are a few other people being kept inside.
Holy shit. I'm not laughing at it. I'm just laughing at how, like, absolutely blatant this one is. Again, not a critique. I think sometimes being this crazy blatant is totally fine. It's just so, like, oh, the skinned bodies weren't enough to make you think that these are the bad guys. Here they are making target practice out of some dude, and they've already hit him twice. It's just, it's cartoonishly evil. It's not even cartoonishly evil. Matt is going, do not befriend these enemies very loudly. Exactly. Do not even try to get on these people's, like, to try and think about these people. And you know what? I'll say it. This might actually be... Yeah, sometimes you do need a flashing neon sign. And honestly, it might be necessary to do this sort of thing. Like, other than this just, like, being good and, like, being okay sometimes, Matt might actually be being even a little bit smarter than that here. They just came from Westrun, where there are, Kevdak's herd is not, too dissimilar from a band of roving orcs. But also, there's some of Grog's family, and, like, yes, they're collaborators, but, like, I think that situation is meant to be, like, I think they're going to obviously go against Grog's herd, but they're probably not going to exterminate Grog's herd. Like, they're not going to, like, kill every single one of them. So there's at least some moral ambiguity there. And I think that there's a legitimate risk of you just presented that, and now you're going and introducing this roving orc band that's not too dissimilar from Grog's herd. It might be even smarter to, like, make them cartoonishly evil so that the players don't even begin to draw parallels between the two. Because you really don't want them starting to draw parallels between these two groups, or if that's not what you want, right? If you don't want them drawing that parallels, making this group cartoonishly evil is probably pretty smart. I don't know if it's that deep on Matt's end, but it's not bad. There is no Clarota here. Yeah.
Inside the tents right now, and one large orc kind of musters out, adorned in thicker armor than the rest of them. He has a band across his head with a big old kind of rough uncut gem on the front, and he starts barking out orders to a few of them. One of the larger ones stands up, and it's probably a good like foot taller than the other orcs, lumbers to the back of the two tents, and you can see there are two bears that are currently chained up to the back. Oh, no. He reaches over and grabs one of the skinned bodies from the side of the tent and throws it to the two bears.
And his name is Cadvec. His name is Cadvec, and he hates bears, and God. Matt is really just hitting every nerve he can. Oh my God.
They immediately start just tearing it apart and eating it. At this point, the rest of the party catches up to you.
So I saw that.
Yes.
Okay. But they're still a ways off, right?
In fact, I could probably just show you now. Since you have...
Whoa! It's a cozy camp.
Oh my God, look at that camp!
There's fire.
So
there's
how
bears.
close are the wine
There's a
barrels
ski
to...
lift?
Where are the wine barrels?
So this is interesting. When I first heard these orcs, I was picturing much more of like an encampment with like, stakes and everything, but this is much more temporary, it seems. Which is probably good if you don't want it to take the whole session. Like, if you want this to just be like a short little combat for them to, be in combat for a little bit, because I don't actually think Vox has had a combat since... When would it have been? Was the last combat that they had the Beholder in the Sunken Tomb? If so, it's been a few episodes. I think it's very fair. Like, that just makes all of this make even more sense and be even a little bit tighter. Of Matt wants to give them a combat because they haven't had a combat in a while, and I don't think that you just need to have a combat just to have one. Like, I don't think that that's necessary at all. But I think Matt rightly understands that some of his players really, really enjoy D&D combat. They really, really want to participate in that aspect of the game. And if you... Oh, wait, no, sorry. It was like last episode. It was the Basilisks. Okay, never mind. It was the Basilisks. It was just last episode. Either way, if you... divorcing it from how it fits within the rest of the narrative and the rest of the show... If you really want the party to just have a short little combat, making the enemies cartoonishly evil, not making the encampment too big with too many complicating factors, I think is a good way to just be like, these people are fucking vile and evil. Sneak up on them and kill them. I think that's a lot. Speaking of, like, what do you tell the players without telling them? Making there be no actual defenses and making these orcs the most vile people you've encountered in a while is a good way of saying, don't try to talk to them. Don't try to negotiate. Like, if they had, even if they did the exact same shit, but they had, like, a fucking trench with, like, some defenses, they might try to sneak up on them. Not sneak up on them, but sneak in. They might try to negotiate, even if they planned on killing them later. Like, they might do a whole shitload of things that would take a bunch of time that, as a DM, you don't really care about them doing. Like, that's not the point of this. The point of it is just to have, like, a little combat before you move on and progress the plot. Maybe suck some of their resources down for later in the day. There's a lot of things that this combat could be trying to accomplish. And so by not having a lot of defenses, being able to walk straight up to the camp and them doing just crazy vile shit is much more likely that something like Grog is just going to charge in there and not give them the time of day otherwise, What up, Pharaoh? How you doing?
Barrels are right there.
This is pretty awesome.
Right there.
Oh, there's that guy hanging up in the tree.
Yeah, he's hanging up
Where,
right
where? Can you point out those barrels one more time?
there,
So,
there, and there.
next to the tents that the prisoners are being kept in.
Yes.
Okay, we have options.
And those are barrels of liquor, correct? Look, I've played BG3. I know what you can do with a barrel of wine. I know exactly what you can do with these.
Well,
They haven't noticed you.
How far back are we?
Only he's seen him.
You're probably back here, good 60 feet outside of the outskirts of the camp. They don't seem to have noticed your approach, and this is entirely however you guys want to approach this.
I turn
with
back to the
surprise.
group with one of these and just say,
What time of day is it?
It's mid-afternoon.
did we rest? Are we rested? Did we rest? Yeah, we had a night in the. Wait, no, we just killed those.
No, you had a night in the. You haven't rested since the basilisks. No.
Okay, so we're down a couple spells or whatever.
Yeah, but I'm full on hit points. Is anyone hurt?
No.
Yeah.
Well, I'm a little.
It was a bump in the road. The basilisks.
Okay. Hey, oi. So, do I create a distraction while you go around the back? Do we go in guns blazing? What's the plan? I can distract.
I think it would be good to create a distraction. We go in, save the prisoners, and then take out the camp.
So a distraction that would get everyone to run towards me and ignore you.
And then we can stealth down
can we go around the sides
and flank them
and flank them ahead of time?
Oh,
Scanlan,
yes.
you create a distraction.
as they're running.
And you can see that even in this case, even in the case where they're like, trying to save the prisoners first, they're still going to take out the camp. So again, I really want to highlight what making these guys just fucking awful can do for your scene. Like, making them so cartoonishly evil makes your players engage with this entire thing super differently. Like, Sam is going to create a distraction, but not in the hopes of them rescuing the prisoners and, making an escape and then, Scanlan dimension doors out of there. By setting them up to be this cartoonishly evil, Matt has almost guaranteed that they're going to fight them. It's just a question of how. If he had made them more morally ambiguous, there's a shot that the party would sit there and argue over what they should do. Should they take them out? Should they not risk it? Oh no, we're down a few resources. What if we need those resources later? If you really want them to do this combat, making them this evil is a good way to do that. Because they're not debating if they'll combat the orcs or not. They're not debating if they'll kill them, even though that's not the main objective, right? That's a secondary objective that isn't even really necessary. But they are not treating it as secondary. They are, they're not treating it as optional. They're treating it as like, we're going to kill them. It's just a matter of how, which focuses the party a lot. Like, getting them all on the same page like that, super focused, makes them super focused, especially if overall these orcs don't actually matter that much. if they don't actually matter all that much, I think it's a solid choice to just craft them in a way that will really focus the party in when they get to them, really avoid analysis paralysis, and keep the session moving, while still being able to get the narrative benefit out of rescuing the prisoners, exterminating these orcs, all that.
Closer to here.
Sure.
You want to get that guy down to
I'll
make
draw
sure
them-
we get the people out.
I'll draw
Warning.
them away from
Ad
the
incoming.
tents.
Okay.
Take cover.
And then once everyone's clear, we bring them back and kill them all? Or
Well, this may be it for orcs. This could be all of them, or it could be just a forward camp. So we need to keep one alive
and find out.
and find out if this is the end of it, or if there's more.
That's fair.
All right.
Thank you.
How do we get all the prisoners out very quickly? Well,
We could cut. If you have knives, we could cut your way through the back of the tent.
Ganon, could you potentially...
Okay, we got 30 seconds. We will be taking a quick ad break. If you are watching on Twitch, always consider using your Prime sub to not get ads. And if you are on YouTube, I actually don't know if there's a way to avoid the ads, honestly. It has not been one displayed to me, but I won't do any actual watching of the actual episode during the ad. So if you get the ad, no worries, you won't miss any of the show. So with that, I will see you all in a second. Go get some water, take a bathroom break, and I will be right back. Goodbye. Welcome back. Hopefully those ads were it was good for me. Was it good for you? All right. I say we just get the fuck back into it. I got nothing else to say.
Actually put all the people in the door.
I will say, I said I had nothing else to say, but I do have shit to say. Next ad might be slightly longer, skosh longer. It might be more on the order of like 10 minutes. Because I'm going to make lunch really quick. Because this is a long fucking stream. I gotta settle in. I gotta eat something at probably the next break. But other than that, we'll get back into it.
Nope. That is for my recreational use only. Also takes a minute to cast.
Well, Scanlan can create a distraction. I can possibly take a few people out with my range spells along the way.
Well,
Are you sure?
I'm saying get the prisoners safe so that nobody's just running blindly into the forest.
I've lost track of all you've done in the past 24 hours. Can you send everybody through a tree, even
That
back to
takes
where their
time
people
too.
are?
Not today.
Not today.
What if you spend some time, a minute, creating a mansion? You have a little door here. Once you've created a distraction, we can all run up and put them in the door, and then we fight, and then we get the people out of the mansion.
Yeah, that's good.
Interesting idea.
That's good.
It's an interesting idea.
I kind of like it.
I kind of like it too.
They could go down to the workout room so they don't, soil the upper chambers.
It's not concentration. I mean, it's a concentration for a minute, but then after it's cast,
Once it's cast, just 24 hours, that door stays there.
Yeah, all your little Mr. Meeksies will take care of
temporary.
it.
But we still have to get them out of the camp and into the
Get them out
door,
of the
unless I
camp.
make the door in the camp.
Make the door at the back of the camp. And that way we can run them out the back of the tents.
Not near the bears.
You need to go full Burt Reynolds out in front of that camp and get the bulk of them running towards you. I have
do
no
both.
doubt you can get
Make the
there.
door first.
No, hey, look, I'm good for a
Well,
distraction.
listen.
Blow your shawm.
I'm fine with distractions, but I can't go to the back of the camp and set a door and to the front of the camp and draw them out.
Let Scanlan handle. I almost called him Scandal, which is still appropriate.
Babe.
I just really like Liam's reaction here of like, wait, blow your shawm, and then Scanlan explaining why you can't just do that.
Fine with distractions, but I can't go to the back of the camp and set a door and to the front of the camp and draw them out.
Let Scanlan handle.
Liam just be like, oh. oh, yeah, you're right.
I almost called him Scandal, which is still appropriate.
Babe.
Let Scanlan handle the door. I can handle the distraction.
Okay.
All right.
Ooh,
All right, so we sneak around.
I'm
to the
really
back.
good at distractions.
You are. You're incredibly good at distractions.
But you're the only one who can make a Hefner mansion out of thin air.
So I'm to sneak in and make a door and await further instructions?
Go together.
We'll make the
Wait.
door far enough away.
Keyleth does the distraction. As soon as she goes, you go. So once those guys start
How
running
far away are
towards
we?
her,
You guys are probably on the about 60 feet away from the far outside of the camp line, so around this ring here, just outside of basically where the table edges are.
Can we just sneak
But
around?
we're talking like 150 feet, 200 feet?
You're probably closer to about 60 feet away right now. You
Okay,
can move
we're fine, we're
fine,
fine.
just
I
make
can
it
make
here.
the door from 300 feet away. So we're fine.
It's like put the door maybe over
Okay,
here.
So I can make the door right now before we do
Do it,
anything.
make the door.
Except there's going to be a glowing door in their camp.
Make the door.
make the-
Make
see
the
where I'm
door
pointing?
behind one of those trees, and
All right.
lights up the
there.
trees.
Okay, I will make the door. I'm going to go ahead and do it.
Yeah, fucking just do it.
ready to do a distraction like right fucking now.
But you know what you're doing, right? It's not. Wait, let's get in position. You and I can do a lot more hurt to these guys if we're in close enough
All right,
position.
flank around,
to
flank
go.
around. It's going to take me a minute to cast the spell. You have
So
a minute to get into position.
who all flanking around? All right, so the twins and Percy, where are you guys going?
I'll take the long way around this way.
Over here?
Far side?
Yeah,
Okay, so
with an eye for the shithead who's tormenting that guy in the tree.
all right, are you going with him?
No, I'm staying on the other side.
Okay, Percy, you're going with Vax?
I'm going to go actually right over here.
Okay.
I'm going to hide over here, and I'm going to try and get a bead on the guy in the
turkey shoot.
guy in the
Okay, easy enough. You got to beat him just in the outskirts there.
Pike and I will go with Vax.
Oh,
pull
she's
this
not
back.
a good sneaker.
Oh, no, you're
no,
right.
no, no.
She should say but.
Yeah.
You're right.
There we go.
Stay for
Right
the
there.
stay for the
Come
charge.
jogging
Yeah.
in.
Stage for
Clank,
the
clank,
charge
clank,
in
clank,
after
clank.
the distraction.
All right, so Grog, where you going?
I'll go with Vax.
They are dressed matchy-matchy. I didn't even notice that. I will also say I like this. I like essentially what Matt is doing here. When I'm making a battle map, or even not a battle map sometimes. It could be like a regional map, whatever. I like to have like, you guys have seen my fucking map notation of, oh, it's got fucking nodes and it's got lines connecting the nodes and whatever. I like to have a node, a special node, that I just call outside. And I basically, say that when it comes to outside, you can travel almost instantaneously between different parts of outside, depending on, the map and whatever. But that's like the general way that I think about it. And Matt is essentially doing the same thing here, where Matt has the map that he has created. It's on the white piece of paper. It's very clear. And then everything outside of the white piece of paper is just outside. So if you want to go from here in outside to over here in outside, totally fine. You just do it. And I think that if your combat and map and dungeon is engaging enough, I think that this sort of abstraction of fucking easily circling their camp is totally fine. I think you don't need it to be any more complicated than that. If your encounter in your map is well designed for whatever goal you want to accomplish. So what Matt is the thing I really want to point out, what Matt is doing right now was just saying okay, are you guys trying to flank them? You want to get into position wherever, you can take any position you want outside of this. It's sort of like if anyone's ever played the Hitman games of how Hitman maps have different entry points, where it's basically you can enter the map from 5 different points. And, it doesn't take any extra effort to get to any of those points, And then once you enter the map, there might be traps, triggers, whatever, to get between different points. But outside of the map, you can just kind of circle around wherever. So this is, I do something very, very similar to what Matt is doing here. Love me some Agent 47. Hell yeah.
All right, so you making your way around. Giving your guys existing stealth checks, which were okay.
That was 25.
45.
Okay.
Oh, they're
All right. So you
little pixies.
guys move around and meet on that
Oh,
side.
wait, Pike did come? We said Pike
Oh,
did
so Pike did
stay.
stay.
Because she's not stealthy.
Stealthy. Okay, then. She stays there.
Takes a minute for them to show up.
So Pike's gonna go.
This will be fine, right?
And you could even, if you don't really fuck with that, if you're I don't love totally free movement outside of the map. I don't love totally free movement in outside. Because to a degree that disrupts the realism that we were kind of talking about in the takeaway section. That does disrupt that realism a little bit. I think it's totally fair to say, okay, you can move between one point in outside and any other point in outside instantaneously, but you have to make a roll to do so. So you can move from one point to any other point, and you make one stealth roll, one roll acrobatics. I don't know. You have to make one roll to do so, and potentially, if you fail that roll, then something bad happens. If you want, I don't run it that way. But I think you could engage with the system in a very similar way that I would, or that Matt seems to be doing. But if you want to anchor it a little bit more, ground it a little bit more, you could have some cost to moving within outside, some risk to teleporting, essentially, within the outside node. I think that could also totally work.
It'll be fine.
Scanlan, you're moving back. Where are you going?
I'm staying next to Keyleth
Alright.
because I can do this from a range.
Best
Where do you guys want to go to make
all gonna
this
go to shit.
distraction?
Real quick.
Where's Scanlan?
Wait, don't do the distraction yet.
I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it yet.
Where do you guys want to set up for the distraction?
Dumbest war.
Where'd you go, Scanlan?
I'm right next to you. We want to do it.
Yeah, we want to kind of do it towards us.
We want to distract around here. don't we?
Okay.
And then run
Yes.
the other direction.
All right. So you
Sneak them out.
guys are
So
sort of right
no,
about
no,
there.
that's where we wanted. So put us more over.
No,
kinda-
he knows. We're back right now, but that's where we
Okay,
will
we're
end
back.
up.
You're
Okay,
further
cool,
back.
cool.
I can only put you so far away from the
No,
table.
that's
edge.
good. That's good. That's good.
We're off the
Take
volume.
pieces, Matt.
All right, Pike's gonna stay up with you since you have the bead right now, and if worse comes to worse, you can help rush in and try and help at that point. All right, so who's doing
One on
what?
line.
I'm gonna start casting the door.
Also, a very quick example right there, how quickly they all placed themselves. If there was no map, and I'm not even talking about like a map like this where there's terrain and there's figures and whatever. The fact that there's any sort of map, whether this is a physical one or one on a whiteboard or one on paper that you really quickly sketched out, allows them to place themselves within the scene so much more quickly. If there had been no map and they were trying to do that all in theater of the mind, I think it would have taken significantly longer. So I'm not saying you need like a physical map, but that's a good example of like, because they had any sort of map representation, they could do it just like that, comparatively.
All right.
And I can do it back behind camp. Just on the tree line or whatever.
Okay, back far this way.
Just out of eye shot of them.
Okay, I'll put this little dice right here in the corner to represent where
Yeah,
the
that's
door
good.
is.
That's
Fine.
good.
Okay.
I turn to Grog.
Yep.
I'm moving a little closer, just a bit. Stay there.
Come with you.
The opposite way.
Go away from
This is your spot. This is your spot. And I creep towards the trees, the tree closest to me, so I can get closer. Which is the orc that's throwing the javelins on that map?
These two right here are taking turns.
Okay.
At this point, you hear another
45.
and some
Oh, Christ, tiny.
moving up to here,
The other tree closer to you.
right there.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm just waiting. Hold
All
on.
right. Who's up next? Who's doing what?
I'm
Waiting for the distraction.
Do you want me to just go in and you can cast something? I'll get their attention and you can cast something.
Sure.
Okay.
Can I have like a monster manual?
For what?
Conjure woodland beings?
Do you want the app?
Maybe.
Yeah, here.
There's not many that you can conjure. It's pixies and little things.
Trust.
yeah. That's little creatures.
Okay, she knows what she's
Well,
doing.
I can conjure a bunch of little creatures.
Search.
I'm on it.
Oh dear.
If you make a bunch of David the Gnome.
Do you want me to
Seriously, like
start something?
a giant scorpion would be probably pretty cool.
Fire elemental.
With like a bunch of. Should I?
Big bright fire elemental.
Yeah, but then it wouldn't be me. It'd be something else that's not me that I could control,
She's
and then I
taking
can
the bead,
then be there to
waiting
come
for the
in
distraction.
as something.
Do it.
do it.
Okay, I'm gonna say conjure woodland beings.
What are you conjuring?
Don't know.
You have to know what you're doing.
Well, that's what I'm trying to figure out. There's not a list of what you can conjure in
No,
the
there's
book,
not.
and it's very unfortunate.
really just
All right, so
and it's
what-
something a fey creature. So what's a fey creature that's like a
Dude, that sentence of "there's not a list of what you can conjure in the book" is so representative of what makes Druid tough. It's not just that spell. It's like there's the exact same issue with their wild shape, especially if you're like a moon druid, where you can, wild shape into a wider array of beasts. Druids are hard, man. Yeah, I mean, they're just harder than everything else. Like, I've had a conversation where someone very thoroughly insisted druids are not that hard. And I'm like, okay, maybe for you, they're not that hard. I get it. You're a very smart gamer. But but I really do think that just comparatively to everything else, they are just harder. Like, they are a full prepared caster. So they're on the level of wizard. And then they also have wild shape to deal with. And they have several summoning spells. Not only summoning spells, but like elemental spells, where they have to keep track of all of these different stat blocks and like know what they are. And they're not just fucking listed there. Like, even if the spell just listed all of the names, like a couple of base names of like, you can conjure anything with these tags. Some examples being da 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 da. You know, like if it was like, oh, you can conjure woodland beings. That's anything with these descriptions, which I think is what the base spell says. And then if it just gave you like 3 names, just be like 3 examples from the monster manual are, which is also one of the reasons that the monster manual is a required book. Like why it is a core book, because the things that you can conjure woodland beings are not in the PHB or the DMG for that matter. Like that's why the monster manual, despite maybe having the appearance that it is technically not a core book, winds up being a core book because some spells just don't work without it. You know, it's so weird. It's so odd, man. There's so much homework. They're so complicated. You have to know all your spells on top of your shades, on top of the summons. Yeah. It's like if you compare them to any other class, they just have more. You know? Like some people are prepared casters. Some people are prepared casters plus summons. But no one is prepared caster plus summons plus wild shape. They're the only one that have to keep track of that fucking much. Only ones. Which is why, like, and people love Druid. I love Druid. Druid's incredibly powerful because of all that flexibility. Arguably best class in the, like, most powerful class in the game. But it is not, I would say it's not new player friendly. I think the spell says the DM should have a list. Right. So the book is only required for the DM. It's not required for the players. Ridiculous. So silly, dude. So silly. BRB going to traumatize the local shopkeeper. Hell yeah.
Challenge rating a 2 that would make sense. That's really scary. Or I can also summon like 8 fairies if they're low enough. You know.
I don't think that's
I hate conjuration spells, by the way, guys, just so y'all know.
I will say this.
Me too. Which is so weird. Like I love I like Beastmaster in concept. I love Steel Defender. I think Artificer Battlesmith is so cool and that Steel Defender really works. I love Chainlock. But that's because those are all things with just the worst spells in the whole game. They are. They are, dude. All spells should just say ask the DM. Yeah, all spells should just be like, we're not going to tell you what this spell does. Ask your DM. Dude, they suck. Conjuration spells do suck. Was this before they fixed the fairy polymorph thing? Probably not. But beyond that, the reason that I especially hate conjuration spells is because they increase the slowness of combat so much. Like one of the reasons that I think Battlesmith and Chainlock work is because they are good and powerful, but don't slow down combat by being there, which conjuration spells do not even attempt to do. So yeah, it's the worst. And that's not even on top of like needing to know all of this extra shit. The summon spells as Tasha's are fixed versions, only summoning a single bespoke monster. Tasha's, I've talked a lot of good shit on Xanathar's. I think that Tasha's is arguably better than Xanathar's. Xanathar's is still my favorite book that has ever been released for 5e, but I think that Tasha's legitimately might be better. Partially because they do that, but even their Lockfin, to my understanding, even those don't work exactly the same as Battlemaster or Beastmaster, Ranger, where like those work within the action economy because the player has to give up some of their actions to utilize those. Whereas I believe even the Tasha's summoning spells still act independently, so they essentially add an extra player, which has so many knock-on effects for like the pace of combat and all that. Shepherd Druid enters the chat. Oh, don't even talk to me about Shepherd Druid, dude. Tasha's summoning spells are also good because stat blocks level with players, which is awesome. Yes. Yeah. I mean, yeah. The act immediately after you and follow your directions. Yes. I think the thing that I would still they're essentially an additional actor within the combat, whereas Chainlock or Beastmaster or Battlesmith Steel Defender all essentially just defend themselves unless you give up part of your turn, which essentially just makes them an extension of you as a combatant. They sort of reminiscent of like Trickster Cleric, which I believe that the Tasha's spells, like they still have their own actions and everything, which makes sense from a like power perspective. Totally makes sense. But I think still introduces them as an additional actor within the combat, which just this is like big preference thing. I don't think that they're like bad spells. I feel probably similar to Matt of like they just introduce even more slowdown to the combat because they introduce that additional actor. For Chainlock, there are no real bonus actions, so having your familiar go for things is great. Also, Summon Fae is my go-to. Yeah. The pets eat your bonus action, but take their own full turn, just like summons. Yes, but because they eat your bonus action, they are essentially part of your turn, essentially. Because they act, especially because they act directly after you. Whereas the summons are slightly different. I completely agree that I think Tasha's summonings are the best versions of summoning spells, but I still prefer the pets within the overall D&D design, you know? My familiar does move action and bonus action, yeah. If you ever use summoning spells, you should just tell the player, you should just tell them to help the other players. Maybe, yeah. The real difference IMO is that players know their pets inside and out, while summons might be less familiar. I think in general, yes. If you get someone that's really used to the summoning spells, they will eventually learn it. But there is still that distinct difference between the summons and the pets, and I think that the pets work better within D&D's overall design. But again, I think the Tasha's summonings are the best versions of summons. Beastart is my favorite so far, but that's not summoning, it's full-blown companion. Yeah, there is definitely a distinct difference between the pets and the summons in most of these. We do my summons after my turn to avoid additional initiative. Familiar pets are not that strong. No, this is totally separate from strength. This is more along the lines of like annoyance and like what feels good, you know. Respect the time. Oh, we're at like 6 minutes. Get the fuck out of here. Familiar, no, yeah. Totally separate from strength is like I don't like summons because of what they do to a combat in terms of like feel. I think that pets feel more natural within D&D combat, and summons will always have just this slight aspect of expanding the combat and taking more time than a pet. You know, Friday with 45 minutes on the timer. Yeah, exactly, Brittany. So I agree with Matt. They occupy my least favorite aspect of spells in D&D. But Tasha's got them to their best place. I think they really can be. I don't really think you can get them much better, unfortunately.
To be fair to Marisha, the spell does say your DM will have a list of the creatures.
Does it really?
It does. It says the DM will have the creatures.
Fuck that spell. I mean, for real. I'm just 100% on Matt's side here. The spell is probably designed fine, honestly. Even with the pixie polymorph shit, even before Tasha's got them into a better place, the spell is probably fine. But holy fuck that spell. Oh man, so based. Monster is dropping wisdom.
Conjuration needs to die. No, Conjuration's great.
You
You're
don't
not
know
the
me.
DM.
You don't know what lists I have.
Oh my god. I don't
What's
know
about some Dryads?
Oh, Megaphone Man. That's not Megaphone Man. I thought that was Monster Manual. Nah. John is threw a dash S on there. I know he's joking around. He's fucking around. That's so funny.
And
Well, we'll go see what their challenge rating is.
that sounds cool.
That's the Devils.
I don't know what I did.
Level 2 challenge rating.
Twittering.
Oh, compendium,
a motorcycle gang in
bestiary,
Japan?
I know internet, we're not doing
challenge
the whole
rating.
Pixies
Level 2?
polymorph 8. That's so dumb.
Level 2?
Oh my god, dude. I don't think in the entire history of Critical Role, I have ever agreed so hard with Matt on a purely opinion-based thing. I just agree with everything he says of like, no, we're not doing the whole pixie polymorph thing. It's dumb. Which is exactly how I feel about it. It's how I feel about Coffee Lock. It's like, no, I'm not doing fucking Coffee Lock. It's stupid. Like, that's it. I know it works, but it's dumb as shit, and I'm not doing it.
Guys, fucking level 2, that's half.
Challenge rating of 2.
1, I'm gonna start calling,
Right, challenge rating of 1.
And Keg.
It's gonna be a Fae. Oh, well, it's a challenge rating of 1.
Centaur. Ettercap.
What are centaurs?
Centaurs are not fey, are they?
Apparently.
They are. they're
Green
like-
Dragon Wormling.
I'm getting
That's
bored.
good.
Oh.
I don't think centaurs are
Green
Okay, well
Dragon
then
Wormling.
let's do the 2 Dryads.
2 Dryads. You can do up to 2 challenge ratings.
Inside.
Yeah.
5 gold rings.
2 Dryads. Dryads. I don't know what it is.
Centaurs are monstrosities. All right.
What's Coffee Lock, or should I not ask? Coffee Lock is essentially a multi-class exploit. That's what I'll call it. It's a multi-class exploit with the Warlock and the Sorcerer, where you can essentially get infinite spell slots. And it's stupid. It's just stupid. You can look it up. It works, but it's dumb.
So,
It's a Dryad.
stay here.
Why did that not work? There we go.
2 Dryads. Where are they going?
Right in where the
Front center.
thank you. Yep, here. Ish.
See this
You're
map?
not there.
Right there?
Yep, a little out. And Scanlan and I are far back.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, now, suddenly, the Dryads pop into being in these 2 kind of, these humanoid green nature entities that look humanoid but are covered with leaves, and their skin has a texture of bark in places. Beautiful, wistful, both appear, summoned out of the ether, and land on the snow.
Correct.
The ground gives out from under them. They both go, "Ah!" and fall into a pit here.
Oh shit!
See, aren't you glad that wasn't me?
Yeah, good job. Good job. Should have gone with the will. A pit? They would have floated right above.
This whole section here has now crumpled below. The Dryads, however, have to make a save. One of them saves.
But that wasn't us. Yeah,
Who was that?
You guys, I'm like right there.
Wasn't
Okay.
me. That's all I care about.
All right.
Bro, that's just good old-fashioned fun. That it happened to be right over his pitfall trap. That's awesome, dude. That's so worth.
Douglas Adams beginning.
One Dryad just dies a horrible screaming death, and the other one he hears is breathing heavily from the inside right now.
Caleb is just standing at the edge of the forest going,
At which point, a bunch of the orcs
"Yeah, please somebody at
turn
least
around.
go over."
It's a
I
good
need
distraction.
both of you guys, let's see, because I'm making active perception. What was your stealth check, Sam?
15, but it doesn't matter. I'm walking forward.
Okay.
Good man.
I'm gonna cast the resilient sphere on myself,
Okay.
and I'm just going to roll into camp, hamster style.
Wait, can I go with you a little bit?
Don't.
Can I do a thing with him?
If he says don't.
Then probably don't.
Let him do his thing. It's Marble Madness, everybody.
Yeah.
I'm
So-
going to start singing to get their attention.
Disappoint the kid.
So all successful things, you avoid the pit, you roll around, as all the orcs kind of look over. Stupid! No! Initiative has now kicked in, everyone. I need you to roll initiative.
Holy shit.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, that's the roll.
Alright, so... it's gonna be...
Oh, hell yes.
Spent all that time figuring out what I was gonna do, and then fell in a trap.
You did great. You exposed the trap.
It's true.
It's true.
It's true, actually.
It would have been you in that hole.
It would have.
Yeah.
If I had just gone in, I would have fallen in the hole.
Alright, so...
All right, Wendy will draw some drives, falling on some spikes.
Initiative order, 25 to 20.
25.
Whoa.
21.
Alright, 25. So we have backs up. 24, Percy.
21.
21.
And 20.
Keyleth and Grog.
Holy
Oh, man.
moly.
Alright, 20 to 15.
16.
16. Vex. And then Pike, right after you.
11.
11.
Dude. I forgot that fucking Pike was here. As always. And yes, you are very correct, John. Faster speed for combat. Absolutely. I wonder what the extra weight is of Sam's mug with all the stickers on the bottom. It just gets progressively heavier and thicker. We start to see like a layer of padding on the bottom of his mug.
Tyriok is just hidden away. Like, as you guys approach cave, he's like, I'm gonna stay back here. So he's way out of the field now. And Scanlan, bring up the rear. Curry, as he would want to.
Sure.
Alright, so that brings us to the top of the combat round. All the orcs now have stood up, grabbed their weapons, and they see this giant hamster wheel of a gnome rolling into the camp. They all look really confused, but have their weapons ready to go. Vax, you're first.
Who?
The door's already summoned, John.
What are we doing? Are we waiting or are we going?
Just get some.
I'm going to sling a dagger. I'm going to click my boots of haste.
What are you using today?
I did. I'm just going to
Using
sling
the
a
basilisk
dagger.
fight,
Great,
yeah.
thank you. I'm going to sling a dagger at the orc right in front of those two bears.
Right there?
There, yeah.
Alright, go for it.
All right. So, advantage.
We're still trying to draw them out, right?
Yeah.
I got a 21.
21 hits.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to roll for damage. So this is assassin. It is not surprise.
Not surprised.
All right.
They've been made aware that there was a threat as Scanlan rolled.
Got it. All right.
But you do have advantage because he doesn't see you.
Two.
So it would sneak attack.
It's durable ball.
Here comes the sneak attack damage to... Oh, that was the worst sneak attack damage ever. 2, 4, 5, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 21, 23, 29.
29 points of piercing damage. The giant creature, as the dagger flips the air, doesn't even notice it. It's looking over at where Scanlan is grabbing the chains and breaking them from where the bears are currently bound.
Oh, shit.
As it hasn't broken them yet, it's going in for the pull. As the dagger the back of its neck, and it's kind of looking over in the direction where it came from.
I'd like to use my bonus action to hide.
Okay, go ahead and go for it. Roll for stealth.
30.
30. He glances up in your direction, looks up, looks in the other direction, reaches up and goes to pull the dagger out, but it's already gone.
That's so sneaky.
Must have been the wind.
Just angrily yells out into nothing, has no idea where you are.
And then I'm going to use my movement to sort of swoosh down into the snow a bit, up to here.
Okay.
Feathers sticking out a little bit.
Awesome. And Vax's turn. Percy, you're up.
Okay, I've got actually, amazingly, I've got a beat on that guy who's trying to let the bears out of their chains.
You do, actually, yes.
So I'm going to take bad news and I'm going to sit and take a nice calm breath, and I'm going to squeeze off a shot and knock him on his ass.
Okay.
So this is a trick shot leg kick hit.
Go for it.
Oh wait, before I do anything, I still can use hex because the last creature to have hex on them died, so I can, as a bonus action, cast hex again. Can't I?
Correct. How long does it last, though?
So a couple hours, I believe. Which might have been too long. If
It might, it's been about an hour or so since that last encounter as you're traveling to the forest. So with Hex, up to an hour, yeah.
Okay, okay, and then it's a full day's rest. It's a long rest.
For you, yeah, 'cause it's defeat as opposed to an actual class feature.
Let me do a thing. All right.
That's all right. That's all right. All right. So taking your
That's
aim,
fine. Taking that shot.
shoot or not?
No, not sharpshooter.
It's the feet. Interesting.
So that's 24 to hit.
24 hits. Heavy plate armor covered orc-like creature, bigger than a regular orc that you've seen before.
And that's he has a strength saving throw.
Yes, he does.
What is he?
That is going to be a 9 because he rolled really bad.
Yeah, no, he's prone.
So with that,
he also takes.
That's not hard.
Oh, that was awful. 15 points of piercing damage.
15 points of piercing damage. Alrighty, as you rockets off, the sound cracks through the air. All the orcs now kind of glance over your direction as the bullet streaks past them, tickling the bottom of the feet of the guy who's strung up and just slamming into the chest of the armored orc. Lands straight on his back on the ground right there.
Back and to the left.
Cool.
All right.
All right. I'm gonna move to my right, 6 paces. I'm gonna take another shot at the guy who's right ahead of us in front of the pit. Who's
Right there?
Yeah, right there.
Okay.
I'm going to take a sharpshooter shot.
Go for it. So reload and then the third attack for the shot. All right, go for it.
Whoa, that's nice. 18, 19, 20, 27.
That hits.
That's ridiculous. And that's
Then with sharpshooter?
yeah. I rolled an 18.
Alrighty.
And yeah. And so that's a better roll. Oh, it's a better roll.
That's pretty
That's
good
a pretty good roll.
roll. Good roll.
16, 17, 17, 27, 33 points of damage.
33 points of damage. You blow that orc's head clear off his shoulder. Miss the top of his form as he just slumps down into the fire in front of him. That's where the orc's gonna look over at you. We're not clearly visible.
Run. I breathe.
All right, that ends your turn. That brings us to Keyleth.
Okay, you mentioned that a few were coming over and kind of like looking over at the edge of the pit. Are there still a few more at the edge of the pit?
They weren't coming looking at the edge of the pit. They all looked over in the direction of where Scanlan was rolling in, around the side of the pit. They're all still in place watching this giant gnome.
Dude, I love this because that is so funny, Pharaoh, of like being like, hey, this fucking obvious exploit, clearly not intended thing might be upsetting to other players. Is so funny, dude. Because I mean, it's banned at most at like Adventures League tables. Like it's very so obviously not intended, and like I would argue not fun. Yeah. But if you are playing at a super strict, like, rules as written, crunchy challenge table, whatever, I guess go for it. But yeah, it is. I will say, I am Megaphone Man, and it is upsetting to me. The social reminder to not be an a-hole about it. Yeah, true. Yeah, they have to include a social reminder of like, hey, just because you can do it doesn't mean you should.
Roll in, but some of them look over at Percy, who's firing a very loud weapon in their
I
vicinity.
figured I would be part of the distraction.
Sure. So that guy, how far away is that guy from the pit?
It's about 15 feet.
Okay, here's my one deal.
All right.
I'm gonna go Earth Elemental, but I wanna like do it like a badass, you know? So like I see Scanlan.
Did you use your scorpion form? I'm taking a short rest. Yeah,
We haven't taken a short rest.
yeah. So you can't.
Then I don't do any of that. Instead, we're
Hey, Danny, at least it's not a Magic the Gathering infinite loop style glitch. Like, if you want to be resistant to all forms of damage, that's good. That's very, very good. But like, Totem Barbarian is just a fucking strong thing, you know? That's just like what it gets. That's that's your reward for going that class. So, fair, that's right. Yeah. It's, Coffee Lock's just something else, man. Coffee Lock, what's the other really famous one that I honestly don't think is as bad as Coffee Lock? Hexadin. Man, my poor Warlock just gets brought into all of these discussions. How dare they do this to my boy?
where's Scanlan?
Scanlan's right here.
I thought we'd taken a short rest, just not a long rest.
Between?
Yeah, well, because we stopped and we healed, there was a
You know what? You may have, yeah. So if you want to do that, I'll let you do it.
Did we?
Do your shit.
Sure?
I can't help each other.
All right, fine.
I'm not
We'll
going
say we have a short rest. You were reviving Tyrion.
Okay, so I walk and I sink into the ground
All right, we
as
got.
I'm walking off, and then I want to pop up next to this guy,
All right.
and I want to throw his ass in the pit. Yes! This is Vox Machina! Down.
All right. Go ahead and make an athletics check.
Territory. Strength check.
This would be. You know what? Strength. Yeah, I'll make a strength.
17.
17. Okay. The orc is, as you out of the snow and rock being thrown out of the area, looks over the shoulder at you with this confused look, goes to ring the edge of this giant claw that's holding to come towards you. As you just grab both shoulders, gives you this look of utter sheer fear as you lift them up and just lob them over the side into the pit.
Wilhelm
That dryad can help kill him now.
Yeah, he does not make a save.
No, is it gonna crush
He's
the
gonna get
giant?
crushed. He's gonna crush the giant.
8.6 damage. Yeah.
He died?
He don't know.
We also hear a little dryad voice.
Sandwich.
That little chuckle and grin from Matt on You Don't Know is so funny. Just the
8.6 damage. Yeah.
He died?
He don't know.
If you don't know.
We also hear a little dryad voice.
Just sandwich. The tribe is almost out of the pit, climbing her way out. All right, so Helios, any turn?
Yeah.
All right, Grog, you're up.
I'm gonna hold my turn until all of our party is gone.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'll just let you. Let's go to the back of the
Okay,
initiative order, sure. Alrighty.
I want everybody to move.
Vix.
I'm going to run forward. Well, actually, I'm gonna stay hidden. Okay, I'm gonna.
Those seem like opposite commands.
I know. Can I stealth forward?
I mean, no one seems to have noticed you at the moment.
Okay, good. Then I stealth forward towards the camp, towards the tent, away from not like staying
Like
away from people.
there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that as far as I can go in towards
6
the
staces, yeah, 'cause you don't have any additional movement
Okay.
from there.
Then I'm gonna stealthily.
You can keep moving if you use the rest of your action to move again. You can.
I'll be able to get to it on my next turn. To the tent.
Yeah.
Okay. Then I'll shoot one of the guys.
All right, which one you want to shoot?
That.
The orc one?
Right there?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's really hard to hold steady. And yeah, I'm gonna shoot.
Okay, go for it.
Yeah.
Both attacks?
Yeah.
Go for it.
18 on the first.
18 just barely hits.
And 30 on the second.
That hits. A little damage twice on that.
Okay. 18, and that's sneak attack.
Yes, in the first one, so roll the additional.
5 is 22.
22 points of damage to the first arrow. Nice. Second attack.
Second attack is 5 plus 7. Is 12. I can add 13, 14. Oh no, I don't get sneak attack on the second.
No, just the first one.
14 on the second attack.
14, nice. You pull 2 arrows out and release them both at once as you duck behind the tree. The guy who's pulled out this giant great axe and is now starting to lumber in the direction of Keyleth, this giant earth elemental that burst out of the ground. Both arrows sink.
I use my bonus action to hide.
Go ahead and roll stealth again. As both arrows sink into the back of the armor, piercing through and embedding themselves a few inches or more into the back of this creature. Looks over its shoulder towards you. What'd you roll?
36.
36. Glances back over.
In this combat, he shot someone earlier. He shot the person that was trying to rip open the bear's chains.
Doesn't seem to have any idea where the arrows came from, but is grimacing in the pain. End your turn. All right. Pike now is going to.
Oh, Pike!
As everyone's kind of scattered about. Let's see.
Go, Pike, go.
Pike is going to move forward. Let's see here. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna do a Pike would do.
Guiding bolt.
Guiding bolt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But she's really strong now with the guiding bolt.
WWPD.
All right, so Pike is going at one of the guys, one of the guys with the javelins that are throwing at the guys to prevent that from happening. So with the guiding bolt on that, range spell attack. Oh yeah, that'll hit. That's a 15 plus. Isn't that hits?
Come on, Trickfoot.
Alrighty, that's 46 radiant damage to that guy.
Tag, yo.
46.
4d6. 15 radiant damage.
You roll her really well.
15 points of radiant damage. The next attack against that guy has advantage. This is now a giant beacon. As the blast streaks forward from her extended hand, smashes into the front of this orc, drops the javelin in his hand, spins around, looking in the direction where she came from. You can now see there's this glow pulsing off of the front of his armor. That's going to go ahead and end her turn, bringing us down to their turn. So now this guy is going to try and get back up from here. He's going to bring down his great axe onto the chains, which are currently he was setting. I was going to try and break it, now he's going to smash it down. Breaks both of the chains, and both the bears are now free.
He's prone, though. Can he do that?
He got up. He can still only move 3 more squares there. That's going to finish his turn. This guy here is going to lurch forward in the front of you, Keyleth, and take 2 swings with his great axe towards you. That is a 17 to hit.
17 is my natural armor.
All right, so that hits, and then that is an 18. Does an 18 both hit you? You take 24 points of slashing damage as each smash of the great axe streaks across the front of the stony armor that you wear, breaking off chunks here and there. But there's plenty more where that came from as an earth elemental. That ends his turn. Let's see. This guy's gonna rush up. This guy's gonna rush up. This guy here is gonna climb out. He gets partway up, starts just cresting over the edge. He's not up because he was not prone as he fell, so he's just over the side. First, you see one.
I love these new camera angles, by the way. This is nice. I like being able to see because, I mean, it's still not perfect. It's still kind of hard to really track what's going on, but legitimately, the different camera angles help a lot. And them occasionally going full screen, like while he's moving or something, like where his facials and his expressions aren't as important. Yeah, I like that. Good improvement on production value.
Like orcish arm come up and start to pull itself out of the side of the pit. This guy here is going to move up, grabbing another javelin. The guy's going to pick up the javelin from the ground, move over this way, seeing that there's something else being taken care of, and they're both going to throw javelins at you. Let's see. That is.
I mean, hey, Danny, fucking. Guiding Bolt is a solid spell, and clerics are solid. I would, I wouldn't say OP. This is something that I've said a few times. That is sort of an interesting discussion, and we've had it when looking at magic item homebrew, especially, of like, is blank OP? And it's like, even we had a little bit of a discussion about it during the Battle Royale episode of like, Grog is built in a very specific way where if you don't make Grog make saving throws, he probably just wins. And I think that most things in D&D are like that. Most things in D&D are not universally good or useful. Most of them have some measure of counterplay, as long as they're put in generally the right area. So it's like, is Guiding Bolt appropriate for like level 1 to 2-ish? I think so. And that's the same thing with like custom magic items. Is it like about uncommon or about rare-ish? Just put it in where it feels like okay. And the great thing about D&D is that the GM can make sure that shit isn't OP. Like, if something is feeling too good, they can construct combats and enemies and adversaries and challenges that are harder to address with that, you know? So it's cool. I think that's one of the huge strengths of TTRPGs as a medium, is that they are a game that can be incredibly challenging, and DMs on the fly can make the challenge more challenging, you know? There's a difference between Guiding Bolt and... Dude, we can't even bring Coffee Lock up in serious discussions because it's just so off the booth that, like, we can't even... It can't even be compared to other shit, you know? It's just in its own realm, you know? But it is, I think that's one of the really cool things about D&D as a medium, is that when someone discovers something that they think is really cool, or that they think is really good, you can play with that a lot as a DM. You can allow them to feel really cool and powerful by designing combats that really, you know, benefit this thing that they like. Like, if your brother really thinks that Guiding Bolt is, like, good, and if that's a positive feeling for him, you can purposely construct combats that play into that sense even more and, you know, make him really enjoy that part. If that's a negative thing for him, if he doesn't like that Guiding Bolt feels so powerful, the GM can very easily construct combats where it feels less powerful. Like, there's that's one of the awesome things about the way that you can construct challenges within a TTRPG. It's really, really cool. Like, it's one of the reasons that I very much understand why even, like, more wargame type or more wargamey inclined players would be attracted to something like D&D, because even though there are, you know, less rules, less, like, wargaming shit, the freedom, if you have a GM that is similarly inclined, the freedom that D&D allows you, while still having a lot of combat, you know, mechanics and stuff, can lead to some really interesting challenges in a really awesome way. Just don't mind me just gushing about the hobby that half of my channel is based around. Don't mind me. There's a reason that I'm interested in TTRPGs or something. Who could have guessed? Oh my god. 5e clerics are not just another healer. No, they are not your daddy's healer, that's for sure. And Coffee Log is on a different plane of existence, exactly.
Is a 24 to hit.
Can I do a gloves of missile snaring?
Yes, you can. Go ahead and roll.
Is that first?
That was what they gave you?
That's the first,
Yeah,
isn't it?
so that's a so 24 to hit.
What was the gloves? How does
It's actually I can reduce damage. I can't change whether or not it hit.
exactly? So it is 8 points of piercing damage.
8 points of piercing damage. Okay, so I'm gonna try and catch it. And yeah, I reduced the damage to 0, and I actually can catch it in midair.
So as it chucks the javelin, you catch it and stop it in midair.
Stab it in the ground.
Stab it in the ground.
Wow.
As you're thinking how awesome that was, the other one rolled a natural 20.
Oh, look at that smile.
That's going to be, however, still roll pretty low on the damage. It's going to be 9 points of piercing damage.
Can I use it again or no?
What does it say on the glove?
You can use a reaction.
You only get one reaction per round, so no, you cannot.
What did they roll to hit though?
That one was 20. It was natural 20.
Natural 20, so it hits no matter what.
Yeah. So yeah, you take 9 points of piercing damage. The other javelin streaks past you. It cuts past the shoulder. Not nothing too bad, but you didn't quite take away from the moment that you just got to enjoy.
I took 8 points of damage?
9 points of piercing damage. All right, that ends that orc's turn. This one, the one that seems more decorated with the gem encrusted headband, runs out and starts shouting orders.
Do the two that run up to me
Is it a-
attack?
He's going to come forward and begin to attempt to attack your orb as well. All three strike at the orb, trying to cut through.
Can I act like they're hurting me?
If you want to.
Oh, ah, ooh,
Make a deception
oh.
check.
That hurts.
Yes.
Deception?
Deception, yes.
27.
Oh man. You know, deception works. I don't want to be out here pretending like deception is like an invalid choice for this. But this is one of those, I want to point it out every time I see it when performance is applicable. Because I just wish so badly that performance got used for more than just playing instruments. And so anytime I see somewhere where it's like, ooh, performance would have been a valid choice, it's like, oh, wait, but you could have used performance instead. And I think that this is like a prime example of where you could have used performance, but also deception works. Ugh. Also, I will just say, if you're a DM, speaking of Danny's comment of some monk shit going on here, if you are a DM and you have a player that wants to play a monk, I will give you the easiest advice, because there are so many things of people, rightly by the way, saying that monks. Part of the reason they feel weird is because it's hard to make combats around them. Very right. If you are a DM that has someone that wants to play a monk at your table, they're playing a monk, and you want to make them feel good, just put more ranged combatants. Put more ranged combatants. That's the general advice. That's it. Full stop. Just take your normal combat and just add like 2 archers in. And then just place them in places that make sense. Because the places that make sense for a ranged combatant to be are going to be far away, which go towards monks' increased movement speed. They can very easily utilize stunning strike on the way of, I stun this guy to run past him in order to get to the ranged combatants. Like, and then like on the way, I fucking deflect missiles and all this shit. Like, that is just the core of, if you want to make your monk player feel good, just put more ranged people into the combat. For the exact reason that Taliesin is displaying right here. This is the exact reason. That's why that's all you got to do. I mean, that's not all you have to do, but that's like a good baseline. Well, let's talk about coffee. Like, gave me a dumb idea. A warlock who got his powers from drinking too much coffee. Yeah, the coffee beans were cursed, and now he just goes too fast, too fancy. Oh my gosh. So sad Matt didn't pick performance as much, especially when Scanlan is so Scanlan. Feels like it should be what he rolls a quarter of the time. That's it. Again, I don't even think that Matt made a wrong choice, but it's just like anytime I see an opportunity for performance, I'm like, oh no. Wait, it's slipping through your fingers. No. Give your monk a gun. You're so right. And you know what that is? That's called playing a Sun Soul. If your desire is to give your monk a gun, there's a brand new subclass for him that I think you would love.
Okay, Sam, I'm gonna need 5 small pain reactions and 5 large pain reactions.
Okay, now, breath here.
As they're all striking at this sphere, sparks of arcane energy shooting off with each blade attack against the outside. They're all getting winded. You can see sweat dripping off their brow as they're not seemingly making an impact. However, with each pain cry you give out, you see their grins widen. They realize, no, this is working, and all 3 of them keep attacking at it. As the one war chief is like, and they keep just standing inside this in hopes of cutting through it.
Cats with a catnip toy.
Oh my god. Okay. Then those 2 jump there. That's good there. That's
Dude, actually, it couldn't be Scanlan. Could not even be him. Actually coming up just naturalistically with an answer to the tank fallacy. Why do you hit the guy that's in the resilient sphere? Because he's acting like it's hurting him. Like, that is that sort of behavior. I am really glad that Matt went with it. I obviously don't know what Matt set the DC to on the back end. But if you get that sort of behavior from your players, especially the first few times that they do something like that, I would set the DC pretty low. Even if maybe it's not resemblant of like what it probably should be, I think that rewarding that sort of behavior is good long-term for the health of your campaign and like your players thinking creatively and critically. Because like, Scanlan had a moment where he's like, why would they keep hitting me after it clearly doesn't work? And he said, oh, can I act like it hurts me so that they think they're really, they're going to get there? Like, that's a really good idea. That's a really good creative thing to do in the combat. So like as a DM, I would absolutely reward it as much as possible, especially early on, And I think that Matt has done that to a degree. Like, I don't think these players ask for it a lot, especially anymore. But especially early on in the campaign in the Underdark, I saw him reward that sort of creative thinking a lot. For all of Orion's faults.
Warning.
Oh.
Ad incoming. Take cover.
Take cover. I'll wrap it there. For all of Orion's faults, he was a very creative thinker in combat. And Matt really often rewarded that sort of behavior. And so I think that Matt doing this of just letting Scanlan's, acting bit here, modify the target priority of these orcs is awesome. And you can do it very naturalistically, as Dr. Hoovy's pointing out. Like, it absolutely could be against their int, and like orcs are probably going to have low int. But even at lower levels, or if they're just doing it for the first couple of times and maybe they're not quite as used to it, I might even scooch the DC down a little bit just to make them more likely to succeed and more likely to think about these sorts of things in the future. Going back to the takeaway from last episode, what do you tell your players without telling them? What do you train your players to do? I want to train my players to do fun, cool shit. And so I might make that fun, cool shit a little bit easier than the less fun, less cool shit. Okay, but we're in an ad. We'll talk a little bit when we come back. This is going to be a slightly longer break. I'm going to go make some food, so take more time, maybe like 10-ish minutes, so probably back at like 2:12-ish Central. And yeah, I'll see you guys in a sec. Listen to some music. Good. Was it just me, or was that like right in time with the music? Hello, hello, hello. How are we doing? How we going? You guys ready for everyone's favorite thing? Watching a streamer eat. I know that people famously love that. So I'm ready for it. Do you remember to high five in my direction while cooking? You know? Wait, let me think. I gotta think about what direction you would be in Hermione. This way. Bah! Oh no! I've doxed myself. Man, what? I did it now? What? Double high five. Double high five for my miss. Let's see. All right. Back to it. And now watch me eat.
Good there. I don't think we have one. Nope. So that is going to be the end of their turn. Now the bears are going to go. The two bears are going to go tromping forward 40 feet. 35, 40.
Remember the love in your heart.
This one's going to go ahead and run past. To there. So they can't attack anything. This is going to keep moving around. Here, uses movement to get behind there. And it starts biting at the back of the ball. This one will get over to the Earth Elemental. This is the biggest, most visible target. All right, that's going to go ahead and end their turn. Scanlan, you're up.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's my turn.
Well, we're at the top of the round.
No, it's the bottom of the round. I'm the last guy, and then you. Shit. Do I keep?
I think that there's a kernel of fun there, Pharaoh. I still wouldn't introduce the idea into my campaign, even in concept. I wouldn't even allude to it. But I do think that there's a kernel of fun there. I don't disagree with that.
Them here, or do I go to work? Get them out. Okay, I'm gonna very quickly drop the orb and dimension door into one of the tents.
Okay. The orb vanishes, and with a flick of your wrist and a goodbye wave, you just vanish entirely from sight. Which tent do you want to appear in?
I had wanted to go to not the one that Laura was saying. No, the other, that one. Was that the one you were on? That's the one I was gonna go to.
It's the one you were going to, because you can't see her.
That's what I was gonna go to.
All right, so you appear inside this tent.
Yes.
Looking on the inside, you can see there are two people that are currently within. Just a mark where the tent is.
Are they human, or are they dancer?
They are human, and they're pretty brutalized. One of them you see is this relatively well-dressed nobleman. His clothing filthy. Part of his face is swollen and bruised from looks like he's just been beaten within an inch of his life. The other one is a woman. You can see one arm appears to be broken, and she's just kind of cradling it in her hand. And they're both recoiling and holding to the back of the corners of the tent. And when you appear, they both gasp and begin naturally scramble away before they realize you're not an orb.
I say, come with me if you want to live. And do I have any movement? Can I try to unbind them?
Yeah, you don't have movement. You can start to move over to start unbinding if you want
Okay,
to.
that's what I'll do.
Okay, so you go to the rope bonds and start helping them try and release themselves. Okay, that's the end of Scanlan's turn. Rob, you're up.
Right, and everybody run forward, forming this delicious mosh pit right there in the middle. Can I go into a frenzied rage? And can I book ass towards all these bastards and see if I can get close to this little prick?
30, 35, 40.
50.
45.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
Say, go ahead and make make an acrobatics check to try and move between those two guys.
20.
20. Okay. You manage to, in a rage, you're rushing through, yelling. They're all confused by the moment of the suddenly disappearing hamster ball of a gnome. You look over their shoulder, and you dive into a shoulder roll like a bowling ball, slamming into two of them, and finding your feet on the other side, swing around, and the two that you push past, knock on the shoulder, didn't fall off their feet, but you managed to push your way through, land in place, spin around. You can take the rest of your turn if you want.
Can I turn and say, all right, amateurs, time to go pro? And I would like to, I would like to use reckless attack, and with my frenzied rage, take all 3 attacks at the crystal baron piece of shit. I can't hit him with my thing.
Right there, yeah, he's just out of range.
He's just out of range?
Just out of range,
Whoever's
yeah.
the closest except for the bear.
Okay, be either one of those two guys.
Yeah, he'll take it.
All right, go for it.
He'll take all of it. So I have advantage on these and then advantage on attacks.
I'd say go for each attack, just in case, like individually, just in case it manages to kill one, you can move on to the next.
So do all the attacks first?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or no, do the first attack.
Attack and damage. Attack and
Oh,
damage.
attack, okay. 5 plus 15 for the first one.
15 the first one hits.
Yay. 4. Oh god, 9. 18.
18 points of damage. All right.
And does it constitution?
Does fail its save. So you
Give me your shit. Okay, second one is 24.
24 points of damage?
24 to hit.
24 hits.
Yep. And then 1, that's 4, that's crap, 9. That's also 18 points of damage on the second one.
18. You go ahead and just the first hack cleaves into the side of his shoulder. The second one you bring across his midsection, and his whole inner just spill out onto the snow. Crumbles into the ground before you.
And when I kill someone, I get an additional attack.
As a bonus action, but you already used bonus action as a frenzy rage.
Right, thank you.
Yeah,
So
you can do
this
that outside of a frenzied rage if you do kill something.
So this is the last one, and there's a bear there, right?
He also did fail his save on that, so you got another bonus this turn.
Upgrades all around, bitches. Last one. That's 1.
What you shoot that now?
24. It's a +3 on top of everything else.
Plus 3 on top of that?
Yeah.
Nice. All right, what was the attack?
No, it's a +1 because you took a short rest, right?
We did?
We take a short rest, yeah.
And it wipes it. Right, or long rest wipes it.
I believe for Craven Edge.
Strength loss gained from the feature lasts until your next short rest.
Yeah.
So just
I
plus.
mean, you can say you don't have to take a short rest if you don't want to. It's up to you.
No, I didn't want to. I know it. I was fine. I was literally untouched.
Yeah, so if you wanted to keep it, you would have been able to just like walk around aggressively and maintain it. That's fine.
Aggressively.
Okay.
12, 17, now 10, so 27 on the third one. And can
27
I
hits.
Use it. That's the damage.
That's the damage. All right.
And can I use it against the bear?
Ooh. I'm not
Or just the person? Is he the only other one in range?
Well, if you're rolling to hit, right? Because whoever you're attacking, the AC differs. So what was your attack roll on that one?
It was a 24.
Yeah, no, that hits. The bear. So go for it. Damage from the bear.
That was the damage. Was 20.
27 points against the bear. Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right. So you, after completely gutting the first guy, you turn around and slam the axe into the hide of the bear. Up close, you can see the bear. Unlike Trinket, edges of its shoulders and parts of its spine, you can see bone protruding out in points and juts. It's different, a little more dangerous than a regular bear that you've encountered at the get-go. However, your axe does, or your blade does sink a good 4 to 5 inches into its hide, cleaving a giant wound in its side, and it howls. And seems very pissed off. But so are you.
Does he have to make a constitution?
He did make a save at 15. Son of a bitch. Is that your turn?
It is.
It's your turn. All right, back up to the top. Vax, you're up.
All right, I'm still hidden, so I'm going to move along the side of the tent behind those barrels.
Okay.
And I want to throw 2 daggers at the magic-using orc.
Magic using orc.
Didn't you say one of them was with a circle?
that one?
That
Yeah,
one.
right there.
Yeah, and I'm going to use my sharpshooter ability to do -5 to the attack roll
Damage?
plus the
Go for
damage.
it.
First one is I'm going to use luck. First, it's the same exact roll. First one.
Rolling a box.
Okay, it's wormwood. I need wormwood. That's roll. 17 on the first.
17 hits.
17 hits. And then the second one is 15.
15 misses, unfortunately.
Misses. Right, but the sneak attack damage travels on the first dagger.
Yes, it does.
Yes, it does. So here
That's
it
you.
comes. Where's my? Okay, 3, 2, haha, 9, 15, 21, 27, 28, 29, 33.
33 points.
33 plus 6, 39.
39, that's with the plus 10.
That's with the.
Sharpshooter?
Oh no, it's not. That was with the bonus from my.
So 49.
49.
49 points of damage. As you dart up on the side of the tent, getting behind the barrels, it sinks right into the back of between the shoulder blades of the chief orc of this group. You see his whole body tenses up from the severe amount of pain. He kind of just tries to reach at it from the back and spins around, looking straight at you.
Hey, go fuck yourself.
All right.
Down.
Okay. Ending your turn there. Percy, you're up.
Okay, I'm gonna grab the javelin really quick. I'm gonna walk over to the guy who's just trying to crawl out of the pit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna look him in the eye. Javelin goes right in the face.
Roll for an attack. Javelin, I do not.
I'm using it as a stabbing weapon. I'm not letting go until he drops. I'm just.
Right, no, I understand. I do not believe that a javelin is finesse, so it's maybe a strength-based attack. Let me double check.
That's
Javelin.
fine. It wasn't about the strength.
So it's your strength bonus plus 5.
Strength bonus plus 5.
Advantage because he's taking over pet.
Is your strength modifier?
1
Just plus 6 this roll.
plus 6.
Technically, you get advantage on the attack because he is like they're technically prone as he's getting up out of the
6, 7, 11.
11. You do your first attack, he ducks out of the way, pulling down into the pit, misses his head, and he gets up again, and is attempting to reach out towards your ankle.
Throw it away. I just pull out the gun, shoot.
What a Raiders moment.
Totally empty.
First shot to the face. That's still there, but
Dude, that's a moment that is perfect for the television show. Of like Percy like going up trying to be all badass, stabbing him with the javelin and then missing and then just going bah. That is perfect for the show when they get here.
17 points.
It is.
Okay. That's 15 points of piercing damage.
As soon as he reaches up for your ankle, you pull the pistol out, he looks up at you. The front of his head just detonates, and he slumps backward, falling into the pit silently.
Silently. Oh no.
I'm gonna look up to see if anybody has noticed that this has happened.
The 2 guys that were throwing javelins at you have watched this happen. They seem unaffected. They're just really pissed off at you. Orcs aren't. They're used to seeing their friends die. Yep. They just keep coming at you. So these two are just like.
All right, I'm just gonna pick one of them and just take another shot. One on the left. I'm going to take a. Yeah, let's do a sharpshooter shot.
Our left.
Yeah, let's do that.
Yeah,
Okay, go for it.
Stage right.
Yeah, that'll hit us. 16, 17, 26.
26 hits.
That's 17 points of damage.
17 points of damage. Got it. This one is a gut shot, hits him in the side of the stomach. You can see a part of the back of the armor kind of blow out, and grabs it for a second, just keeps looking towards you, seemingly unfully phased by the impact of the blow. Can you see where you are?
Yeah.
Okay. So use that pit to your advantage. Good. Ending Percy's turn. Keyleth, you're up.
Okay, I'm gonna
Next round
take the 2 dudes who are in front of me. You can tell me if I can do this twice or not. I'm gonna do my multi-slam attack, my multi-attack slam. I'm gonna go in as dictated in common as I can as an Earth Elemental. Knock, and I want to take their heads and go poof.
Okay, so you'll move 1, 2 to get into combat range with 2 of them. Go ahead and make a slam attack against each of them.
Against each of them.
Yes.
Okay.
How's
Oh, natural 19 on the first one,
All right.
and a natural 18 on the second.
I'm gonna say this both hit. Go ahead and roll stand damage.
2d8 plus first attack, I had 7 plus 13 plus 18 points. Second, not as good. 10 points.
10 points. So you take the larger orc who's coming at you with full plate armor and this great axe that it's bearing towards it, hacked at you twice last round, and the one that just got shot in its gut by Percy. You kind of just stumble in the front, and they both look up at you for a second, snarl before you go, knock. Whack! Crack their heads together. The one that Percy shot pulls back, his nose is smashed, and there's just a smear of blood in front of its face. It's still standing, but it stumbles back a bit. The other orc, however, as you pull back in your hand, you look down, most of its face is completely caved in. You hear a slight gurgle and a little blub of blood come out of what used to be its mouth before its body just goes limp in your grasp.
Can I just take his body and just Shut it in the hole.
Sure, you take it, just throw it over your head. It arcs, whee, right for you, Percy, down in the pit. You hear as the final remnants of the dryad are crushed by the fire.
You start
Area of the
to
mine shaft.
Alrighty. That finishes your turn, Keyleth.
Yeah.
Next round.
Oh, me? I thought Travis was after.
I'm at the bottom of the round.
Oh,
Yeah,
every
you
time?
change his initiative.
Oh, okay. Okay, I want to shoot Trinket out into a cannonball. From.
Okay, this will be your action to do this.
Okay, I'm gonna move up to where I'm lined up with all of that row. So this
there?
whole shebang right
Over here?
Yeah,
Okay.
all of these guys.
Yeah, please me too.
And you
yeah.
too, because you practiced
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
Take out the thing and say, Trinket, cannonball! Shoot him out and try to roll into all those guys.
Okay, so using your action and Trinket's bonus action as part of the attack here,
Right.
Trinket all of a sudden leaps out of the net, goes slamming into the larger bear in front. For 30 feet, that's 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. What's Trinket's movement?
His move is 40.
40.
Yeah.
You have 40 landing right there. Go ahead and roll an attack against roll 3 attacks.
3 attacks.
Good boy.
Oh, God, really? He gets advantage because he's awesome.
No.
No. You rolled pretty freaking bad. 12?
12 hits the bear. It's a
Yes.
big bear.
Yeah.
What's the second attack?
15?
15 just hits the orc.
Oh,
And the third one?
1.
Myth.
Yes.
All right, so go ahead and roll the.
You haven't rewatched season 1 since it was live. I'm glad I caught you live. I mean, hey, I'm very glad that you're here. I am somewhat sorry that you caught during a very combat heavy section, because I often have much less to say about the combats, at least for the amount of time that they go. You know what I'm saying? Like, I had some stuff to say about it at the beginning, but then it's just like, now the combat just kind of has to play out. But welcome. Thank you for the bon appetit. And yeah, good to have you. And hopefully you stick around to when we have maybe more to talk about. But like I said, welcome.
Cannonball damage on those two.
What is that? What is that?
It should be on Trinket's sheet. It's one of the attacks.
Cannonball! Exclamation point.
I
Cannonball.
don't have it written down. I have it in my.
Yeah, go for that.
Yeah. You know what? You sent it to me forever ago. It's in my email somewhere, man.
That's okay. I have
Just
it here in my
pause for 5
PDF. It's fine.
Okay.
It's part of your Beastmaster
Can you
rebuild.
tell me what magical beast I can conjure while you're at it? Because
I will fight you. All right, yeah, so 2d6 plus 8 bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
However, the one that missed is going to an opportunity attack. Against Trinket.
Oh, snap.
I got 2d6 plus 8. 12 on the first.
Okay, 12 on the first. This bear slams into the larger bear, kind of like rolling over the top, and then comes down onto the other target, the orc, smashing into him. The orc almost gets knocked off his feet, and then the third one sidesteps and swings at Trinket. So go ahead and roll damage for the second orc.
That's
Nice.
better. 9 plus 8 is 17 on the second.
17. Trinket crushes the other orc. It already been softened up from the blow from Keyleth's
Yes!
elemental.
Good job,
As
Trinket!
Trinket rolls past, you can see this crushed form of the orc on the ground in the snow. In place. Most of the bones broken and turned to dust. The third one, however, sidesteps and is going to go ahead and take a swing at Trinket. That is going to be a 19 to hit.
20.
20. Fling right across the top of Trinket's armor. No effect.
Really dizzy
Can't even
though.
hit us
Dead. That's going to be your turn now.
Okay.
All right, that brings us to Pike. Pike,
Can I use my bonus though? Do I have a bonus action on top of that?
sure.
Hi.
You did not start your round hidden, unfortunately. Wait, did you? Yeah, you did. You totally did. Yes, so you can hide. Roll stealth. So you have to move back over here.
Natural 20.
So you move back behind the tree so you can find a place to hide.
Okay.
And then you go ahead, just vanish. Cartoon style, like run behind the tree and just run on the other side.
She paddle the canoe down.
That is an interesting sort of feature, because what I'm understanding, this is not, at least I don't think generally, how the rogue hide ability works. Of you have to be hidden at the start of the round and then you can become re-hidden. I don't think that's how cunning action hide works. I don't think that's how the general hide I think that's how the general hide mechanic works. So this is like a bespoke mechanic. And it's definitely interesting. It's this sort of big buff that basically every round you have the chance to lose. Maybe it's a Pathfinder thing. Could be a Pathfinder thing at this point. Although I think she gained it when she trained with she gained it, I think, halfway through the Vox Machina campaign. After they had already transitioned over to D&D after training with Seek or Assume, I think. But as a homebrew mechanic, it's definitely interesting. It almost evokes the same feeling as almost Assassin Rogue. Of like, Assassin Rogue is very good, at the start of combat, before everyone's taking their initiative order, or their turn in initiative. And then they get, progressively, or not progressively, but much less useful after the first turn. They're still good, but, most of their power is concentrated in the first turn. And this is almost borderline that, where this feature gives them power as long as they maintain this hiding. But then the moment that they lose it, it would be difficult, or they would have to give up something to get it back. Yeah, I don't know. It's very interesting. I don't know exactly how I feel about it, but it's definitely an interesting thing. But it's Matt asking if she was hidden before. Yeah. There's something homebrew going on from like a D&D 5e perspective. There's something homebrew going on, but I don't think it's from Pathfinder. I think it's just Matt's own homebrewed feature. It's definitely interesting. Don't think it's consistent rules of Matt. Maybe a slip up, possible. But Matt made a homebrew thing for Vex after training with Assume. I feel like the title of ability is something different than normal rogue features. I believe that's what this is about. I don't actually think this is a slip up. I think this is part of the homebrew feature that Matt made. I don't know. I wonder if that assassin thing says something about Seek or Assume. I think it is. But it's very... Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, it's an interesting feature where like it's almost reminiscent of a concentration style feature where it's like you have to like re-up it at the end of every turn or you risk losing it. It's weird. It's weird. I would have to think about it a lot more to decide if I like it or not, but it's very odd.
Pike's going to go ahead and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. With the view there is going to go ahead and see.
My golden child. I want the pie.
But this does remind me once again that while I am loving campaign 1 and I'm very, very happy, I am uniquely excited for campaign 2 in that, number 1, they will have been playing 5e for a while, but mostly number 2, we'll get to see everything from the beginning. We'll never have to like wonder like, oh, is this a thing that they had from the pre-stream? Is this a thing that, existed from the Pathfinder days? Like, yeah, they might still get rules confused or they might still have slip-ups. Absolutely. But we'll never have to wonder like, oh, is this just like the way that her class worked in Pathfinder? And it's just like some weird holdover. I am excited for that as part of campaign 2, You'll get to see if your predictions came true. Also true. Can't wait for you to watch C2 in 2035. Yeah. Yeah. At the current pace, I don't actually know exactly how many episodes are in campaign 1. I figured it out I looked at it at some point, but then I forgot and I don't have a necessarily like a desire to look it up again. But I would probably predict that we're going to finish campaign 1 sometime in 25. I don't think we'll get there in 24. I don't think that is probably going to happen. It's a ways off, and I'm excited for your thoughts on C2. Yeah, it's going to be fun. I want to, within the next few years, I would really like to, get fully caught up. By 2035, I would like to be all the way caught up. I think I could make that promise. Maybe. I don't know.
Pike's going to go ahead and continue to run over here because she sees that the guy who's hanging up there who has 3 javelins stuck in him now is like passed out and bleeding. She's making her way around to try and heal him.
Such an Ashley thing to do.
All right, their turn now.
Oh boy.
This guy here is going to go ahead and converge. Oh no, lock in the trinkets. I can take the attack opportunity from him. This guy's going to move here, and the orc's just going to kind of move around to...
Look how teeny trinket is compared to the other bear.
Bears, I know. This bear's going to go ahead and move in on you, Marisha. Big old kind of dire bear-looking creature going to down on you. All right, so the war chief begins to scream out, pointing at you, Grog. You see the other orc on the other side goes, and seems to be energized by the rousing cry that it's given. So, advantage on attack rolls for all within earshot. So all
Come
those...
on, give us a tickle.
You can do that?
Well, this guy's actually going to move.
I feel
Maybe it's a
Paladin-
spell or something, yeah.
Paladin's gonna be like that.
Dude, that is something that Matt is legitimately so good at that I have not gotten anywhere even close to. Where Matt is just so good at improving different languages. Like, I think I'm good at improving a lot of aspects of character work and like NPCs, but I could not even approach the proficiency that Matt improvs different languages with. He's so good at it. And like it's something like I'm not jealous of many things about Matt, but I'm jealous of that because I love using other languages as like plot points and puzzle elements within my games. Like different languages are like a big part of my world building. And man, I wish that I could improv those other languages where they sounded right, in the way that he does. It is so impressive. I am very jealous of that. 2035, you'll react to the TV show inspired by the musical based on the memoirs. Yeah. I'm a world builder, so I need to conlang. I built a whole Jotun language for my unseen character. Dude, conlangs are fucking hard. And a lot of them already exist. Like if you think that you're starting to construct a unique conlang, you're probably not. That's the really fun part about it. The deeper into the fucking can of worms you get. Multilingual DM guys. I'm bilingual, but I play with people who understand the languages. Ooh, that is like another level of what would be super fun is if you played at a table that were all bilingual, and then you could use like if people spoke like a common language that like was not common. If they all spoke Elvish, you could then use your secondary language for Elvish. That'd be super fun. But yeah, I don't know. Languages are one of those things where like I fully understand when people don't utilize them as like plot points. I think that sometimes they can be hard or awkward to work in to your world building or to your puzzles. Like I fully get it. But I do also think that they can add so much interesting depth to your worlds in a way that is difficult to capture with other things. Like I'm reading through Words of Radiance right now in Stormlight Archives, and the way that Words of Radiance even uses different languages, and not only different languages, but like different scripts for the same language is fascinating. Like it is giving me so many ideas for things I could do with D&D. Yeah, I don't know. I really, really do love it. We use both English for in-game and Norwegian for above the table. Oh, interesting. That's cool. Wait, where? How do I? There we go. Oh my gosh. She's been using Skirmisher stealth, an ability she learned from Seeker Assume. If you're hidden at the beginning of your turn, you may use a bonus action to hide at the end of. Interesting. Conlang is really hard. Though the Jotun was easy because there's some canon info from the Forgotten Realms. The rest was mashing together Finnish, Swedish, Danish, and German. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. If there's already some canon info to base it on, and you're not trying to do anything too crazy, I think a lot of conlangs really try to like go like really wacky with it. And if you're trying to just make something that is cohesive and makes sense, I think that you are much more likely to be able to accomplish that goal. Yeah. Knows Infernal. I make him speak Infernal every time I speak in French. Hell yeah. That's dope. That's really, really dope. I love that. Oh my gosh. Via critical role stats. Makes sense. It's delightful to see what fictional language is going to be turned into German each campaign. There's always a different one that gets chosen each campaign. That's really funny. Yeah. I don't know. Yeah. Oh man. I really, really wish. I really wish I could do the voice. Even if even if my table isn't using literal other languages, because there are so many languages in D&D that you won't be able to be, totally cohesive. But if I could just do the voices as well as Matt, like I don't envy or get jealous of like Matt's voice acting skills, because that is just like that is an ability that he is trained to such high proficiency. It's just watching someone who's really good at their craft. But his ability to make languages that he is making up on the spot sound right is just wildly impressive to me. Yeah, man. I don't know.
Yeah, it's a very talented there.
Man, that's a good thing to have.
All right.
Is my chat on Twitch broken, or are the other people in chat somewhere else? They are on YouTube. Oh, what's up? Hello. Oh, okay. Goodbye. Yeah, the other people in chat are on YouTube. If you want to see both of them in your Twitch feed, you can download a extension called Truffle. Otherwise, they will be here on screen. Yeah, and that's it. But yeah, otherwise, I don't even have Truffle open. I have another chat aggregator on my end, which is this one. But yeah, we are multi-platform over here, baby. Anyways.
So, since I moved up last round, who's hiding behind a tree there? So the other larger orc, the one that was hitting the bears, which is up alongside with you as well, Keela. All right, so the war chief is going to make one attack as a bonus action. It can do that against you, Grog, with advantage. That's going to be a 22 to hit.
That'll hit.
All right, you take 16 points of slashing damage, reduced to 8 because you're raging. So you take 8 points of slashing damage as the war chief comes down with its great axe. It sinks a few inches into your shoulder and it carves it down, almost matching the scar you have across your chest, and just grinning at you the whole time. As you grin back at it, his friend is going to come up with its great axe and is going to come down with this with advantage as well. That's going to be a 17 to hit.
Misses.
It misses. As it comes up overhead, try and swing down to go towards the top of the nape of your neck in the area. You notice at the corner of your eye, bring up your sword and deflect it down into the snow behind you, looking over your shoulder at it. The bear is now going to come up alongside and is going to make a bite and a claw attack against you.
Yeah.
That is going to be a 19 to hit.
That is 19, no armor class.
And that's going to be a 21 to hit.
Yep, both hit.
So you take 9 points of piercing damage. Sorry, as it bites you, reduced to 4.
Five.
We'll say 4.
Okay.
Turn around down consistently going forward. So you take 4 points of piercing damage from that, and you take 12 reduced to 6 slashing damage.
Okay.
So total of 11 points of damage.
Okay, 11.
Or 10. You're right. 10
Okay.
from the bear. Bear attacking you. Actually, no. First, we're attacking Trinket now.
No.
With advantage.
No.
Oh man, that's a 16 even with advantage. Just slamming a great axe over Trinket's armor. Trinket kind of.
Trinket's yawning.
Bear against you, Keyleth. That's going to be a natural 20 with the bite.
Ouch.
And
Ouch.
natural 20 with the claws. 2 natural 20s in a row. That bear wanted a piece of you.
Wow.
Keelan was like, oh, cute.
18 and 24. We're looking at 42 points of damage on you in your elemental form.
Okay, so
From the bear.
damn.
Bear just bites into you and takes a mouthful of stone and just tears a chunk out of the front of your sternum area, and then with its claw swipes across your face, breaking part of your elemental jaw, exposing a little bit of kind of soft earth beneath.
Softer.
That was your good jaw.
The other large orc that has the larger one with this axe can take 2 attacks with 3 attacks against you. That is a 21 to hit and an 18 to hit.
Wait, I'm gonna attack by someone else too?
Yeah, the other large orc.
Yeah,
that
both of those hit.
All right, you take 24 points of slashing damage as both of the great axe blows come out from the other side. You're just getting
24?
chiseled down now. Yes. That's going to
Jeez Louise.
end their turn. Brings us to Scanlan.
Have I freed them from their shackles?
We'll say as your action this turn, you will have been able to get them both out of their rope binds, including the one that has the broken arm.
Okay. The construction of the tent, can I lift up the back and shuttle them out that way, or do I have to cut through it or anything?
It's not back flap is currently like hit into the ground with just a stake. It shouldn't be too hard to lift up if you want to try.
I'll waste too much time in there. You know what? I'll just walk them out the front door, point them towards the mansion,
Okay.
and say,
So, 2, 3.
"Fun, do not walk to my beautiful, beautiful house."
Which way you want to go?
To the right, stage right when I get out.
Walk to my back
To
door.
your right.
Right. Yes. There. Okay.
Just enough to get them around the tent.
Yeah,
and
and
on the way.
they come out, seeing all the action happening, looking really nervous. Give you a nod, and the woman says, "Thank you." And they both turn, and if you point out the shimmering light, they kind of and bolt off, spinning the entirety of their round.
And I just yell to them, "Wipe your feet before you go in."
Enter the gnome hole.
Okay, they haven't quite reached the door, but they're on their way out.
That's pretty much all I can move, you think, or?
This is also a really good example of what we were talking about during the Battle Royale episode with having combats with alternative objectives. So theoretically, the primary objective here is to save the people, but for most D&D combats, let's be real, the way to actually end the combat is to kill all of the all of the adversaries. And certainly having alternative win conditions like talking down the enemies is very good. But I also think that I don't even want to say a level above that, but another tool that you can use to make D&D combat more interesting is to throw in these sorts of alternative objectives. So having Scanlan, yes, be concerned with killing the orcs, but also be concerned with saving these other people. Is super, super engaging, especially for a party this large. Like, I think that it works in both senses of when you have a small party, there are less of them. They have to make more strategic decisions about who's going to go after the alternative objective, who's going to distract the people in the front, etc., etc. But the feeling of it kind of changes as you get more and more people, and it becomes less of, a strategic decision-making process, and more of, this allows more of us to do more interesting things. Like, a couple of people can worry about killing them and have kind of their own self-contained little combat, while the other people worry about the alternative objective so that they can get the true overall win. Because this wouldn't really feel like a win if they didn't do the alternative objective. Which I think overall leads to more of the characters having more fun more of the time. Or not characters, players. So I think that this is a very small example. But, the alternative objective can be a ton of different things. It can be information that the enemies don't want you to get. It can be a magic item that they would rather die than let you have, and maybe they'll try to chuck it into a ravine or something rather than let you get it. There are all sorts of alternative objectives that you can just add in to make the combat a little bit more interesting, or when there's a perfect word in one language that the other language doesn't have a good translation for, like it loses all the vibes. That's one of the things that I find so interesting about trying to, or not about trying, but about learning other languages, is having this wider variety of thought processes, like you talking about having a perfect word in another language for something that the other language doesn't have is such an I think it's a more I don't know. It interests me so much. I think it's a more whole or wider way to view the world, like I've used it before, but dopodomani in Italian, meaning the day after tomorrow, is a very small and easy example. I know German has a lot of words that have come over into the English speaking world because people like it, like Schadenfreude. I might have totally butchered the pronunciation there. But I think that learning those other languages kind of puts you more in the mindset of their speakers and how they think, which is really cool. English is so much more expressive in my case. You did great. Yay. Yeah, I don't know. It's very cool. It's very interesting. I've been thinking a lot about it. I've been maybe wanting to do some language learning streams, but because I want to relearn sign language. But I haven't found a way that I was satisfied with to make them interesting. I kind of sandboxed fishbowled a few ideas for it, and I don't know. I couldn't find a way where I was I think this is entertaining. Honestly. Which kind of sucks, but I'm still fiddling around with it. Puts Meg on the pronunciation cancellation list. Ooh, you'll have to put me on that list for English. I don't pronounce my native language right in a lot of cases. It really illustrates internally how much our languages are just an expression of how we interpret life. Absolutely. You almost got it. Fuck yeah. Is the last E in Schadenfreude isn't silent? Schadenfreude? Interesting. I'm way funnier and wittier in French than English. I feel my friends I play with D&D. I feel my friends I play D&D with don't know that. That's so interesting. That is so interesting to be like, I am more able to express myself in a certain language. Man, it seems like there is something really profound there, and I don't know what it is. But it seems like there is something really, really interesting and profound somewhere at the bottom of that. Man. Yeah, I don't know. I get excited about it, but yeah, I don't know. Learning it is not something I've known how to make interesting, but I might think about it more. You got it. Good job. Yay! Thank you.
From there, yeah, tiny gnome feet.
Okay, do I have a bonus action?
You do.
All right, I will. I can only really see Keyleth around, right? Everyone else is hiding or trinket.
Yeah, you don't see. Well, you see Pike is running behind. Pike is not making any tink, tink, tink. Behind you, you can see Grog kind of in a
I'm hidden
frenzy.
by Keyleth.
Yeah, you can't.
I
see
will
frenzy.
inspire Keyleth with as my bonus action. I will sing to her. Her blood runs cold. Her memory has just been sold. My druid is a centerfold.
Druid is.
I don't know.
Have you ever seen an Earth Elemental go? But you take your D10 inspiration die because it was kind of catchy tune. Seems familiar. All right, that's the end of your turn, Scanlan.
That's it.
Grog, you're up.
All this love for me. I'm flattered. And I would like to use all 3 of my frenzied rage attacks against the bear.
Go for it. First attack.
First one, reckless. All 3 reckless.
Reckless, yeah.
The first 2 normal. Maybe the third great weapon master. We'll see. 21.
21 hits.
Yes.
Full damage.
Awesome. 6, 11, 20. That's 20.
20. With that, you take the axe and you swing it in a wide arc across the front of the bear's body. As you hit the edge of the bone, it splinters at the impact, and its shoulder joint is knocked out. The sword continues and just cuts right halfway into its throat, and actually manages to cut through a very main artery, and the bear just begins to bleed out the spot on the ground.
Is that an automatic failed constitution, sir?
With Constitution of the bear, no, it makes it. It's a 14.
He's dead, right?
It is dead. Yeah, the bear is no longer of the realm of living.
So I killed somebody, so I get an extra attack, right?
You still have an extra. It's your bonus action.
it's a bonus.
Yeah, so it's only helpful when you're not frenzying.
Beautiful.
When you're frenzying, you get it every turn.
Yeah, I get it all the time.
Yeah.
So can I turn to my right?
Yep.
To the next bloke?
Regular one or the war chief?
Yeah, the war chief. Let's do the war chief.
All right, regular attack or great master?
Regular, because I've just got 2 left, so
Go
let's see
for
how the regular does. 22.
22 hits. Good roll damage.
4, 9, 18.
18. Makes his constitution save.
Okay.
So already still wounded and bleeding from the dagger that Vax left him earlier, you managed to take a blade down, sweeping across the front of its armor, cutting and actually destroying and causing this like jagged edge to the front of its armor breastplate. Make your next
The
attack.
third one, let's do great weapon master.
Okay, go for it.
Come on.
With advantage.
Slide pieces. Natural 20.
Orc down. Orc down.
Okay, so roll damage.
7, 22, 32.
So you multiply that by 2. Right, well, before the modifier.
Before the modifier was
2d6, which you rolled what?
was I rolled a 12. Or no, it was 7 plus 5, and then my
Right,
rage
so
modifier.
it's 7
Dice get doubled.
times 2, so 14 plus your modifier and your rage.
Wow, it's just 10 now.
Okay.
And great weapon master is 10.
Right, so that's 20. So plus 20 is what you're looking at on top of that. So 14 plus 20, 34, and then roll 4d6 on top of that for brutal critical.
9, 10. No.
No.
12. 12.
47.
How do you want to do that? Jesus.
I would like to stick the hilt of Craven Edge into the snow and reach forward and grab his shoulders and pull him onto the point of the sword.
So you throw the blade down, handle first, kind of aiming a little, it kind of falls a little bit forward. You reach forward and grab the war chief and pull him down onto the blade. He looks up at you, staring into your face the entire, as you pull over each jagged inch of the blade.
How are you on spoilers? Oh man. Wait just a minute. Okay, I actually want to test this because earlier when I tried to test my own commands, they didn't work. And they still don't work. Why don't they work? I'm almost positive you guys can use the commands, but for some reason I cannot. Wait, what if I type it in from here? It's on the screen. No worries. Okay, so I can type it in from the other chat client. That's so interesting. Okay. Yeah, but anyways, that article has details about it, some guides. We also do have a Discord that has a spoilers chat. So if you want to talk spoilers with fellow critters about what's going on, I have been told, I've never looked in it because it's a spoilers chat, but I have been told that it is very, very active during the streams. So if you want to talk spoilers, there's a very large community for it. My heart almost stopped by saying, hey, I'm very happy that people ask, I'm super, super happy that people ask. Better than just whipping it out, Anyways. But yeah. So yeah, generally no spoilers. I want to find out things as the critter community would have found out live. But there is a big old chat for it. Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, let's see the light lead those eyes.
And just the life expires as it falls forward on the blade. Go ahead and make a Constitution save. That is a 18. Makes it.
That's it. That's my turn.
Batiste is done. That worksheet is done. Well done. That brings us to Vex.
All right, I'm just going to curve around to the front of the tent I'm at and start aiming at the larger orc who's whacking on Keyleth there.
Glancing at the time, by the way, you do see there are a few people in there that are still bound and kind of shaking and kind of trying to look out and see what's happening.
I see them, I note them, and I'm throwing 2 daggers at the person attacking Keyleth, the thing.
All right.
First one is, I'm using, I'm going to use luck. That's a point straight in the air. All right, okay, the first one probably misses. 16, and I was using the -5, so the first one probably misses 11.
Yes, that guy right there?
Yeah.
Yeah, that misses.
All right,
First
second
it misses,
one.
it hits him, but it hits the armor plates of his full plates too, or the plate armor it's wearing. It's too strong. The blade can't pierce
The
it.
second one is a 26.
That does it.
Which hits, and since he's up against Keyleth, I get sneak attack damage.
Correct.
So here comes the damage 3 plus 8, 10, 11, 13, 14, 16, 19 plus 25.
25. With that, this blade manages to. Well, the first one hits the armor and streaks off and vanishes into the snow. The guy turns around, looks over, and looks at you directly, grins, kind of shrugging off the earth elemental to his side, grabs his great axe, and kind of and just begins to move forward in a direction towards you angrily. However, he's about to lose the second dagger. It just catches him right in the center of the face, embedding itself between his eyes, which both one kind of wanders off as the momentum carries it forward 3 or 4 steps.
Oh,
It
shit.
grinds its face into the ground right before reaching you into the fire. And the body catches flame as soon as it lands, collapsing into one of the campfires. It begins to just burn.
Sorry, sweetheart, and I feel the dagger go.
Yep, to the side of your blink back belt. All right, do you want to stay right there? You have more movement if you want to use it.
How much left? Like 5
3 more squares, 15 feet.
I'm going to walk right up next to Keyleth in front of the bear. One, can I go diagonally?
Through
Read
the
that
fire
stuff
you can if you want to.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, about a check. Go for it.
It's 27.
Okay, you basically just run and leap up over the body of the guy you just killed, using him as a stepping stone. You see ash and embers kind of out the side as the pressure pushes him further into the fireplace. You leap in the air, land next to the one orc that's attacking Trinket, and right next to where Keyleth is currently standing at the earth elemental.
Not unlike a raven taking flight.
Not too far away.
That was wave 2. Good.
I've been paid good money for that.
Wait, what was that? What was that subtitle? Uncannily good crow noise.
Far away.
Uncannily good crow noises. That's a great subtitle.
First you're up. That was wave 2. Good.
I've been paid good money for that. I can emote as a bird.
His.
First turn, yeah.
I look at that. Okay, is there only one guy standing now?
There are 2 guys standing right now and a bear.
Okay, I look at that guy who's right in front of me. I'm
2 guys and a bear with Charlie Sheen.
Disadvantage. On your next. First
Rest of
you
the
got.
arc.
I'm gonna take a push shot. I haven't tried a push shot before. I'm gonna give a push shot to the guy in front of me.
Push up.
Okay.
All right.
Go for it.
Push shot.
We're gonna find
Push
out.
shot.
That's 29.
29 hits.
All right. So I'm gonna do that's 13 points of damage, and he pushes directly away from me 10 feet.
He does. Into the fire.
Yep.
So 23 damage. Runs back, falls onto the body of the other orc that's currently now engulfed in flames and catches fire himself. He takes 6 points of fire damage. On top of
Nice,
that. And is currently in danger of catching fire.
That's good. And then let's see, the bear is still a problem, isn't he?
Yes.
I'll sneak another shot at the bear.
Go for it.
This is going to be a sharpshooter and a trick shot. I'm taking. I can't take both at the same time, can I? It's one or the other.
Well, no, sharpshooter is your feet.
So
Trick shot, you can't take multiple trick shots, but you can sharpshooter and
and trick shot. I'm going to sharpshooter and trick shot.
Make a mistake once.
That's
Learn.
learn. And that's 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 23.
23 hits.
That's
Big bear. It's not that hard
Not
to
that
miss.
hard to hit. That big bear has to take a Constitution saving throw.
That is 11.
No, he has disadvantage on attacks until the end of his next turn.
I just realized that the timer is still going for some reason.
Headshot?
Yep.
All right, so you go ahead and roll damage for that.
Yep. 25 points of damage.
25 points of damage. After you fire the one orc stumbling back and catching flames, you turn around, look at the bear. Fire again. It strikes the front of its bony ridge in its head, kind of where the brow line is, shattering part of the bone and causing it to rear back. Looks very disoriented. It's still angry and ready to swipe, but it kind of doesn't really know where it's standing at the moment.
I'm just going to burn through my action surge really quickly and reload and take 2 more shots. 2 more sharpshooter shots, nothing fancy.
Go for it. Against
the bear.
Bear, go for it.
Don't be happy about this, that bear.
23
Hits.
That's 20 points of damage.
Holy shit.
That actually, with that shot, you aim for the other part of the brow, release it, and with that, it shatters part of the bear's face. You hit a part of the bone ridge that causes the front of the skull to break, and you can see part of its face kind of collapses a bit as they're just on the ground.
It's a bony
So I
part.
have one last shot.
You do.
Can I spend a grit to try and shoot the rope that's holding that guy in the tree?
Yeah, you have disadvantage. But you can
Disadvantage and grit or no grit?
sorry, use a grip point.
I can actually technically get advantage on the
I was
shot.
gonna say, you could, yeah. So, you want to do that, go for it.
Yeah, so I'll spend a grit point on that. Natural 20.
Oh, the golden snitch.
With that, you aim, take a moment, fire the bullet. You catch it in a way where it doesn't completely cut the rope. It's one of those rare perfect shots where it takes 2 of the 3 threads that holds the rope together. As they untether, it causes the body to and it causes him to begin to sway a little bit. As the counter sway comes back, it snaps and it manages to catch him to hit the edge of the tree, fall into a few branches that break his fall, and he tumbles out, only taking 1 point of damage.
Can't even kill a kid for that.
Can't even kill a kid.
That was a 1 in a million shot right there.
That was nice.
1 with you.
So 1 in 20.
1 in a million for everybody else.
Thank you.
But you're personal.
Yeah, no. I'm cool.
Okay, cool. That brings us to Keyleth. You're
Who's left alive?
up. There are 2 orcs. One that's currently on fire and down in the flames, trying to pull stuff up. The other is currently just wailing on Grog out of anger. But
Right.
starting to look around and notice it's not a very good.
Oh, no, stay. We've got plenty of favors.
So,
Are we still trying to keep one alive?
Sure we are.
Sure. All right.
Okay, I do want to highlight, is the combat sped up? Yes, it is 1.75. That narration, it reminds me a lot of the discussion that we had around the Wyvern fight during or after the Battle of Amon, like the fight where they're fighting the Wyvern Riders in Amon. Of when do combatants retreat, when do they try to leave, whatever. That sort of narration, even if as a DM you're pretty sure there's no way this orc is getting out, that sort of narration of like he's looking around, he's getting nervous, he's seeing that things aren't going well for his side, etc., I think can go a long way towards capturing the feeling that they have maybe more complex morale than they actually do. It makes it, if you don't narrate that sort of thing, there can be a bit of a feeling of like, okay, everything just fights to the death and that's it. But you can have pretty much everything fight to the death and that's it. If you narrate that that's not it, if that makes sense. It's a very weird, it's kind of like when we were talking about Windwalk earlier, and it's like creating encounters or obstacles that they are able to skip, even if those things weren't there before, to make them feel like they're getting even more value out of what they're doing, or make what they're doing feel even better. Like, those small little narration tricks can honestly do a lot towards player investment within the scene, because it starts to ground it more and more and more without you actually having to do much on the back end as a DM, which is cool. But yeah, narration makes it feel that the combat isn't just about killing. Yeah, absolutely. It's, and even if it is about killing from your end, it makes it feel like the things that you're killing weren't just there to be killed. Because I think that is sort of the thing that happened with something like the Wyvern Riders. Is like the Wyvern Riders really just felt like they came down and were just there to be killed. Like, they just kind of threw themselves at the problem. Whereas even that small bit of narration makes the orcs feel like this was not just, they did not just exist to be slaughtered, that they have a little bit more complexity beyond that, which is cool. It's a very small thing, but it can do a lot.
The one that isn't on fire, but that's
Yeah,
just my
sure.
opinion.
Can I want to Earth Glide underneath and pop up underneath of him?
This guy here?
Fire guy? Fire guy.
Fire guy.
Yep.
So underneath him, he's actually on top of another larger orc. So you burst through, the fire is destroyed, and you see a bunch of the stone.
Ooh, I like the one that who shows you the way. It's a very it feels very positive. I don't know how to say it otherwise, but it sounds very like it has a very positive connotation,
Warning.
which is kind of cool.
Ad incoming. Take cover.
Ooh, ad incoming. Take cover. Take cover. We got 50 seconds. Yeah. And this one will not be a long one. I don't think we'll need another long one. We might not need another long one at all. But we certainly won't need another long one until probably later. It's neat, but has zero magical vibes to it. That's fair. That is fair. Yeah. Ducks into shelter, as you should. Okay. Yeah. Let's run the ad. We will be right back in about 3 minutes. See you in a second. boo doo ba da doo da doo 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 doo. All right, let's see. Witches dancing on the Brocken during Walpurgis night? What the heck are we talking about? I'm just you guys just have that. I don't even know what we're talking about now.
It's kind of thrown aside. What was the campfire has now just been detonated in a burst of snow and earth. You burst out. You catching him?
Yeah.
Okay. So you burst up the bigger orc body that kind of just rolls off the ground and keeps smoldering. You catch the guy who's on fire, currently holding him above you. What are you gonna do?
First I want to stamp him out in the fire, in the snow. Sorry, stamp him in the fire in the
So
snow.
you're just clutching him, just flailing about in your grip.
And then I'm
Fire's
going
out.
to I just want to like grapple onto him. Can I want to start dragging him over to this nearby
So
tree.
make a grapple check. It's an athletics.
Athletics.
Yep.
I've only got basic stats.
Roll
here,
d20.
so-
Add your strength modifier.
Oh, 19. 20.
He rolled one. Yep. Through the flames and the chaos, he can't even resist, and you just have him in a full grapple. He's not restrained. He can still attack. He's disadvantaged all his attacks, but he can't move. His movement is 0, and you're currently holding him in place.
Okay. Can I start dragging him over?
It has to be. Yeah. You've already done 20 feet to get there, so you can move him 10 feet.
Okay. I'll slowly start dragging him to this tree over here.
Okay. So
we can tie him
1,
up.
2. That's as far as you can drag him there.
Okay.
As you're kind of pulling him back, he's like,
Come on.
all right, that ends your turn. Vex, you're up.
All right, I'm gonna turn Trinket around. He's gonna attack that dude that got a hit on him.
Okay.
The one behind him.
Right here. Oh, the one behind him is the one that currently is being dragged away after being set on
shit.
fire.
One on me.
Okay, he runs up to the one on Grok.
Okay.
But he moves out of the way so that I can get a clean shot on him.
Okay. Moves around.
And he bites him and he claws him.
Go for it.
Okay.
So this is your bonus action.
On track.
You giving him the attack in the bonus action?
I still get a bonus action. He gets to attack and I get to attack.
Yeah. So yes, you get one attack and he gets both attacks.
Yeah, he
go
gets
for
2
it.
attacks because of Beast Show Fury.
Exactly.
Gosh, darn it! That one good. Okay. He bites the shit out of him.
All right. Go ahead and roll damage on that.
Gosh, darn it.
What was that? 13. No, 12.
12. All
And
right.
then I'm going to shoot him from my hiding spot.
Yep. So you can dart up around the tree and release an arrow. Go for it.
Bite.
Hey, girl, don't hit me. It's all right.
20.
20 hits. Go roll damage.
Great. No. 15 plus sneak attack. 19.
19 points of damage. This arrow strikes him in the side of the throat. It kind of gurgles and falls on the ground as it's trying to grab. Trinket uses that, pounces on top, and just rips down. Tears that work is done. Currently, at this moment, the camp is cleared out except for the one that Keela's currently grappling by. You guys all turn around and you can see now. There's the other tent still filled with people. The other 2 here disappear into the mansion's doorway.
Oh, sweet. Yeah, hold on. You hold one end, I'll hold the other. Wait, no, that reminds me of something. Never mind. And I take out Graven Edge. I walk up to the orc that she's holding.
And I kind of put him in a nice little sleeper hole.
Yeah, look, mate. So, unless you want to bleed or lose the head that's attached to your body, are there more of you around these parts?
I don't
Make an
think he can
intimidation check.
understand you, Grog.
Who speaks fear?
He speaks for you.
I get advantage on those because I'm
Graven
great.
Edge, yeah.
17. 25.
Ooh.
The orc's looking at you, and while it's putting a brave face, as soon as you approach, holding out Craven Edge, your muscles rippling with the arcane strength of the blade and his fallen friends have imbued you with, as each step happens, the shadows that drift off the blade begin to drift off your arm and off your shoulder. And from his perspective, the whole world grows dark around you as you take each step, and that grimace in the orc's face falls into fight or flight fear. And he's,
No, we are the only ones. I am the only one. Have you had any dealings with the Goliaths that are in Westrand? We don't deal with Goliaths.
It spits blood, but it can only get with a little bit of strength it has left, and it dribbles down the chin in a not very aggressive way.
Anything else?
Yeah, we need to know. Does he know anything else? Is there another camp? Is there anything?
No.
They just had some prisoners?
Yeah.
Yeah, is there any reason why I should leave you alive? I love this question.
No, I should go to whoever made us. I will die here with my brethren. I will not run a coward.
So you've seen a cave with a sphinx in it? Yeah, sphinx.
Before I
Probably not.
dispatch you to your maker, have you seen a sphinx or a cave of magical origin around these parts? That's somebody.
Rotten.
Dude, lol. We had this conversation a little bit during the Briarwood arc. But this is something that, like, when you're watching, Critical Role, whatever, I think that it is a really good exercise. Like, there's a really common thing on YouTube of like, oh, how do you make better characters, more interesting characters, more fleshed out characters, whether that's NPCs or PCs. And I think one of the easy-ish things that you can do to make better and more interesting and fleshed out characters is take potentially controversial. I mean, I don't think the scene is like super controversial, but take scenes with potentially controversial or taboo topics in them, like interrogation, potentially torture, potentially, the killing of another sentient being, and think through, just like sandbox it a little bit of like, how would I respond in this, but how would my character respond in this situation? Like if Grog starts like torturing this dude with Craven Edge, i.e. what they did to the first noble in Whitestone. If we start getting into torture, like, how is that going to evolve my character's opinions on the scenario? And thinking through that sort of stuff in multiple situations at multiple different points, like, imagine if I was part of Vox Machina right now, how would I react? I think is one of the main ways that you can really flesh out your character in a relatively passive way. Like, yeah, you can sit down and like really try to think out a bunch of different situations and whatever and really work on it and sandbox it. But this is a passive way that you can just think about like, oh, what would my person do in this scenario? And then you like pause for like 30 seconds. And then you say, oh, I think I would do that. And then you move on. and that's like a really passive way to start fleshing out those characters, But yeah.
Towards prison, half-child.
And I take Craven Edge, and I grab both of his ankles, and I pull them apart, and I shove the blade up under his grundle, and then rip one of his legs off.
It's a horrific display. Even though it's a mental, takes a step back.
Cool.
Nails the Constitution in there.
It's
While all that was
horrific.
going on, I wanted to run forward and work on the guy that fell from the tree and start
Yeah,
healing
keep.
him. I wasn't paying
Pike
attention to
has
that.
gone over and healed him. He's pretty messed up. Pike's already gotten him at this point. What's happening? You come over and aid, and you manage to keep him from dying. He's unconscious still, but he slowly comes to consciousness.
Does he look like the description that we
Yeah,
have?
it's Cyrus. Bloodied, horribly brutalized, but alive. What's your strength at now?
+4 to attack, and +11 for damage.
What's your strength score at?
Oh, score. It is now 21.
21. Nice.
You're stronger than Pike again.
Yeah, only for a little bit.
All right.
Are there any other prisoners still tied up?
Yeah, I'm in the other tent, untying them,
Yeah, there's 3 more on this side over here. You guys
calming
work.
them down,
Before,
looking for loot.
20.
Yeah, I was gonna say before I drop my Earth Elemental form, I start busting open some of these crates for quick lootage.
Gotcha. You should have a higher strength than 20 if you kept it from the last Basilisk fight. 'Cause you're 17. You got how many bonuses from that combat?
7 from without the short rest, so it's been 7.
You've gotten 7 benefits. You're at 24 then, aren't you?
No, only 21 because it takes 2 to go up the thing, right?
No.
Oh boy.
Okay.
Oh boy.
So, every time they fail a saving throw, your strength goes up by 1. Every 2 strength, you get a bonus.
Oh.
That's how it works.
Oh, I'm at 24.
So your strength is
That's awesome.
which means your overall strength bonus should be +7.
Juicing, man. He's juicing.
I'm gonna turn that +4 to a +7.
Oh my god, he hasn't been using it this whole time. He hasn't. How might that battle royale have changed? Probably wouldn't have changed all that much. But oh man. Oh, Travis, my little lamb. That means that this entire time he has just been doing it because it's fun to watch the number go up. Which is so funny. And it is that in and of itself is a fucking lesson to all DMs out there. The things that your players engage with just have to be fun and engage them. They don't actually need to have substance at the bottom of that. That's what we should take away from this. Like, it's good. It's great if the things that you do and present them with have a lot of substance and meat at the bottom of it. But just like the narration of the orc wanting to run away, even though, later it's like, I won't run away, I won't be a coward. Or actually, I guess he didn't say he wanted to run away. It was just him acknowledging that the thing was going bad. But either way, a lot of the things that you do as a DM don't actually need to have that much at the bottom of it. They just need to have the appearance of having something at the bottom of it. Travis had no idea what raising the strength meant, but that was enough for him because Grog wants to be stronger. And like Travis is in his head like, it'll come up sometime. Like, I don't know what it really, like, I don't even know that he thought about it this consciously, but, you know, his subconscious is like, oh, you know, like, I don't know what the strength going up means, but I don't know, it's probably useful, and they'll tell me when it is. And that was enough for him. That was enough for him to love Craven Edge and to love gaining strength. And like Grog remembers it. Or not Grog, Travis. Even though Travis isn't using the best part of the result, he was engaged enough with the mechanic to remember it all on his own. Something that Matt has not accomplished with most of the magic items. In his game. It's just that the effect felt good enough to where Travis remembered it, even without knowing what it did. That is a lesson and a half right there. That's so crazy, man. Grog IRL for a moment. Yeah. The entire upper table is very much, oh no, I am that character. That character is me in this campaign. I can see that, yeah. And that is really cool, Link Charm, by the way. Not to totally blow past that, but this bard idea is very cool, very neat. Yeah. Really takes that like imagining yourself in different scenarios and really cranks it up to 11. Yeah. But no, that's so funny. That's so funny. Yeah. Anyways.
Because your strength modifier normally is +3, correct?
Correct.
At 17.
Yeah.
With every even number, it goes up, and it goes up 1 point by each time you steal a strength. Every time it's even number, 18, 20, 22, 24, the modifier goes up by 1. So yeah, if you're strength of 24 right now, your overall strength modifier is...
What happened? It's all about what didn't happen, John. We found out that Grog has not been modifying his attack modifier when his strength goes up from Craven Edge. He's not been taking it up to like the +7 or whatever. Must have been my own internet. Oh, there was like a blip. I don't see any blip on my end. Okay, yeah. I think we're good. Hopefully. No longer read the words "aw, thank you" without hearing them in your voice. Do I say "aw, thank you"? Oh shit. Oh no, I just said "aw." Fuck. I didn't even realize that I said "aw." I guess that's a filler word for me that I did not know. Crazy. I didn't notice anything. Okay, good. Good. Cool.
+7, so it would be a +4 on top of whatever your normal attack and damage rolls are right now.
Wow.
So your strength saving throw goes
So
up by
+4 is correct. I had +4 down. Okay, got it.
+4 on top of what you have normally. Yes, but your strength is 24. Yeah.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Let's get this camp cleared and get these people inside Scanlan's Love Shack.
As you're untying them, they're all. Thank you so much. They took us in the night. We didn't know. We thought we were dead. Like some of them start breaking down into tears. There's a little girl in there that amongst everyone is probably the most like stalwart and trying to calm like one of the men that's sobbing. She's like, "It's okay, and he's patting him on the shoulder.
It's always
They're
the
resilient,
kids.
think
They're
about it.
very resilient.
Made of rubber.
Yeah.
Yes, we were up by the basin, and they came in the night and they killed my wife, and they took me. They took everything.
You're safe now,
Thank you.
as is your camp.
Thank you.
If I can ask, have you seen Wilhand?
Wilhand?
Yeah, Wilhand.
Wilhand.
Yep.
Small, older, gnomish fellow.
The little girl pipes on this.
Yeah. Wilhand. He was as tall as me.
Drop down on my knees. I'm like, you seem very brave. Do you know where Wilhand has gone?
I haven't seen him since we left the town.
So he stayed in the town.
He wasn't there.
I haven't seen him outside of it.
Oh, the town. We were in the camp. Okay.
What's your name, darling?
Vanessa.
Vanessa. You're very strong, Vanessa.
Thank you. You're very strong too.
Well, thank you. Do you like bears? Not those scary ones, but really nice ones.
And you see, bears are a rough subject for her. She's probably seen them eat a few people she knew.
Yeah.
Sits back and does the.
Real?
He's friendly.
He's super cuddly, and I'll run over and I'd put Trinket in a headlock and I'll give him a doogie. See? Totally nice.
Trinket breaks free and licks you right across the face. Your beard kind of up to the side again.
There we go again.
She kind of chuckles.
I drop elemental form and start helping Pike heal whoever needs healing.
Okay.
I go for that circlet that was on the worksheet.
Oh, good call.
Grog,
Yeah.
I inspect it first.
we should bury the dead.
There's a pile
There's
of
piles of dead. We should bury
Was
them.
it human bodies or,
Yes.
or animal bodies?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
jeez.
Yeah, of course, you're right.
We'll put them in the pit and then we'll cover it up.
Well,
Give me a hand.
Yeah. Well,
I can do that as well.
The rest of the people you guys are doing this have been escorted into the mansion. They're all in there being cleaned up. The servants are tending to them, and I mean they'll be shot out of there in 24 hours. But
Have a good night's sleep.
at this point, you hear a voice and say,
Hey! Is everything all right?
Oh, quiet. Come on over.
walking from behind a tree, a one-armed man, who's running over.
Oh, I heard a lot of craziness going on. That was, you did good. Saw a little bit of it.
Did you have to use your dagger at all?
No, but I kept it there just in case.
And he's still clutching it in his hand.
There's one standing behind you right now.
He spins around and like swings it, loses grip of it into the tree, and he's like, runs over, grabs it.
Nobody saw that. Totally cool.
No one.
So you guys begin taking the bodies over and putting them into the pit. On top of the orc that you blew most of the forehead off of.
Two orcs, two, what are we, two
Dryads.
two dryads, two orcs.
The circlet?
Well, the dryads have vanished now at this point. The magic you inspect the circlet. The circlet is more of it's adornment. It looks like it was a symbol of power. It does not appear to have anything magical about it. But the uncut gem in the center appears to be a raw ruby, probably worth about 150 gold in its current form.
Okay. For a long time, one of my favorite things to say, hey, Matt Mercer, you bad boy. One of my favorite things to say I didn't like that Matt did was in regards to his looting and him just giving like random amounts of treasure or trinkets or whatever for, random grunts and gribblies. I like this. I hope that the other orcs have fuck all on them. And if that is the case, this is like ideal looting to me. Of like a centralized thing that is worth enough to be the loot for the entire combat, all of the combatants, and has some in-fiction significance. So, like, yeah, the circlet doesn't fucking do anything, but it was a good point of reference. It was a symbol of who this orc was and their entire structure of their leadership and power and all that. So, now I'm going to say it. If he puts, like, 1 gold on the bodies of the other orcs, big thumbs down. If he leaves it here and he's like, yeah, there's nothing on the bodies of the other orcs, that gets 2 huge thumbs up from me.
You also find on their bodies, overall, from the ones that you have access to, an additional 230 gold pieces, and amongst the...
At least he didn't do all of them individually. That's still progress. If he's just like, hey, and now he's going into like amongst the goods that have been gathered. He's not making them go over and be like, I want to search the tent. I want to search this. I want to search that guy's body, which he did used to do in the Underdark arc. And I was like, oh my God, let's hurry this up. So if you still want to have all of the individual bodies have shit on it, you know that Vox Machina is going to search them at this point. If you still want that to be the case, yeah, sure. Have it just be like, yeah, in the entire camp, you find this much. I think that's fine. It was horrendous. It was a lot.
goods that have been gathered here, if you should wish to return them or keep them for yourself, there is roughly 700 gold pieces amongst the other bits of dried food, starting to rot vegetables.
There's a couple boars, right?
There are a couple boars that were dragged into things that have been killed.
Let's eat the food that won't last and cook the boar. Cook the boar and return.
There is one unspoiled fire.
Yeah, can we take a short rest?
And then
What about the? You can also just bring the food into
rest.
the mansion and let the help cook it.
It's true.
Yeah.
How about the casks? What's in the casks?
There are 4 casks of varying size. There are 2 large casks. There's one giant grain barrel. There is one barrel that appears to be of a standard ale, and there are 2 smaller wine barrels. Only one of them appears to be labeled, or at least hasn't been fully rubbed off. They're nothing special. These are probably just grabbed by whoever ran a tavern in Western and took what they could during the chaos.
All ale and wine is special.
Fair enough.
We should take that and wait. This meat, can't we? Don't we have a cold bag? Don't we have a cooler?
We do.
Let's keep some meat.
That nothing is in.
Yeah.
No, we do have some stuff in it.
Some stuff is in it.
Keep some grain and meat or something.
All right, yeah, I'm keeping boar meat in my.
Totally.
Yeah.
Some boar meat.
But
All right.
seriously, I eat some because I'm Keyless a little hungry.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought
Did
you
you
were
take
vegetarian.
damage? Are you
Yeah, can I
okay?
try
No.
and roughly butcher
Never
this?
said.
I will say, to make the take even more granular and nuanced and whatever, the only thing I would say here is, especially given the takeaway discussion that we had at the beginning of this, of how rations and food don't really matter, I think it is, at this point, like, just say, like, oh, you know that 700 gold that I mentioned, like, you know, it's assorted food and drink stuffs. And if you think that one of your party members might be interested in, like, anything individually, like grog with the ale or wine, you just be like, oh, yeah, there's, like, some ale barrels mixed in their grog. Because keeping track of the amount of ale or wine that grog has isn't important. You know? And so it's like, I think I don't think we need to go super in depth on that. It doesn't wind up mattering ever. At least so far in what we've seen. The druid in my party really loved harvesting animal bits and bobs, but it was because she was studying the flora and fauna, not for actual monetary loot gain. It was fluff and fun to engage for her, and that's sort of similar to the grog, ale, or wine barrels. Is like, yeah, you can include those in the assorted amounts by default if, like, you know that grog's going to be interested in that. But they don't need to have, you know, you don't need to talk about, like, none of them care about the food. We don't need to go into the types of foodstuffs that are there. Grog cares about the alcohol. If you're going to mention individually anything, it's like, do gold prices for assorted bits and bobs. And then, oh, grog, by the way, there's a wine barrel or something like that, you know? But I think it's a good lesson trying to hone in on what your players care about and really trying to focus your energies there. So I don't think that Matt is handling this badly at all. It's much better than it used to be, I think. But I think that there's even more honing in that you can do. And to a degree, and I think people could very rightly call this reaching, but to connect it to a larger overall point. Like, I don't think it's that applicable to this specific instance. But talking about, like, telling your players something without telling them, talking about the state of decay of the food, and even giving them a bag of colding, implies that it will matter. You know, it implies that they need to be concerned about the state of their food. And even disregarding the fact that they have the magnificent mansion now where they really don't need to care about it, they didn't really ever need to care about it before. Not only would they have had access to something like Goodberry, but beyond that, doesn't seem like Matt ever made them keep up with it. So I don't think it's terrible that he's, you know, describing this stuff, but it is in a little bit of contention, a little bit of dissonance with the other things that he has implied, of, like, talking about these things that imply that, you know, the state of decay or that tracking your food is important when it's just not. So yeah, I don't know. My players don't really want to lob around 5 paintings, 3 jade necklaces, a silver comb, and a dragon tooth number 793, so I skip stuff like that and give them monetary value, basically. Yeah. And if you had a player that was super into shopping, i.e. Laura Bailey, then solidifying those gold amounts into specific objects and then playing out them selling those things could be engaging for your players. Like, I legitimately think that giving Laura something like the circlet with an uncut gem within it is probably a little bit more engaging to her than just a strict monetary value. But for a lot of other players, it's absolutely not. They don't want to have to go and hawk their wares. They don't want to have to go and talk to these merchants. They just want the strict gold value. So all in all, I exactly agree with you. Always depends on the party. Yeah, you want to look at what your party wants to engage with and try to hone in on that over the course of the campaign. And that can be, you can kind of do it under the radar so that they don't know you're doing it. Or you can talk to them very explicitly, especially if you're having trouble honing in on what exactly they like. You can be like, hey, would you guys rather just have straight gold value, or would you rather me, solidify it into these objects? What do you think? And then if they're like, oh, I don't really know, then you can just test shit out and see oh, do you think that was better than this? But I do think, and the thing that I really want to hit home is that those choices do mean something. I think that there is a explicit difference between something like just giving your characters a gold value versus giving it in items of value, in stores of value. There is a difference on how your campaign runs, what your players think, what they do, how they engage with it. There's a difference. And that difference may be positive or negative for your table. You have to figure that out. But you do need to know that there's a difference going in. It looks like every party's a bunch of super strong hoarders. Yeah, most of them are. I mean, that is the entire reason that the Bag of Holding exists in the first place, right? Is to allow people to be hoarders while not breaking immersion. You know what I'm saying? I truly love that BG3 ring that you have to craft from pieces that turns into a tarnished ring that does nothing. It is very sick, yeah. Ooh. Yeah, it's pretty good. What my characters are really super into are one-off, interesting, not even necessarily powerful consumables. And also they're into misunderstanding benign loot as evil artifacts. That just sounds like fun character work. But yeah, that is... I'm not good at ending thoughts. I just realized this. I'm terrible at leaving voicemails for, I think, this exact reason. I'm not good at bookending a thought at the end. I think I'm good at opening, but I'm not good at the falling action. I do turn into a magpie who just loves all things shiny. They're just green candles.
There were jokes that were made about that. That was projection.
The board, there's already a stump set up for you, previously used for not quite as humane reasons, but you managed to prepare the board, cook it over the area here. As the sun slowly begins to set, you guys take a short rest. Is everyone taking a short rest?
So not me.
You're all Mononoke.
Okay, so you maintain your damage.
Wait, is the sun is setting? Are we taking a short rest or a long rest? Are we spending the night?
Can't we go in your house?
Of course we can.
Yeah.
Are we going to
Take
spend
all
the
these
night?
people
What
in the
time
house
is it?
after we're done.
It's about 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
And I do think that because of the time constraints, we've gotten through, let's see, what did the time code say? We've gotten through almost 2 hours in almost 4 hours. Well, a little bit under 2 hours in a little bit over 4 hours. And the next segment is even longer and probably won't have combat. So I'm going to turn it up to 1.5. If something super important or if I feel like there's a big scene happening, I'll try to catch it and turn it down. And as always, we have access to mod message. Boop.
A little early.
Let's pack it in early.
Pack it in early.
Who knows what'll happen
Are we
tomorrow?
going to up the mountain?
Yeah, tomorrow morning.
First thing in the morning.
All right. Do we need to scout up? How far to the mountaintop?
We're not going to the
or the glowing
Where the
place.
beacon is?
Yeah, the beacon.
Keel's be the one that knows. She's the one who marked it. It's probably about an hour and a half's travel on foot to get
We
there.
should go check it out before we go to bed. Just swing by on a broom or
I like
something.
it. I'll hop on the broom.
Okay.
We just check it out and then. Your door is stationary though, right?
The door is station.
Yeah.
The store is on the outside of this camp.
But everybody inside safe.
Yeah.
Do it.
Okay.
Can I stealth in the air?
We're just scouting.
Not really.
Can I wrap myself in like my?
What? Aluminum foil?
I mean, you will make a stealth check.
Get this broom out eventually.
I'm gonna put it at disadvantage because you are. It's possible, but you're also a giant rocketing half elf in the sky.
I'm not that giant, okay?
Wow.
Roll disadvantage.
So I usually get advantage, so I'll just roll.
Are you able to see a sparrow flying in the sky?
I love your broom rolls
You know
so
what? I
much.
still have pass without a trace because I never passed Hunter's Mark to break that concentration.
You nerd.
Never mind. I would not remember that shit.
23.
23. All right. Cool. Don't forget your point of exhaustion, Grog, from the end of the frenzied rage.
Yes. Thank you.
I'm gonna go with her. You're going on the broom? Yeah. I'm gonna turn into a.
You use the ceremonial daggers to just try and you were just trying to activate any bust or sigil or anything, just squeezing blood into it. You're gonna get an infection that way, Pharaoh. Come on. You're gonna lose your hand from the creepy germs in this in this dungeon tomb. There were lots of magical sigils everywhere. No, that's even worse.
Mangy crow. It looks like it would be with a witch.
I like it.
All right.
Polymorph.
You follow her as a
Can I
crow.
perch on her,
I know he's in
shoulder?
it.
All right, so,
Oh, thank you. I got
It
it.
is really good.
perfect. All right, so
Those are crazy good crow noises. Oh my god. Just finger painting all over. I will say, in all of the Civilization games, I always name my custom religion finger painting. And I love going religion strats in both Civ 5 and Civ 6. And I will go into my other players' lands and I will say, are you ready to learn to paint with your fingers? You have to learn to paint with all the colors of the rainbow. Oh, what are you doing? Colors of the wind, whatever. I didn't watch that movie growing up.
as you continue cresting over the top of the tree ridge, heading towards the direction that Keyleth points out to you, you guys swoop down. As the tree line comes to an end, the snow begins to subside, and you reach the base of the storm peak. There, make a perception check, both of you actually.
Mine sucks.
Level.
I'm so
Natural
scared
one.
of all my dice
Exhaustion.
right now.
What you got?
Dude, I did just talk to my mom the other day, and we were talking about. I don't want to tell this story and fucking get stolen valor. I grew up very comfortably, but there were periods where occasionally me and my mom were paycheck to paycheck, and she was talking about how during one of those periods we totally cut cable, and this was before streaming. We didn't have fucking anything. We didn't go to Blockbuster because we didn't fucking rent movies during that point. And so I was like, is that why I was still rewatching Top Gun on VHS until the point that I was 14? And I was I just watched Scooby-Doo over and over and over again. And she was like, yeah, we didn't have cable. That's... you couldn't watch anything else. We just watched it over and over and over. And I would go over to my friends' houses to watch TV. So I unironically think that might be why I have such low media knowledge. Is because I just watched the things that we had on DVD. And that's it. Movies Mega has watched 0. None. Nix. You don't have a simple TV when you don't have cable? No, we didn't have one of those antenna TVs. My grandma did. So I used to go and stay with my grandma a lot, and she had an antenna TV. And I found out later that they stole that shit. They were I don't know what the fuck they had, but it was some illegal box that you bought and put on top of your TV, and it allowed you to essentially steal cable, but with an antenna. I have no idea how it worked. But my grandma had that shit. But she only liked to watch oldies. So like I've watched like a bunch of like old cowboy and like old like kung fu movies, but I could not tell you the plots of any of them because they all blur together into one montage in my brain. I don't know the names or plots of any of them because they're all the same movie. I just have a running series of martial arts scenes that play through my head when I think about those. Very exciting when it became 4. Oh yeah, absolutely. I think it's a skill issue. What do you mean you haven't sat down to binge insane amounts of content all day, every day? That I am. I'm watching all of Survivor. I started... Wait, is Paige still here? Paige! When did we start watching Survivor? Like a month ago? We started watching Survivor a month and a half ago, and we are currently on season 11. I do binge insane amounts of content, just not the same. I'm just... It's just different content, you know? Oh my god, what do you mean Mega hasn't watched X movie night streams? Dude, I've actually mentioned doing that before, and Mike really wants to Sherpa me through things. So because I mentioned that, and Mike DM'd me after that stream and was like, if you ever want like suggestions or guidance, I will absolutely send you the things that you need to watch. So maybe we'll have a Mega and Mike stream, media stream sometime.
Dude, look at your Discord right now.
Look at my Discord right now?
And this was from like 3 hours ago.
From 3 hours ago. Apparently, something in my Discord happened. Couples concept idea. This is something that Paige sent me. 3 hours ago. Exposing how uncultured Mega is, where I somehow like quiz you on well-known pop culture stuff and see how much you know. You just want to make Sporkle quizzes for me. That's it.
I can predict the future. That's
Paige is saying she can predict the future. Oh my god, dude. Was she always watching TV shows like The Bold and the Beautiful? You know, I don't know. Monanias, but that sounds right. Like, that does ring bells in my head, but also the bells could be made up. So maybe. Oh my god. Was this spurred by that Game Changer episode? No. Although I have things to say about that. Mike loves reactions. Mike does love reactions. So I think he would love it. I want you to know that when we played Rivals, I didn't know a band Eden mentioned, and then he immediately called me out for always dragging you. Good, as it should be. Please tell Paige I support her. I will. Who's Paige? I'm missing Megaphone Laura, I think. Oh, Paige is my wife. There's the Paige is this one. Is this? Yeah. Paige is the wife. I have 2 dogs, Bird and Bug. Bird is, oh my god, dude. Bird is so big now. Bird, you want to come up here? You want to show everyone how big you are? Come on. I want you to know, she loves jumping on me. And this is so frustrating that she won't perform for camera. She tackles me in regular life. Come on up here, you girl. But then the moment that I need her to do something for me, no. But she's like 80 pounds now. And she's, I think, 7 months old, 8 months old, somewhere around there. So she's about 2/3 full grown at 80 pounds. Oh wait, I need to. Paige is the ring. That's the real lore. Yeah, Paige is actually the ring. She's a genie that lives inside of my ring. What are you doing, bird? I remember when she was a tiny little puppy. I know, dude. When we got her, I think she was like 20 pounds-ish. If you go back, you can see like the day after we got her. I think it was sometime in February, maybe January. I don't remember, but you can go back and see her growth over the course of the stream.
17.
17? Okay.
Oh, wait. Favorite terrain?
You're in the air, though.
Forest at the edge of the mountain.
Forest and mountain?
Not pertain to the mountain, to the forest.
All right.
The mountain.
17.
17, okay. As the sun finally hits the edge of the mountain range, means to set and the light's starting to diminish. It's never having a hard time picking out details. You know there's no vicinity that keeps pointed at you. It takes longer than you anticipated, but eventually you come. And there are a few small caves and entrances to the side of this mountain, but after you sweep past once or twice, doing a couple loops, one catches your eye. You look at it from this vantage point, it looks like a small inlet, like a cavern. As you get closer, unlike the other rough entrances, this one seems intentionally carved in the mountainside in a triangle.
Like the triangle that we saw.
Like the pyramid.
Directly about 30 feet to its peak, there is a triangular entrance to the very, very, very base of this mountain that is recessed into the mountain rock itself.
I don't think we should land on the ground. We should just kind of stay above it.
Oh!
You cannot.
Oh.
Never get tired.
So, this is really smart, you coming, because we can't do anything. Do you want to pop out of that? Can you pop back in? 1 call for yes, 2 calls for no. You can't even understand me right now? This is ridiculous.
Sure. I'm just fucking with it.
She doesn't know if you understand.
I float down gracefully on the broom and just kind of give it a little bit of a closer look.
Okay. As you pull down to the edge of the tunnel, the cavern entrance, you can see this relatively worn, just through time and weathering, the structure of the tunnel. Even though it is intentional, it's been there for a long time, and you can see the effect that time has had on it from what was once a very pristine entrance. Looking inside, it just goes dark about 25 feet in. Do you want to step further into the cavern?
No, I'm still in the air. I'm not on the ground.
Okay, so yeah, looking inside, about 25 feet past, what little bit of daylight that still exists disappears into the shadow of the cavern. You don't know anything beyond that.
What do you think, Scanlan? Back up a little bit and shoot a flaming arrow into that? Ah! Sweet. I back up a little, far distance away, and shoot a flaming arrow.
Okay, so pull out your arrow, the shaft ignites as you release it. It arcs forward, and it lights up a little bit of the tunnel, and the tunnel continues.
Good aim from the broom?
Decent aim. I mean, she's not a wide target, she's just shooting it into an open 30-foot space.
Yeah.
And it's not moving. It's not fucking moving
I've
right
watched
now.
Harry Potter. They always have 2 hands on the broom.
Why are you trying to do this to me right now?
It's fun.
Like, you play a hater.
For the narrative standpoint, it's fine. She can take another shot and make it there anyway. You can see it go through, and it arcs, and then disappears.
Oh.
You see what looks like an edge, and it just vanishes past it.
Well, that looks deep. I don't think we should check this out on our own.
Might be fun.
You're a bird. You could probably fly in and fly back out.
Okay, I'll just fly in.
Okay. You head down, kind of coasting into the darkness. Does your form have...
I have dark vision. I don't know what crows have.
If you have dark vision, but you crows... It would...
I don't know what a crow has.
I don't think a crow has dark vision.
Hold on.
Well, the dark is night, man. Of course they do.
Are they daytime?
I actually don't know this this rot, because I if I remember correctly, when you're in wild shape, you gain special perceptions, and I think also keep your own. But I don't think I know for polymorph. I don't know if it fully replaces your perceptive abilities or if it's just additive. I don't know this off the top of my head. Still crazy to me that cats don't have dark vision. That is crazy. That is crazy. Polymorph is different. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Sorry. To be more clear, they are different. But Wild Shape is the only one that I'm even remotely familiar with. Polymorph replaces your mental stats too. I did know that, but I didn't know if it replaces your perceptions. Wild Shape is supposed to be better than Polymorph. Yeah. Polymorph doesn't let you keep your mentals. Yeah. Ugh. I just don't know. I don't know if it's for perception based things. If it's or I guess. Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to look it up. And I'm not going to.
They're not owls.
They're not owls.
Shit.
Should have been a fucking owl.
Should have been a fucking owl.
I mean, like,
You can do that too. Quick, do a nightingale.
No, you do not have dark vision as a...
So I'm just flying around in the dark, knocking into things.
Essentially, you close into the shadow, hitting a couple things. You eventually hit ceiling and kind of coast down, and you land harshly, taking 3 points of damage in your crow form as you hit and land and tumble down a few stairs.
Oh, stairs.
At that point, you're in complete darkness right now. You can see just a faint, distant bit of light that's just barely creeping in from the entrance you came from. Around you, though, nothing.
I'll break form and come back as Scanlan.
Okay, you come back as a gnome. Now your dark vision kicks in, and indeed, you can see there is a smoothly carved tunnel overhead that descends down a long flight of stairs.
Looks like I want to be in here.
Make a perception check.
Oh shit.
Natural 18.
You just heard, you have 60-foot dark vision?
It just says dark vision. I didn't write down the distance.
Okay, I'm gonna step real fast because this is important to know for this circumstance.
By the way, Blackbird has a hit point of 1, so technically you popped back into gnome form the second you hit the ground.
Does it actually have 1 hit point? Then yeah.
Dark vision is 60 feet. I wrote it down.
I'll write it down for the future.
There you go. So yeah, your vision just hits the edge of the staircase, which stops, and then continues forward. The darkness beyond there is obscured with a hint of a blue light that just slightly shifts and glimmers beyond your vision. It seems like the tunnel ceiling ends as the path continues beyond that, and your vision is cut off beyond that. You cannot see, but you do see a very, very faint blue shimmer coming from the tunnel beyond.
I float up to the edge of the mouth of the cave and say, "Scan it."
Scan it, scan it, scan it.
I've always wanted that to happen. Yeah, I'll, can I see down the blue thing?
You can go down further if you want to.
I don't want to go to where the blue is. I just want to see if I can just peek down there.
You'd have to descend the stairs too, because the actual tunnel continues down along with the roof, and then as it continues past, it levels off.
I'm gonna die. I'm going to shoot one single magic missile into the space.
Okay.
What does that say?
I don't know.
Does magic missile have to target a creature? I will say, this is something that I am famously lenient about at my tables. Is if a spell says that it has to target a creature, I will make a case-by-case ruling on whether or not it could also just it can just target something else. So I think off the top of my head, magic missile might need to target a creature, but for this sort of thing, I would say he can just shoot it down the hallway. And I will say, despite me being lenient on those sorts of things, once I make a ruling for a spell, I really stick to it, unless there is some totally insane side case that I did not anticipate. Even if the side case that comes up later is very, very good, as long as it's not like fucking coffee lock broken, I'm not going to go back on it. But sometimes I say, for like shape water, I'm not gonna let fucking freeze the water inside of a creature. There's some creative uses of spells, or a lot of times I've said I do this before for certain creative uses of spells that I don't want to set a super direct precedent for, but I think are cool in the moment. Sometimes I'll allow Arcana checks. So yeah, I don't know. Spells targeting especially, I am a little wibbly wobbly on at my tables. Once we establish something, it sticks. But before that, there's a chance that you could talk me into something like this.
All right, so you take the one and the magic missile, which gives a very faint candlelight glow around it, as it is just a burst of arc energy, arcs down and slams into the stonework and filters that. With a little flash, you see at the base of the stairway, the stonework there is like a tiled square stonework. It looks like the further you descend, more and more there is a constructed architecture to this place. However, the missile just dashes against the stone tile floor at the bottom of the stairway. No other seeming reaction. That same blue glimmer unchanged.
I just quickly pee a little on the side of the wall. Just like a little bit, okay? Zip up, turn into an owl and get out of there. At level 5, because I'm out of level 4.
Okay, so owl descends quickly and spooks you.
I stay at the mouth of the cave and say, "Scanlan, are you alive?
Alive.
Scanlan."
Scanlan.
Wait. Scanlan, is that you? You're a crow. Okay, that's you.
You're just turning your head 100
Should we go?
back and forth on your
We should go back. One hoof. I just start flying back.
Okay. Vex just takes off in the broom. All right, you guys head back to the camp, make your way into the mansion, and rest for the evening. You don't rest for the evening?
What?
Okay.
I'm gonna spend a little time tinkering with this, just like working on the broom.
I never stopped digging. Can I assume that everybody's buried?
At this point in time, yeah. By the time they've gone, everyone's been buried, everyone's been taken care of, and you make your way back, waiting at the door for your sister to return.
Oh, thanks, bro.
That's the second level of
Okay, so yeah, for not taking evening's rest, you get a second point of exhaustion. That puts you at your speed is halved.
Okay. I want to see how far this can go. I want to push this.
This is so. I've tried this.
Oh my god, I've tried this experiment in real life. Dude, I will say, bro, if you use 1D&D exhaustion, like Travis is like, oh, I want to see how far this can go. He's gonna tap out. Like, we all know that. He's gonna tap out in like one more level. Maybe not even. But this is one of the like evil reasons that I really want to use 1D&D exhaustion, is because this sort of thought process of how far can I go, how far can I take it, I think that they will dive so much deeper with 1D&D exhaustion before coming back out. Like, I think you could really get them way down in there. Like, Travis is gonna tap out so soon. But if it's just like a -1 every time, I think you can get them much, much more into it.
Experiment in real life, it never ends well.
I'm willing to learn.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and take a break as the party is resting for the evening. We'll be back here in a few minutes, guys, to continue this next chapter in Makamaka's adventure. All right, see you in a little bit.
Caves, man.
Oh my gosh, who was drumming? I was drumming. Okay, the next one is 2:14. 2:14. There is one timestamp that I'm skipping, but oh boy, this is already going to be a long stream. So I am just going to go to the art break. Oh wait, no, not. There we go. Boop. This is different music. Dude, that's so wild. Those looked like if you showed me some of those screenshots just now. Wait, I just want to go back. Like, this just looks like it's from a fucking television show. Like, if you showed me this and told me it was from Legend of Vox Machina, I would just believe you. That's crazy, Tressel. Oh my gosh. Same thing with this. It literally, this is, I feel like this must be from like a fan animation, right? That's wild. It's Pillars of Eternity music. God. Gotcha. Well, there you go. As always, after the art break, very pretty, very fun. And I have absolutely no other comments. Art is pretty to look at, and I would love to be able to create it, and I can't.
Warning. Ad incoming. Take cover.
Oh my gosh. Okay, actually very good timing. Let's go take a quick bathroom break, water break, get some water, hydrate or dehydrate. And I will see you guys all in a little bit where we will dive into the second bit. And I'm interested to see in this second bit if there's like any lore or theorizing that could be done for this second half. Normally, I will say, and I don't even know at this point if it's spoilers, but it's like the one way in which my experience is definitely different than a live watcher, but I think it would be the same if I was just like a normal person watching the VODs, is I'm starting to realize that when the stream is really long, it's normally because there's like a crazy end that they couldn't like end the episode short for. So I am anticipating something happening at the end of this episode. But let's take a quick break. I will be right back, and I will see you all in a second. Goodbye. What up, what up? Hello. Albie and Baronessa, hello. Welcome. Like most things just requires dedication and time. Art, I know. Two things that I have in short supply. All right. Well, we got a lot to get through, and I have the feeling. I have the feeling. Sometimes we go into the second half, and I'm like, guys, don't worry. We're going to clear this no problem. It'll be so quick, you won't even realize. Deadly, hello. How you doing? This one, though, I have the feeling that we will not get through this second half quick. I'm getting the jellies that that this is gonna be a long second half for more reasons than just its length. I'm going well, but tired. I feel you. I get you. Although it's early for you, right, Dudley? Even this late for me. I mean, it's close to dinner time for me, but it's early for you. Well, welcome anyhow. You're going into your Delulu phase. I go into your streams assuming that we won't get through anything fast. Oh my gosh. I'm waiting for the days when your streams turn into 12-hour hangs. Bro, I do not have, right now at least, I don't have the vocal fortitude for 12-hour streams, but maybe someday. 7 a.m.? Oh my gosh, that is too early. That is too early, but welcome. Hopefully I can energize you. Hopefully I am a good way to wake up. It'll be a breeze. It will be a breeze. I agree. I feel he set that shit low. Anyways.
Hey guys, welcome back. So, kicking into high gear to return
high gear
to the game as it's going.
High gear.
You guys go through your restful evening, except for Grog. Resting up, getting prepared for whatever comes your way, except for Grog. As you spend the night,
Worth it.
fending off sleep, staring at Craven Edge, they're on your lap, feeling the cold blade against your fingertips and considering and still feeling the strength that it's imbued upon you, pulsing through your veins.
Could I ask you one question?
Yeah.
Right, it was a good day, right? Like, superb. Do you remember your former owners?
I do.
Do you remember Lord Briarwood?
I do.
How was he?
He was a stalwart champion. He kept me fed. Mostly.
Did he give you, like, a goal? You know, before we put him into different pieces, he was, like, trying to build up this gold called Vecna. You don't know anything about, like, a god called Vecna, do you?
Doesn't interest me.
No.
No.
Just the blood.
Just the hunger.
Right, the
That's
hunger.
all there is the hunger.
But look, we did really good today. So I'm not gonna go to sleep. We're gonna carry this over the next day. I wanna see how hard we can push this.
So close to being full.
You're close to being full. What? How many more? Hold on. How many more lives do you need?
I'm close.
Do you know what happens when you get full? Like, do you get bigger? Do I get stronger?
Feed me and you'll find out.
Oh boy.
You got it. Yeah, can I insight check the sword?
Yeah.
I've never been so happy.
2.
It's hard to read the blade, but the disposition doesn't seem to have changed any of your previous conversations, so seems hard to read.
Sword-like.
Outstanding. I tell you what, if you get full, we'll celebrate this upcoming day as your birthday.
If you insist, Grog Strongjaw.
And that'll do me for the night.
All right. You all come to rallying your breakfast, your chicken-filled breakfast.
And some bowl.
some boar, freshly cooked by the grog, who's some dark circles under the eyes.
Dude, that's all I got, man. That's like I have theories about Craven Edge, but none of them account for it getting full. I have established Craven Edge theories, and none of them account for the fact that the hunger could ever be satiated. That's insane. What? What does that mean?
From a night of unrestful consciousness.
How you doing there, Grog? I'm gonna slap him across the face a few times.
Really good.
Yeah?
Slipped really hard.
That's good.
Lots of dreams.
All right. Let's send our friends on their way and make our way to the cavern that you found.
We send them back towards the campsite, right?
Yeah, and
they have a map maker with them, so they'll be able to find it no problem.
Curiosity.
Yes, I can actually find our way back quite easily from this position, as we've already traveled this way, and I have a good memory for these types of things. I have to.
Yes, will you and Cyrus inform everyone else that it's safe for them? Oh shit, we're not back. They can't go to. We'll be back, and we're gonna send you to Whitestone, where you'll be safe.
Eventually, but right now, just go to you.
They were fine rolling around. We already sent the wounded and the young to Whitestone.
Yeah,
They're fine.
Yes. All right then. That can be done. And could I take my satchel with me in case I can find some way to recover it?
Of course, it's yours, darling.
All right.
And he takes the stone arm / satchel and kind of tucks it under his arm. All right, rest of you, and Cyrus steps forward. All right, well, lead the way. And they all kind of give you guys thank you. The little girl runs up, Vanessa, and hugs you, and hugs Keyleth, and Cyrus and them pull a couple of the orcish weapons that were left behind and arm themselves. Cyrus actually takes a couple of javelins and is like, I think the proper way to make vengeance with these. No. All right, you guys stay safe.
You too.
Really appreciate it.
Tyriok.
Yes?
Grab my loner back, please.
Oh, right. Yeah, certainly.
He pulls out and hands it over to you.
Alright, cool. Shit. Just take that carefully. Thank you.
You can keep the opal dagger I gave you.
It's got an opal on it.
Oh, thank you so much.
Infertility.
Puts it back away.
I appreciate that.
All right, shall we be off? The rest of the people nod. They take some of the supplies, some of the wagons. They begin making their way back on the already treaded path that you guys made that Tyrion knows is safe to get out of the Frostgrove.
Scanlan, did you see how generous I was just then?
Nope, missed it.
What's wrong, Grog?
What?
Did you have trouble sleeping?
Yeah, no, look, the sandpit was just, I think I need to comb it, after use.
Sandpit, I have a bedroom for you.
What? There's a training area downstairs just for me.
You have your own bedroom upstairs. It's got a giant-sized bed in it.
I haven't been using it.
Oh, I spent minutes thinking about conjuring that.
Grog, you did sleep last night, right? You didn't.
Yeah, I mean, look, I had my way with a few of those imaginary friends, because, man. No. But yeah, it was good. Good sleep. A little sore in my back.
I'm gonna make an insight check on Grog.
Insight check, go for it.
Oh.
16.
Vibration.
Okay.
Whisper!
Whispers about Grog?
I've never had a whisper before on the show.
On the show.
It's warm in your ear.
Has Liam never had a whisper before? That's crazy. I will say, for whispers being one of the two things I was aware of Matt's DMing stuff. For whispers being one of the two things I was aware of, it has not actually happened that much. It really feels like it goes in waves of happening, where it'll happen a lot, 10 times, not even 10 times, normally 5 times over 3 episodes, and then it won't happen again for 10 more episodes. It's weird. It's a lot less prevalent than I thought it would be.
I don't know what products we're selling currently, but I assume there are
We do
some.
know that Gilmore's Glorious Good shirts will be shipping out next week.
That's
The
right.
Gilmore's Glorious Good
The
shirt.
pre-order shirts?
The pre-order shirt will be shipping out next week.
Yeah.
We'll be using this time to ignore what's happening over here while the Gilmore's Glorious Good shirts ship out.
And of course,
next
don't
week.
forget to tune in next week for our 50th episode.
50th
episode. There's going to be
50th
Not 50th anniversary.
special giveaways. I don't know. Is that true?
All right, so You want it?
Shall we?
Shall we?
Up the mountain.
Totally.
Wait, so did we already tell everyone what we saw?
I'm assuming you told us when you get back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
There's on the party what you guys
There's a
saw.
triangle. It seems to be Ioun
Blue
Very
light.
dark.
based.
Right. Yeah.
All right.
It smells of urine inside. It's very weird.
Okay.
Scanlan. Maybe not blackbirds for a while. All right.
I'll stick to my.
This is touchy subject.
Oh, yeah.
Sorry, I forgot. Well, actually, no, I don't know what you're talking about.
Stay with blackbirds for a while.
Okay,
Thanks, buddy.
sure, no problem.
All right. You guys make your way southward to the Frostwell to the Storm Peak. All right.
The frost wheel, yes.
Frostwell. Frostwell.
Frostwell.
The
Frostfield.
Frostwell.
Frostfield. What is wrong with you? Frostfield.
Frostfield. Willem Dafoe.
Frostfield. Field.
Continue moving. I will smite you.
Jeff.
God damn it, you beat me to it.
All right. You guys continue to head south, eventually following the path that you lead, along with Keyleth's directional.
I keep an eye out for any enemies along the way.
Indeed, you do. Go make a perception check.
I'm gonna
Being a
do
scout
that
person for this.
with advantage because I'm
You're
in the
forest.
woods.
Yes, that's true.
25.
25. With that, you manage to skirt the outside of what appears to be another localized basilisk nest. You catch it early enough and guide the party around it to avoid that on your way.
This way. Circle back.
You eventually make your way to the outskirts of the forest. The trees begin to thin out. The snow begins to melt. The temperature begins to rise somewhat. It's still coldish, but it's less freezing.
Coldest.
Yeah, there's been a long-term enchantment over this forest that has kept it the way it is. You're not certain as to what the actual reasons are for it. All right. Eventually, as the sun reaches, not quite zenith, but later morning, you find your way to the outside of this tunnel that you and Scanlan had found the evening before. There before you, you guys see the 30-foot tall triangular entrance to this passageway deeper into the mountain itself.
So this is the place. Technically, Scanlan flew in, so I don't think he had to check for traps.
I did not check for traps. I just flew in, but perhaps we should this time.
Yeah.
Lead me in as far as you went.
If you'll check for traps, yes, let's
Where
do
you
it.
flew over, yeah.
Yes, let's do it.
Okay. Go ahead and make.
The entrance and down those stairs, yeah.
All right. So go ahead and make a investigation check.
20, no, 17.
17.
I will also check for traps.
Okay. Make an investigation check.
22.
Checking for traps, I should know this, but is that separate than perception for me?
Perception is to notice various details in here. If you're actually actively searching for trap mechanisms,
Yeah.
things like that, investigation is generally more used than threat. Yeah.
22.
I mean, they're both pretty similar in some ways, and it depends on the circumstances.
But is it a different role, traps? Or is it just perception and investigation?
Perception and investigation, depending on the circumstance, one or the other. For the most part, perception would be like if you notice something wrong about the room, you'd be like, that sound seems different. Then you do investigation to try and find out what type of trap it is, per se. Or if you were actively searching for traps, that would be more of an investigation, like knowing what you've seen around and seeing the terrain to possibly facilitate something like that.
Still in my third year doing this.
It's not a bad explanation of it. Yeah. I mean, in any circumstance, I've said before that a lot of times I will offer, like you can do this or this, whichever's higher. But I think that overall, just like a quick explanation to your players, that pretty much sums it up. Yeah. Perception is like noticing things in the first place. Investigation is like looking for things or trying to figure out the exact nature of something that you've already perceived. Yeah. But it is odd. It does seem like a thin difference sometimes, especially when you're just looking for something that you don't know whether or not it's going to be there.
That's not good. So, did you go again?
22.
22. All right, as you guys slowly descend the steps, as you get about 25, 30 feet into the tunnel before it lowers into these stone steps. And they're rather large steps. They're, each spread of your gate is wider than the common step. And these have been around for a very long time. You can see where the corners are. They're rounded. Looks like at points in time there may have been flooding in this area that has caused, that type of softening of the stonework at the tip, though the little bit of moisture that's in this area seems to be from blown-in snow, possibly, or another source you don't currently see. It is pitch dark in here. If anyone would like to...
I have dark vision.
Yes, dark vision. Dark vision. With my belt. Absolutely blind.
I'm pulling out flame tongue dagger. From
So,
That is an interesting way of like talking about like the stone steps being rounded, potentially from past flooding, is an interesting way of sort of implying ancientness while still without it feeling like a ruin, which is a very specific and distinct thing that you might want to communicate. And I think that Matt did it well there, of just like talking about this weathering of the rock without talking about, like, oh, it's like vines and moldy. Like, too much of that would make it feel ancient, but it would also make it feel like unkept and like unused, which I don't think is what he's going for. It's a very thin line to walk, but I think he got it. I like that.
I'll light up my hand. Just a
Okay,
bit.
so you guys have a low candlelight, so it gives you a little bit of vision, but it's still very, very dim. You guys make your way down the stairway, step to step, and you can hear each footstep kind of echoes. As you continue downward, it progresses deeper and deeper, and you begin to see this gentle blue flickering light at the very bottom of the staircase as it begins to approach, and your eyes have adjusted to the darkness at this point in time.
Does it look like water reflection?
It looks like it could be some sort of water-like movement, and as you hit the bottom of the stairway and it evens out into these square stone tiles across the way, you see ahead of you what looks to be a singular circular room with no exits, from what you can tell at this point. It's just a circular room that moves around, and in the center there is a 10-foot pool of a somewhat still surface of water. There's a little bit of movement as there is some sort of a cold breeze that was ejecting out of the tunnel, but there is no real source of the wind that you can pick up at the moment.
Can I investigate like the walls? Did you ever check for traps in this room?
I did an investigation check.
And as you enter this room?
Yeah, I'll do it again here.
Yeah,
Separate
so
roll.
that was as you guys were going down the stairway. Go ahead and make another one there.
Use luck.
Got a 24.
24? Okay.
18.
18, okay. The two of you, there's a very, very faint blue glow that is emanating from below the surface of the water that is giving this very, very tiny bit of light in the room. Thankfully, because most of you are dark vision based, it doesn't impede you from seeing all the details in the room. Percy, you're still not able to make out the fine
That's
details.
why I'm in the back.
Yeah, but between the two of you, inspecting the edges, there are no seams, there are no doors, there are no other passages. You do, however, see script across the opposite side of the room that is chiseled into the stonework itself in Elvish script.
Oh, Elvish.
Oh, no, sorry, this is not Elvish. Elvish was the obelisk. What languages do you...
Common, Elvish, and Abyssal.
What languages do you know?
Gnome and common.
Is language neither of you know?
Can I take a look at it?
You can't see nothing.
I walk up with my dagger and hold it just underneath.
Right across.
Celestial.
It is Celestial.
There you go.
You're the only one that knows Celestial?
I had not a lot of friends growing up. This was a lot of quiet time.
That is okay. All right, so looking at this, it reads, and you kind of read it out loud, the translation. And the thing about Celestial, it's interesting. It's
Matt using a lot more languages recently. I feel like languages were not a large part of the campaign for most of it, honestly. But I feel like ever since the Briarwood, he's been working it in more and more, which I love. I really think it's really cool.
It's a beautiful sounding language that even the translation to common is built into rhyme. It says, knowledge dost billow, all realms are the shore. The sky a window, the water a door.
Wait. All realms.
Wait, start at the beginning.
Knowledge dost billow, all realms are the shore.
Oh,
the
shit.
sky a window.
Let's just. Because I also want to write it down, but I have the benefit of copy and paste. Oh, wait, no, I don't. Well, I do. If I go 23... Because typing it out is for nerds, not for me. There we go. Knowledge dost billow. All realms are the shore. The sky is a window. The water is a door. Interesting. Okay. And I mean, this is probably not like... can't you copy and paste it directly from captions? Maybe. Typing it out is for nerds. That explains the shut the fuck up. No, that's silly. Way better to spend twice the time to avoid typing it out. Exactly. That's the programmer mindset. Why would I do this very simple task that I'll only have to do like twice when I could spend 3 times the amount of time automating it? It's the right way to look at the world. Exactly.
Knowledge dost billow, all realms are the shore.
And this was written in Celestial, written in Celestial, but obviously potentially related to the clue that we got last time, which was a name is earned. What you should do is build a function you only need once. Precisely. Exactly, Pharaoh. You understand. But the other one was written in Elvish, and it was a name is earned. Interesting.
Oh,
The sky a window, the water a door.
Yep. So in this room, it's a circle. What's the distance across the room?
It's about 30 feet across either
Oh, it's
side.
not that
It's a
big.
10-foot pool. Now it's a pretty tight space.
And there's solid flooring, and then the pool in the middle.
Yeah, in the middle. So you move around.
So
There's a
Percy-
10-foot walkway around it.
Now there's all realms.
Can I
The sky,
get on the broom
the water,
and fly up above the pool of water and look down into it?
Yeah, go make a perception check.
25.
25. Looking down into it, you see no bottom. You see the glow continues downward. It's almost like there is a very soft, faint source of light in there, but the water obscures it too much to see a bottom. It doesn't disappear into darkness, which leads you to believe that it's not endless, but you just can't make out any details of where it would end or how far that is from where you are. You do see what looks to be slow shifting movement of like aquatic plant life that is gathered on the edges about 10 feet down and further.
So Percy read this out loud, right?
Yes, I read it out loud.
Would Keyleth know anything about this as possibly being a portal to the realm of water? Would she know anything? Do like a check to see that this is something that might be a
Make an intelligence check.
not my strong suit.
Yeah. Oh.
Oh my gosh, Keyleth, you're so smart.
I'm so smart, just straight intelligence.
Straight intelligence.
15.
15. I mean, there are talk of elements here. Very plainly in the translation, it's possible. However, usually doorways to the planes have a very prominent magical signature to them. One that is especially you are pretty sensitive to, being an Ashari, and that is a large part of what your people's charge is. You do not get a feeling that this pool is a gateway to another plane per se, just a very deep pool.
Keyleth, use the thing to see magical runes.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Okay, I pull
The
out
chunk, the
my
hunk.
hunk of
Qual.
qual.
Wall.
Hunk of qual.
Okay.
Hunka, burn
Hold it up and concentrate for a moment. It doesn't seem to spark, and there doesn't
I
appear
really
to be
thought I
a
was going to do
reaction.
something. I really did.
Can I take out a single gold coin, make a wish, and flick it into the wishing well?
I watch it go down.
Drifts and goes from side to side. Drifts down. Glimmers occasionally. Drifts, and then is out of sight.
There's a fairly good chance we need to go down through this. Grog and Keyleth, you're probably the best suited for this, you, because your fucking chest is so big, and you because you can turn into water.
I also have 2 vials of breathing underwater.
Hey, that's a good thing.
I also happen to pack control water in my bag of tricks today.
You did?
I did.
Fucking awesome.
When we go underground, there tends to be water, so I tend to bring it.
Should we control it or?
Keyleth walks up and just kind of puts her hands in the pool.
Okay.
Does anything happen when I touch the water?
Your hand goes in the water. It is cold. It is in line with most subterranean pools that you've encountered. Not freezing, but very chilly. Reacts like any other water that you've encountered before. It's not particularly murky either.
I dive in.
You dive in, bring yourself down.
Whoa.
Go with it.
You got it?
Sinking down. You can see like the tunnel around you. It goes from smoother stone to a little rougher.
Breathe
And as you
underwater?
descend, you can look around. You can see there are kind of like algae and various aquatic plant matter and life that's kind of gathered around. Until eventually you go down about 40 feet or so. Your feet hit bottom, and you can see it ends behind you. But then before you, there is a tunnel. There's a continued walkway underwater forward.
I'll come down behind it.
You feel the impact as Grog kind of lands right behind you. What's your? Let me see here.
The patty.
What's your Constitution modifier? Keyleth?
Not great. 2 plus 2.
2. Okay. Yours is 5, right? For the Constitution modifier.
Oh, sorry, no, I'm being a dickhole. Oh, it is 5, yeah.
Yeah, so you can hold your breath for 5 minutes.
Okay. Oh.
5 minutes.
Is it however long?
Yeah, 1 minute per Constitution modifier if you use 2.
Interesting.
And after you've landed here, you're about 30 seconds in, looking around. Grog's there.
And so how far is the
It's interesting. I think that this is a good takeaway for DMs that you can use to your advantage if you know it. I think that just giving the PCs, in this case, giving the PCs this riddle right before the water tunnel gives them a lot of apprehension, right? The room apparently dead ending with a riddle gives big puzzle with potentially lethal consequences sort of vibes. And I think that you can absolutely use that to your advantage, but you also have to be wary. Like, we had 2 button pushers, especially Grog. Like, Grog was just like, I can just quaff the water breathing potion, I'm fine. And then Keyleth ended up, pushing the button. And I think that if you don't have these two, or they are just a little bit less gung-ho, you really could have gotten trapped in that room for a while. Like, you really could have had a situation where the players do not move forward because they are so nervous about this poem and the potential options before them. Now, I won't give any more specific, critique about this particular design because I don't know the full extent of it yet. But that is something good to note, is just presenting that to your party could slow them down. It did slow down Vox Machina, and it could even stop them in their tracks if they have people that are less willing to just charge forward, even not understanding something.
The tunnel look.
Perception check with disadvantage because of the water distortion.
I look everywhere except the tunnel with my dog.
Bad and bad. 16. 16.
Don't worry about it.
It's not hard to see. The tunnel continues against the curve upward about 6.
I have a button pushing in my party that gets apprehensive about pushing the button because he doesn't want to ruin or interrupt with the planning. What advice would you have for them? I think that is tough. I think that is tough because I very much understand that. I think that you will see that Travis, I think I have perceived, it gets into speculation territory, but I think I have perceived Travis holding himself back. Not often, but definitely at times, holding himself back. I think the real indicator of when you might want to push the button is when no new ideas are coming up. So, like, no new plans, no new angles. If you are just rehashing the same information, the same evidence, and the same plans circularly, I think that's when you kind of want to look at pushing the button. It'll depend on any given circumstance. There's no way to give a totally cohesive rule of thumb. But, planning, like most things in TTRPGs, planning should have a feel of going forward. Like, even if it is debating about the best way to progress through a dungeon or a combat or what have you, it should feel like the planning is moving forward. So that's either, like I said, a new piece of evidence, a new idea, a new angle. Like, all of these things are the fun part of planning. And if they're still nervous, if they're not quite sure, they're like, I don't really know if we've, hit the end of this where we're just looping back around to old stuff and old ideas and old angles. If they're not quite sure if they're in the loop yet, I think that even pushing the button of, hey, let's stop talking, let's take a vote, could be good. Because if it is coming down to let's take a vote, if someone does have something new to present, they will normally try to get that in before the vote. But if someone is just going to continue arguing for their same idea like they've been doing for the past 5 minutes, they don't have anything new to bring to the table, they are probably not going to push back as hard against something like a vote. But sometimes, even then, you will have people that won't accept the vote, will want to go back and keep arguing and what have you, and eventually you need someone who will just jump into the water. But then, at that point, if they've asked, hey, let's take a vote, and then we don't decide on a plan, and we keep arguing, at least at that point, your player has given all of the other players an indicator that they're done with the argument. That they think that the argument has reached its conclusion, so you need to probably start moving on. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's the general advice I would give. Every situation is unique. Every table is unique. But when new stuff stops getting brought up, either just push the button or ask for a vote. And if they keep arguing after you've asked for the vote, then just push it. I think. And frankly, you might ruin 1 or 2 planning sessions. Like straight up, it might just happen. You might just ruin 1 or 2 planning sessions. But you might also get the party into a bit of a better space. And if there might be a conversation between the DM, which I think is you, Deadly, between the DM and that player and the rest of the table of, do they think that it's because of the designs put in front of them? Is it one particular player that is really holding shit up? Like, what is maybe the source of the problem if they're not into what I described, you know? What? You're still going? It's only been 5.5 hours. It's only been 5.5 hours. What do you mean? I'm done with my too long company meeting and company tour. Yeah, dude. No, we're not even. We're at 2:39, so just barely after the break. I had a player that just wouldn't understand a point, even though 3 out of the 4 players had shifted and reached a compromise with a plan. We had to slowly go over it to move on after a break. And I mean, that is there's a lot to that you and your players can dig into there of like, is there a specific lapse in communication? Like, is there a way that this player needs ideas explained, or it would just be helpful to have ideas explained in a certain way that they're not quite getting? Like maybe the other 3 have more similar communication styles, so they're able to more easily understand. Was it just that specific instance, or is this a recurring thing? There's that really gets into, especially if it is one player specifically that is having the holdup. Is that just that player? Like, is that just a thing for them? Or was there something specific about that situation? It's hard to know. Hard to know. Sometimes there's one holdout in the plan. Yeah, true. I have a player that derails things a lot, but it's also the best feeling table I've DM'd, and I think it's low-key also on them, so I just accept things will go slow. And sometimes that is just the end of it. Like, sometimes there's nothing to be done. Like, sometimes it's just harder for people to pick up on plans, especially if they're like complex and multifaceted. Sometimes it's just hard for them to pick it up in the moment. And there is not to I haven't shilled for BitD in a while. But not to shill for BitD. But it could be worth considering if there are maybe some tools that you could use. Like, why exactly things are going slow for them? Is it because they are afraid that they won't be able to consider every edge case? Is it because they literally do not understand the step-by-steps of what they're supposed to do? Is it because they don't have confidence that the plan will work? Because depending on what it is, and the big thing, the reason I bring up BitD is a game all about heists, where part of the fun of the heist is planning for every contingency and having plans on plans on plans for all of these options. but that's boring as hell most of the time. Like coming up with all of those edge cases for anything that might happen, a lot of times that's not fun. So BitD has a mechanic called the flashback, where you can spend a certain amount of stress to flash back to before the score and potentially do something that would impact what you're experiencing right now. Like if the group gets stopped by a couple of guards, you can flash back to a point in the past where you bribed said guards. And I bring that up because depending on the reason that the player is going slow, you might be able to beg, borrow, or steal a mechanic from a different system to help with that. Like you could easily like mod in the flashback mechanic from Blades into D&D. You could just say like, oh, everyone gets like one flashback per session instead of tying it to stress, because there's no stress equivalent in D&D. So you could easily do something like that if that's the core of the problem. But identifying why things are going slow is probably the first thing towards solving it. In that instance, the player didn't understand the compromise involved their plan and wouldn't get that the plan did involve his idea until it was spelled out. I see. So they really, it sounds like they really want to be involved and that they are really committed to their ideas. And at that point, that is probably, just a behavioral table relationship thing of, it could be a thing where like from now on, like you and the other players maybe have to go to more, maybe have to go a little bit above and beyond to note that the plan involves this person's plan, if they, care about it that much. Great. I'm glad it was helpful. What up, Weeping Dalek? Hello. Apologies for holding it up. No apologies. This is the point, is talking about this sort of shit. No apologies. My player isn't holding up planning. They're mostly above table talking. That is a whole separate thing. Yeah. Above the table talking is definitely a whole separate thing. And that I think is almost entirely, like a personal relations thing. Fair enough. What up, John? How you doing? But I think she makes the table mood better, sort of like Ashley. I'll take the bad with the good. Hey, fair enough. That's sometimes that's just the bottom of it. I think that's very mature. And I was about to have more of a diatribe on it, but I think it would take too long. But I think that's good and mature. Yeah.
60 to 80 feet ahead of you. It is kind of choked with that heavy kind of algae type that's kind of like slowly drifting.
Bird. Stop trying to rip up the pillow.
There, but there's a path you can kind of see that'll swim through it where you wouldn't really stop or halt your progress, but it curves upward.
Want to keep going?
You're halfway through your breath, by the way. You're now at 1 minute.
I'll swim forward.
Okay, Ron goes forward.
Just to where it starts to curve up.
Have both of you guys make athletics checks.
That sucks to dick. At a disadvantage?
No, not athletics.
15.
12. Oh, no, with you do because you have exhaustion.
Oh, that's right. 12.
I told her to stop chewing on the pillow, and she immediately comes over, and I didn't realize that the sheath had fallen off, and immediately tries to put this entire thing inside of her mouth. This very not sharp, not dangerous multi-tool YouTube. Just immediately, it was just hanging off of my desk, and she immediately just goes, just tries to put the entire thing into her mouth. Because she has a death wish. I don't know how else to explain it. That seems to be the only possible explanation for why she would do that. I do never let her have any fun. You're so right. God, it didn't even have its fucking cover on. Good topic for a theories, etc. stream. I mean, to a point, but theories, etc. stream, while also being good for those sorts of topics, is mostly for the theorizing. I think that both of the streams can have these sorts of discussions. There we go. Domesticated animals have perfect survival instincts. I agree. Thank you for the 5 months, Mustang. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Check your membership milestone, folks. Thank you. All right.
12, what?
15.
15, okay. You guys aren't having a huge issue. You get forward. You can move about half your movement forward every 6 seconds or so. So you manage to make your way up into the center of where the plant matter begins to grow darker and more apparent. Grog, you start making your way through. I need you to go ahead and make a dexterity save at disadvantage.
What the why?
Piranhas, that's why.
Dexterity at disadvantage because you're swimming underwater, in which movement is much harder.
11. Ninja sharks.
11. All right.
Dolphins and lasers.
It's gonna be so
Ill
bad.
temper.
Take 8 points of psychic damage. As suddenly, out of the greenish plant matter, you see these red tendrils, these like red vines of algae that begin reaching out towards you. One of them brushes against your shoulder, and you feel this surge of shock energy almost travel through your nervous system to your head, and it's like you have an instantly pounding headache. And you
Thank you for the 3 months, Albie. Oh my goodness. I don't know how the membership milestones work, but thank you. I appreciate it. Multi-tool juggling when? Nah, never. I am not good at juggling. But thank you guys.
feel your muscles begin to tense up.
How do you make it pop up? I have no idea. I legitimately do not know what people are doing. You have to click the money icon and it will tell you if you have made it to a new month. Oh, so essentially it just auto pays, but if it's made to a new month. Oh my goodness. Thank you guys. Wait, so is this normal chat, not truffle? Got it. Okay. So is this like, could you, it basically stores those messages up until you post them into the chat. I see. So like Deadly or Albie or Mustang couldn't do it again. It just stores them up until they see it and they can like post it to make sure that they get some recognition on stream, which is fair. I want to give recognition on stream. That's kind of cool. Sick. Well, thank you for the 4 months, Deadly. I appreciate it. Oh my gosh, I never knew how this worked. Thank you for the 5 months, Hans. Oh my gosh. Very cool. Okay. Being on 2x speed to catch up now makes CR videos seem like it's on 1x. I know. That is. Then next month anniversary, you can do it again. Got it. Oh, that's super cool. That's very, very cool. Very nice. Huh.
Make a Constitution saving throw.
That's a 1.
You feel your muscles lock up as paralysis takes over. You watch as Grog suddenly senses up in the air that's in his lungs, escapes.
Upon
in a
seeing
big
this,
heave.
I reach forward and I grab a hold of him and I cast Control Water and jettison the both of us out of there.
Okay, looking at control water.
If it's water.
Kick the camera, sorry.
So do you just push yourself away, Jed?
I kind of take like a jet, jetting us
So
back out.
You pull him.
Water slide.
Using control water to kind of shove you guys aside. Yeah, it's basically the water's pushing you forward, almost like an Iceman ice slide. And make your way to the other side. Grog, you. That's the first round to get you to the bottom there. Your Constitution modifier is 5. You have 5 rounds before you're officially drowning.
Okay.
So she pulls you in, grabs you to the bottom. You look up. Using control water again, concentrate. This is going to take you 2 rounds to get to the top because you're carrying.
Can I see them coming up?
You do see the form begin, their Keelth's face begin rising to the surface. Eventually, she breaks through the water, carrying Grog, who's too heavy for her, and then dips right back down in the water. You just
Help!
pull Grog out and onto the edge. He's just locked in place.
Can I
eyes
take the
wide.
Control Water to see if I can like water bend it out of his lungs? If there's any water in his lungs?
Yeah, and as you concentrate, you pull this single strain of water just out of his. It's the weirdest sensation you've ever had, as the water is pumped instantly from inside your lungs. Yeah, it is, and the water.
It's like a reverse beer bong. Exactly, Travis. So famously, I don't think you can control water on like the water that is like part of a person's body. You cannot blood bend with control water, shape water, whatever. But I would absolutely allow this incarnation or this usage of control water. I think that is a dope usage that makes total sense. And I really I don't see the problem with it. Legitimately. I think that's just cool. I think that's just good old-fashioned fun. So cool. Oh my gosh. Also, Marisha kicking the camera is crazy. That is kind of wild. Some cameras at this point are sitting on tables. Gotcha. Okay. If it's bloody water, it's almost entirely water. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for the 2 months. This is Albie BTW. Oh, gotcha. Free money. Yeah, thank you very much. And that is true. If anyone is a VOD watcher or a YouTube person that has Amazon Prime, I would love to have your Amazon Prime subscriptions. If you don't already have them, subscribe to someone. It's a little bit of effort to help support the channel. Yeah. Anyways, back to the thing.
Just scatters across the stonework on the side of the pool. It takes about 30 seconds before your muscles come back, and all of a sudden you're.
What the hell happened? What was down there?
Oh, really nasty plants. And I go over. Is my I'm pretty sure my control water lasts for a minute. Yeah.
Control water lasts for up to 10 minutes.
Oh.
Concentration.
Dope. I'm gonna go over and start. Can I start clearing the water out of this tunnel?
Where would you want it to go?
Stairs. Behind us, the stairs up.
Away.
You can't make water disappear.
Can you don't
you can direct it. You can part it. You can do all kinds of things with it. The water still has to go somewhere.
I can part it. That's what I was kind of thinking. Making like an air tunnel.
Or you can redirect the flow. Up to you. What do you want to do? The abilities you have to choose from are part water, redirect flow, whirlpool. But that's not really where your realm. Or flood.
And how big was this tunnel?
All the way across side to side, it's about, I'd say 20 feet across.
That's a big tunnel.
Yeah,
I'll part it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you dive back down? Or you just, when are you starting the parting?
I just yell to everybody else and I say, there's a tunnel through to the other side, let's go. And I jump in and I'll sink and I'll start parting the water behind me.
Okay. All right.
Or let me sink to the bottom and then I'll part the water in the tunnel straight ahead.
Okay. Do you guys follow suit?
I'll follow.
Yeah.
We're diving into water or parted water?
And before I jump in, I say, don't touch the plants on the edge.
We're going through water to get to air.
Is it a
That's what I'm hoping.
fast drop, or do we kind of float down with it to water?
If you float down, because you didn't part the water of the top of the tunnel, you guys float down at a natural pace, eventually touching the bottom of the subterranean tunnel, holding your breath. Keyleth moves her hands this way, and the water in the center of the tunnel actually parts almost like a bubble in front of you.
Nice.
You step into that open space now, and you can breathe.
All right.
Okay, let's just go fast while I have this concentration.
Dropping around you as you're holding it at bay, and you push it off to the side. A lot of the water has been forced out of the top at the time being wherever you're going.
Sure,
however,
displacement, physics.
the plant life that was currently kind of drifting freely is all to the ground, and it's just this giant mass of plant matter on the ground that is soaking wet and just there.
Okay. Don't touch the plants, let's go.
Go where?
Is it covered like a rug all in front of us?
I mean, there is plant matter all over the entire surface.
Yeah.
It's thicker on the edges because a lot of it's kind of just rot down on itself.
Pick our way through?
Yeah, it looks like a bunch of wet fur just on the sides.
Okay.
You guys begin walking. What's the marching order here?
Oh god.
Who's going first?
I'll go first because I'm at disadvantage on everything.
God.
So
Okay.
That's
Grog-
terrible to go.
Grog goes first.
I'll go behind Grog.
Okay. Who's after that?
I'll go next.
exhaustion.
I'll take Pike and go after her.
Okay.
I'll go behind them.
And I'm following up the rears.
And Keyleth's following the rear. All right. Is Streak get stuff back into your necklace, by the way?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Just making sure. Hold it up.
I have.
He's in my necklace.
So as you step past, and you're stepping with the swashing sounds, your footfalls hit each of the sections of the kind of dark brown, greenish plant matter. It's really soggy, and Keyleth, as you're concentrating, it's a lot of water to part, and you're basically creating this 20-foot tunnel. As you begin stepping across, you can see the red vines kind of begin to pull their way out, but they're like, without the water there, they can't support the weight of the vine self. So currently, they're unable to really shift in your direction. You see them trying. You can see the vines like in a matted mass, but they can't actually work towards you.
They're assholes, don't touch them.
So as you dart across, you guys each individually make your way across the other side of the.
This is also a good example of like, you know, when I was talking about earlier of like Matt not necessarily about there being a miscommunication between Matt and the players about what exactly he's going to give reward for. This is a great example of like he is giving her very explicit reward for this control water. Like really cool. It makes her feel awesome, very smart. Like this entire thing is really great and is at direct contrast to the relative nothing that she gets from Windwalk. And I think most tables are going to have at least an element of that. There are going to be things that the DM at your table, or that you as the DM, do not focus on. And I think that just needs to be a clear understanding between the DM and the players, so that you don't get a situation where people waste spell slots, especially high-leveled spell slots. But to kind of show and contrast the difference of like Matt's rewards, he cares a lot about like progressing through a dungeon and like interacting with enemies in creative ways. And he is very much rewarding Keyleth for this in a similar way that he rewarded Scanlan's clever, or not even really that clever, but just his good idea during the last combat. I think Matt's pretty good at that sort of thing. So yeah. Anyways, yeah.
The tunnel where the end of the control water spell ends, you can see the curvature continues upward. There's a barrier of water that's just kind of shivering right there in front of you. You all eventually make it past that big central patch, and as it curves upward, you can look about 35 feet at a diagonal that way. You can see the surface of water that's where it breaks.
Oh, swim up.
Can I take the control water and kind of jettison all up like I did with Grog?
Yeah.
Hold on.
So you guys all take a breath as the water wall collapses behind you, rushes up, and like a water jet, all of you get jettisoned out and have to catch yourself on your feet.
3-point landing.
I catch myself on the broom and I fly.
All right.
I definitely will. How does Scanlan land?
Scanlan's more like a water slide. It comes out the end and feet in the air. It's fun, but yeah. But you kind of hit the sprinkler head. You didn't know it was under there.
Oh, the worst. That's what we're talking about. We haven't lived.
Those things are death traps, man. They're the best.
Or when they're not wet enough. I love it.
So you guys all emerge outside of this pool now. You take a moment to look around, as there is no light source in this room either. Those with dark vision, you look around and you can see what appears to be a smooth marbled stone floor, very intricately carved with 4 pillars surrounding the exit of the pool that you guys came out of. You can see on each of these pillars facing inward, facing outward of these pillars, what looks to be these stone lion heads that each kind of face outward. The chamber is also circular, but much larger. It's actually 60 feet across than the 30 feet of the first chamber you came to.
Right where we are, I'm going to take my flame tongue dagger and go in a circle and detect traps, see if I can see any traps.
Okay, make an investigation check.
18.
18, okay. As you glance around with the dagger, and now that you have light as opposed to the dark vision that's before, you can see now the room, it's a very, very deep blue cobalt marble. And the edges of each of these intricately carved like pillars where the base hits the rest of the structure, and along the walls you can see what looks like gold and platinum filigree and trim. It's a very beautifully, very elegantly built room. You look around the walls. They themselves are smooth with, once again, no door, no exit. However, you look around the outside of the pool that you just came out of, and there is a 3-foot wide gold loop around it, almost like there's just a big circular gold plate that surrounds the pool, and inside it is carved a language that you can understand. You recognize it again as Celestial.
Oh dear.
What does this say?
The dagger again?
All right, this one translates to, betwixt the chaos.
More about your broom.
Betwixt the chaos, our order reigns. The ones who made us, refined the plains. As ages died.
Hang on. The ones who.
Wait. Betwixt the chaos or order reigns. I mean, the ones who made us refined the plains seems like a pretty direct reference to the gods crafting the primordial plains after the First War. Right? That's what it seems like to me, at least.
Who made us?
Refined the plains.
Made us refine.
As ages die.
As ages died.
Their time and ember.
Their time and ember.
Die.
Hang on. The ones who made us.
Refined the plains.
Made us refine.
As ages die.
As ages died.
Their time and ember.
Their time and ember.
The 4 endure.
4 endure.
The 4 remember.
4 remember.
There are 4 dragons?
Man. Yes. Endure.
That can't be what this is about.
I mean, there are 4 dragons. Okay, wait. I can theorize while they play. Okay.
Why not?
There's also 4
Because we
lions.
killed one of them.
It could be 4 sphinxes.
There's 4 lions.
As you look up as well, as you glance more of the scenery, you put the dagger up, and right above where the pool is, there is a beautiful circular mural, the size of the room itself, 60 feet across from end to end.
How high is the ceiling?
The ceiling is 40 feet tall.
If it's in Celestial,
What is the
and
mural?
it says those who made us, I highly doubt that the dragons are the ones that made
I don't think so either.
the
Well, also-
architects of this structure.
If you recall, there's also 5 dragons, and we kind of killed one of them already.
Yeah, it's 4 sphinxes. It's 4 sphinxes.
Four somethings in the room.
Glancing up across the mural, this beautifully painted image shows flames twisting and writhing in a arced pattern that then twist into broken rock and soil and earth and mountains that then break once again, sinking into an angry ocean. And that ocean then begins to rise
Warning,
into clouds in the
ad
sky.
incoming. Take
Those clouds
cover.
then dissipating and turning into raw flame and continuing the loop.
It's the water cycle, of
Elements.
course.
Elemental.
It's the water cycle. Okay. Add incoming. I mean, yeah, this is much more the primordial planes. It's more like they have something to do with the primordial planes, which does kind of link into my primordial titans theory. Shit, I originally wasn't gonna have a theory stream tomorrow, but we might have to. This is a little juicy. Or maybe we'll have like Minecraft tomorrow, and then maybe like theory on Thursday or something. Yeah, with the 4 primordial planes. Okay. Let's see. We got about 10 seconds. Okay. Go grab some water. Go to the bathroom. I'm going to get some food. Or I'm at least going to put in some food and beg and borrow and steal a favor from my wife to take it out and bring it to me when it's done. We'll see. Either way, I will be back, and I will see you guys in a second. Goodbye. Hello, hello, hello. What's up? That sucks, by the way. Daniel, I did not realize that. That's lame. I mean, I guess it's, it's not like a deal breaker. It's not, gonna ruin things, but that still sucks. That's kind of lame. All right. Let's get back into it. We don't got time. It's not a fun faff around stream. We got things to do. We got things to accomplish. This is not the low stakes role play stream. This is the dungeon crawl. We gotta accomplish things. All right, let's get to it.
In the center of this loop, there is a single dark hole in the ceiling.
I'm flying, so I'm up kind of near it. Can I investigate it?
Yeah, make an investigation check.
Please.
I'm not like poking my head into it. I just want to get a closer look.
Thank you, Deadly. I'm not sure why it is not coming up on the Twitch end. Maybe it's a little bit delayed, but thank you. I appreciate it. I very much appreciate it.
That's what you said last time.
Let's get an intelligence check.
Investigation or perception? You said perception?
This would be, if what are you looking for?
I just want to get a closer look at the circle.
My perception. I'll say sure, why not?
So, 19?
Glancing at the circle, I mean, it has a similar small gold band around the outside of it, but this mural is built around this central hole. It's about 3 feet across. It's not very big, and it just goes straight up.
It said in the previous room, the sky is a window. Does that pertain to this?
It might.
Good. And said the water is a door.
Which we came through.
And the hole is right above the water, correct?
Correct.
It lines up. It lines up.
In fact, double check the gold floor. I'm not.
Are there any runes on the gold around that circle on the ceiling?
Looking around the gold itself, no, but you're looking at the actual mural itself this close up. There's a texture to the painting itself, and you can see embedded within elements of the actual brushwork and where the flames meet the rock, you can see hidden the lines, what appear to be very, very faint runes.
Is it the same language that was around the...
It's a language you don't understand. This is not a spoken language, though it has its basis. What languages do you know?
Abyssal, Draconic, Elvish.
These are rooted in Draconic, very ancient. This is the basis of what most arcane runes are created from. Draconic is the base root of arcane writing. None of them spell anything you understand with your knowledge of Draconic. However, that is the base root of this writing, as ancient as it is.
Pike.
By the way, Matt, does this mean anything to you?
I rolled my second natural one of the night for
Okay, you have to know.
I'm trying to get water out of it.
Yeah. Now, Pike's looking up and goes, this is beyond me. This is very old.
Does this harken back to anything that we remember about the telling of the spark or the second spark?
I'll make a religion check with her. Not bad. She goes, best I can gather, these represent the elemental chaos. And the center is the prime, our world, that was crafted out of that chaos when the gods came. Just like we were told of the Platinum Sanctuary. That's what you told me you found there.
All of the elemental realms overlap, which create our realm. Which is why there's gateways.
Dude, that's so funny with Matt of like, that's what we were told at the Platinum Sanctuary, or that's what you told me that you were told. But I will also say, if you want to craft a dungeon that is very difficult, especially from like a puzzle aspect, like your players maybe directly tell you or maybe imply or, mention that they want to be like really challenged in terms of like puzzles and puzzle solving. A decent, it's a little bit of a band-aid or a hack, but having an NPC accompany them, and all you have to do, you have to come up with a reason that the NPC is accompanying them, that it needs to be there and that it needs to be with them the whole time or whatever. But if you can come up with that reason, just having an NPC there to break them through in case they're stuck can be very nice to making sure that they don't just stay stuck for hours or days or whatever. Like the Paladin in the D&D movie, precisely. The Paladin's a DM NPC. We all know this. And so... it's as long as you get some reason for them to be there, and especially if the players want a challenge, if they really want to engage with a difficult puzzle, having the NPC be there, but as long as the NPC doesn't like actively, just shout shit out into the world, it can be a really good thing. And like here, they had to actively prod Pike. They were like, hey, Pike, what do you think about this? And then she told them and was like, oh, I think it's this. Remember that thing that you told me about? Give me a good way for the DM to kind of recenter things. They don't even need to give them the answer, like Pike obviously didn't. But she at least focused them and kind of trimmed off some theories so that they can start anew on possible solutions with some of the really not correct ones hacked off and trimmed off. So I don't know that Matt did that on purpose. But even if he didn't do it on purpose, the way that he has run Pike in this, which is similar to how he normally runs her, I think is especially good for right now in like a puzzle dungeon room sort of thing.
Can I walk over to one of the pillars?
Can I come down and grab that
Cover with
magical?
anything.
Can I grab the Hulk?
Sure.
Wall?
They're all the same, and they all have that giant like gold stone lion head facing outward from each of the pillars.
Is there like riding or anything fancy on the pillar?
Make an investigation check.
I grabbed the hunk of qual and I floated up to the ceiling.
I did vex the hunk of wall.
15 with a -2.
Nothing really catches your attention.
Can I knock on it?
Solid cobalt marble.
The lion heads, do they have open mouths or closed mouths?
The mouths are closed. You
I take the hunk up to the ceiling.
All right. What do you do with it?
How did you make this work, Edith?
Just sort of hold it out like you're searching for a signal.
Okay. You hold it up, and you see the bauble glows ever so faintly. And whenever you drift it over the mural, all the runes that are within like a foot of it slightly glow as it passes over, almost like a black light. It just kind of reveals them ever so faintly.
Does that mean these are magic? I can't remember what this thing does.
Yeah, it means that there's magical essence. It sort of finds magic.
I'm going to take some of the water from the pool, and I'm going to bring it to one of the columns and dash it on the column and see what happens.
Okay. You take the water.
On the water column.
You throw it on the column that matches the water overhead. You feel this slight grinding shift of stone.
Wind blows, fire burns.
Really, we had to bring it there. Really?
You glance around, and the lion's mouth has opened.
Good call. Mercy. Caleb goes over.
I go over to one of the other pillars and I blow on it, the one
I
under
can
the
wind.
air.
Other people can fire.
The same crumbling sound of stone, and the mouth of the lion is open.
What'd you do? You blow on it?
I use the flame tongue dagger.
As you brush it across the pillar, once again, the lion mouth opens on the outside of the
How do we
pillar.
do earth?
She's an earth elemental. She can do.
Well,
earthy
I
things.
druid craft some earth and kind of start wrapping it around the pillar.
Okay. You create this little burst of soil, this little kind of knob of wet mud clay, and you circle it to smear across the side of the pillar. The fourth mouth opens. There's a low rumble. Suddenly, each mouth of the lion begins to just pour a constant cavalcade of sand. The pool immediately fills up. You guys noticing this room, as wide as it is, across the way, other holes have opened up on the side and sand is pouring in.
I fly into the hole. I fly up into the hole on the ceiling. And drop.
Oh, a fucking hourglass!
I fly into the hole. I drop
Hourglass.
the endless rope down from the hole as I'm flying it up, so there's a rope in the middle of the room.
Okay.
That everybody can go for it. And I'm
If the
flying
sand
up.
fills up, we can just ride the sand up to the hole.
Yeah, keep jumping up on the sand, but
No. So you ride up through the top. You go up about 60 feet to the very top before you get there. You have to take a second to go ahead and rummage and find the rope. The rope is on you at all times,
Yeah.
not in the bag of holding.
no, it's on my cloak.
Okay.
Robe of infinite twine.
Right. It's a robe. It's like it's
Robe, it's not a rope. It's
yeah.
from the inside of like a robe
pocket
or
on the
jacket.
inside of the robe.
Oh.
So
Can it support a?
you have to get that from Grod first. So it's probably in the bag of holding.
All right, fine. I fly back down and I give me the rope.
Okay. At this point, the sand has now come up to your knees, about waist area, and you're having to like climb out and get on top.
Skyline, grab your horn.
Now I fly
Call out. Tell
And I
Say
let
the
him hold on to one end.
sentence.
Okay.
I tell him to hold on to one end as I fly up.
Don't you have a
Okay.
cone?
Oh, sure. One
Want
end.
me to talk to somebody? There might be a
If the,
sphinx. I don't know. Grab some
both of
straws.
you across, especially with your weight, the broom just.
I let go. I tell it the rope should be coming out of the rope.
Right. Okay. I thought you were trying to lift him up.
No. I'm trying to let the rope out as I'm flying up.
You pull up and you come off the top again into this chamber that leads into it. You can see with what your vision is a tunnel that leads ahead to a set of double metal doors.
Is there anything to tie rope off onto?
No.
What about the doors? Are there handles?
From what you can look over there, no. They're solid metal.
Shit.
Skyline, can I borrow your horn, your cone? your
Yes,
thing?
I can yell.
At this point, the sand is
Cisa.
now about half the room is filled now.
Okay.
I grab Skyline's horn.
Oh, Cisa sent us. Can you hear us?
You hear that voice kind of echo up through.
Gather close next to me. Who's
gathering
close
close.
nearby? I do a wall of stone as a pillar, like a poof, and pillar us up towards the hole.
Okay.
Elevator time.
It is a 3-foot wide hole. You'll be able to fit one person through there.
Can I at least rise us up to where we're close and we can get there?
Okay, yeah.
Or
So
we're up and out.
All right, yeah. So you get up out of the sand. Now you guys have been climbing up best you can, but as the nature of sand, you're still kind of pulling in as it's pouring in. Now you can see now parts of the ceiling are sort
Do you
of
have the
open.
immovable rod?
Sand's
I
pouring
do
in
have
from
the
the
I
top.
fly down and I grab the immovable rod.
Here, cat. Yeah, take it.
Okay, you grab the rod, you fly up. You take the rod, you set it in place, and
Tie the rope onto it.
tie the rope onto it. All right. At this point, now the sand's pushed up. You guys are on the last 10 feet before it hits the ceiling.
Climb in.
Climbing the rope.
Okay.
I'm gonna go ahead and I'm just gonna go and turn into a bird. And
Can I fly back down and grab Scanlan?
I'm okay.
I go down and I grab Pike then, and I go up.
Okay.
On the broom.
Pike goes, thank you. You grab her, and she holds on to the edge of the broom, and you guys make it up that way. Nope, since the hole is just small enough where pretty much you have to go through single file, so nobody else can climb while you're doing that. So you guys go through. Who's coming up first? You're flying up after them. Who's going up first?
I'll go up next.
Okay, go ahead and make an athletics check.
Athletics or acrobatics?
This would be athletics.
The
This is climbing a
hole.
rope.
The hole.
A tiny-
Is it triangular?
No, it's circular.
19.
19. Okay, making your way up. It's a long pull.
I'm gonna Batman.
All right, who's up next?
I'd like to use acrobatics to ignore the rope and use the sides of this little tunnel to do that going up.
Okay, go ahead and do that.
Nice.
That is 25.
25. Okay,
American
that keeps
Ninja
you going.
Warrior.
So you guys get up a third of the way. Who's after you?
I guess I'm climbing the rope. There's
Yeah.
a rope, yes?
Yep.
Climbing that rope.
All right, make an athletics check.
Okay.
Or, you know, be an owl.
Yeah, right.
17.
17. Okay, you guys are all making it up. You get about a third of the way up. I need the three of you to make your checks again, as it is a very tight space and it's a very, very heavy pull. You're just like
25 again.
25 again. Awesome.
13.
23.
23. You guys make it up 2/3 of the pathway now. You can see now the sand has reached the bottom, and at this point, you guys made it up to the top. You look up as you notice part of the stonework above goes. Sand begins to now fall directly down on top of you guys, pushing past you. I need you guys to make one more check with a disadvantage because of the sand. Because that was what the timer was going to do.
Oh god, there's gone.
As soon as the timer went out, that was when the top one went and capped off the top.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah, 27.
Here's
This is athletics check?
It's athletics, yeah.
No, 27 is 24.
24, right? This is you coming up from the bottom.
Yeah.
Everybody. Okay, so you make it up to the third of the way now. What'd you roll? With
17.
17 with disadvantage?
13.
13.
25 acrobatics.
25. You actually have to climb over Percy to get past him. Percy's being held up from the sand that's coming down.
holding on to the
Grog
rope for
is
you.
starting to catch up to you. I need Vax and Scanlan. You guys make it to the top and just pull your way out of the sand that's now pouring down in that tunnel.
To the
Grog,
top of what?
Huh?
The tunnel on
top
top?
of the tunnel. Yeah, you guys emerge from it. You're
Oh.
now inside a chamber along with Vex and Keyleth.
So the only people that are left are Percy and Grog.
Percy and Grog.
Second
Where's
roll.
Pike?
And
Pike's
Pike's
up.
out.
Pike
Pike's
caught up by Vex.
Second roll was 11, 19 total.
19 total?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm tying I have a regular 50-foot rope and I'm tying a loop and I'm going to throw it down towards Grog and try to get it down so I can hold onto it and just help pull while he does what he's doing.
And can I like cantrip a gust like against the sand?
Yeah, I want to try to fly up
some
and
of it.
block
It's a
that.
lot of sand. It might be able to help a little bit with your cantrip. It's more of a puff of wind than a strong force, and it's a lot of sand falling. It's not going to help tremendously in this circumstance,
All right.
unfortunately, as a cantrip.
Can I use Pike's shield and try to like direct it to where some of it isn't like coming?
Sure, go ahead and make a strength check.
Oh, maybe Pike should do it because she's way stronger than me.
Okay. Pike's going to step
She's
forward.
got 19 strength now.
Don't do this,
She does.
Pike. Don't do this.
Do it,
You got
Pike.
19 strength, Pike.
I have to do it.
All right,
It's
all right.
cool.
Steps forward and puts her shield out. All right, she manages to direct some of the flow, which begins to spray onto the outside of the room, begins to fill up one side. However, that does give a round of no disadvantage to Grog and Percy. Roll again.
Except I am exhausted, right?
Yes.
So I have disadvantage.
You disadvantage anyway. Yes, you do.
21.
You manage to make up the rest of the way. The rope. Percy comes out.
Grab his-
Pull him up onto the side. Pike, unfortunately, it's too much and loses it. The sand comes rushing on top of you. What'd you roll?
It was a 21.
A 21.
I grab Grog by the beard and
He's
pull.
almost to the top. You made one check. That's your second check now. You make one more check now. As the sand's pouring down, it's now come up to you. It's starting to grab the lower part of your legs.
Okay.
And you start to feel yourself being buried by the sand.
This is going to be my fourth roll.
I'm pulling on his beard. Can I cancel his
Disadvantage.
disadvantage out?
Well, no, the rope that came down.
Yeah.
Roll perception check, Rod. With disadvantage? What'd you roll?
Perception is 4, but I rolled a 60, so 24 on my fourth.
Disadvantage?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
So you don't even see the rope that Vax drop. It just keeps in the sand. But you grabbing on the one that's already up there, you just hand over hand pull up. You guys watch as the sand eventually stops and fills the entirety of the tunnel. And it stops. And then Grog pulls himself outside, manages to brush the sand off. It's all in his beard.
Oh, yeah. How about a short rest? I don't feel like a nap. Fucking hell.
I start sort of shaking out his beard and getting all the crap out.
Yeah, thank you.
It's like flame.
Let's brush him off.
I thought we were doing what we were supposed to do down there.
I think we did do
I
what
think
we
we
were
did do what
supposed
we were supposed to do down there.
Jeez, it would have been better if we would have just gone up the hole.
Yeah.
So,
Fuck, I've never rolled that well.
That was good.
Eight rolls.
it's the time to do it, man. So you guys now see there's a long stone brick.
I can't tell if I missed something. Was the top, so there was the hole above the pool up to this upper chamber, which is what this represents, right? Were they able to access the upper chamber before the sand stuff started happening? Or did they need to do the sand stuff in order to open up that top area? That's the only part I'm not. My understanding right now is that they needed to do the sand stuff in order to gain access to the top area, which is what happened when the timer ran out. But then they're not quite clear on it, so now I'm thinking maybe I'm less clear on it. But my understanding was like they did the sand thing, the timer went, when the timer ran out, then they were able to access the top area. Because they didn't go up there till afterwards. Laura's comment is correct. A seemingly bypassable puzzle. Interesting. So they had access to the top room we see. We'll never know. Okay. I couldn't tell if I missed something because I wasn't quite clear on whether or not it opened or not. But interesting.
Hallway before you. It's just solid behind you with a little bit of sand that's now.
I think we did do
I
what
think
we
we
were
did do what we were supposed to do down
Oh,
there.
jeez, it would have been better if we had just gone up the hole. Yeah.
So,
Fuck, I've never rolled that well.
That was
eight rolls.
that was the time to do it, man. So you guys now see there's a long stone brick hallway before you. It's just solid behind you with a little bit of sand that's now kind of coasted from the corner after Pike had diverted it briefly. Beyond the way, about 30 feet ahead of you, you see two metallic doors that are closed.
Traps. I'm looking for traps.
Let's get straight.
Yeah, that's good. That is a 27.
You take a moment scanning the floor as you approach, coming up to the actual doors. You take a minute to look them over. They are not locked nor are they trapped.
Whoa, I never trust that.
I know,
ever.
right?
That's never been
I'm going
good.
stealth.
Maybe this is like a test, and if we made it past the test,
That was
we're
the trap?
worthy.
30
Yeah,
for
you know.
stealth.
Okay.
It did say, what
We're
did,
just
that,
in a
what did
room-
that riddle say? Something about a name?
We're just
a
in
name
a room
must
with
be
two
earned?
doors. Is that it?
Correct. A hallway with two doors.
Well,
A name is earned.
A name is earned.
Yeah.
So maybe this is us earning our name, you know?
Or his name.
Is the door locked?
His name.
no.
Wait, so we went through water, we went through sand.
No, we went through. Oh, that was
good.
fire.
And
we haven't gone through fire or wind,
wind.
yet.
All right. Good call.
I'm going to
That was really smart, Rob.
Hey,
Deathwalker's Ward. I'll have it resistant to fire.
Okay, that would take a short rest to go ahead and set that.
I'm okay with that.
Let's just sit in that grog, catch a breath, shall we?
Okay, you take a short rest as well now. Up to you.
Yeah, I'll
Does it
take
cure exhaustion? If
No,
it takes
long
a
rest cures exhaustion.
Oh, fuck that shit. I'm rolling through.
All right, you guys take a short rest. You take a breather here. If you need to use any hit dice, yeah, you can. All right, so finish the short rest. You
Is
reset
there,
your fire resist.
Is there any runes or anything around in this room that look like they would indicate?
In the short rest and time you taken, while there were no traps on the door, you guys did notice that there is a very, very faint symbol in the middle. Very large, so at first it just seemed like it was part of the door's design, but as you step back and rested, you kind of glanced over at the door. Keyleth, kind of looking at it from this distance, you could see the symbol
Oh, he's got paper.
Is it over both doors or
like
just
this.
one? Ooh.
This is the
That's
symbol
a
of Ioun.
sphinx. Oh.
This is the ancient original symbol of Ioun. This is what is as a relief in each of the doors, ever so faintly, we're only at a distance, which you'll be able to really see it.
Is it the exact same in both doors?
Yes.
Not a mirror image, not one blue,
No,
one
it is the
green?
exact same.
Okay. Should we open a door?
Well, do you want to bust out those
Wait,
ions?
maybe there's a clue. Maybe there's a clue in here.
You also have your ions.
Yeah, what's that gonna
In the walls and in the floors and in the ceiling, is it just the same marble or stone? Are there any porous openings or?
Make a perception check.
What was that second line? Knowledge dust below. What was it?
All realms are the shore.
Okay, so this is something that Matt, I didn't like how he ran it in the Underdark, and then the last time we had like a diverging path like this, I think he ran it well. Now I think I'm back to not liking it. I think that there should almost always, when we come to a fork in the road, be some distinguishing factor between the two forks in the road, regardless of what that factor is and regardless of if it matters. Maybe there is something that they can discover through a perception check. I really hope so. But there should always be something that makes these at least something different. Even if it is not something that they can really make like a fully informed decision on, there needs to be just something for them to latch on to. If not even necessarily for decision-making purposes, honestly, at least partially for clarification purposes of everyone knowing which door they're talking about. You know, which door, which direction. Them having some sort of identifying mark makes talking about that way more clear, especially if there's no map, which it seems like there isn't. I've picked that advice up for my own group. Hell yeah. I'm very glad. The party is currently navigating Sea Hag Lair, and I'm making sure that every split in the path gets a distinct flavor. Good. Hell yeah. That's dope. That's really, really dope. And it doesn't have to be, like I said, it doesn't even have to be something that gives them the ability to make an informed decision on like what is down each path. But just something for their brains to latch onto, because otherwise it's so random that they have trouble making a decision, I've found.
All round to the shore.
This guy's went to the water.
16.
Okay, looking about the stonework is pretty consistent here. It's old, but unlike the weathered entrance, a lot of this has not seen the elements since it's so fairly buried, and even at its seemingly ancient time that it's been here, it doesn't appear to be worn. It's really fresh. You don't see any weaknesses. You don't see missing stones.
It's stone, though, right?
It is stone, yes.
Like marble, or?
No, actually, this is more old, classic, gray.
It's a set of double doors? I heard 2 doors. So my understanding is that it's a hallway with then 2 doors on either side. Am I just completely misunderstanding this? I did not think it was like a hallway with like a set of double doors at the other end. I thought it was a hallway with 2 distinct doors, like 2 distinct directions that they could go. It's double doors. Oh. It's just a set of doors to the next place. So technically 2 doors? Okay. I want to be slightly validated in I believe that when he first described it, there were no traps. There's a very faint symbol in the metal. The doors, like he's referring to it singular. I just want to know. Wait, we're in a room with 2 doors. See, that was what I was correct. A hallway with 2 doors. Okay. That does absolutely refer to, I guess, a pair of double doors, but I was definitely interpreting that as 2 separate doors. Okay. I guess, okay. I mean, that's good from the perspective of that makes more sense why he's not giving any sort of distinguishment between the 2. But interesting from a word choice standpoint. Wait, words can be ambiguous? Look, this one, a hallway with 2 doors. Yeah, it's definitely, words are definitely ambiguous, but that is very ambiguous to me.
Granite, or other deep earth stones that are used for various forms of construction. It doesn't have any special properties that you can recognize.
Well, if no one else is going to, I think it'll be fine.
Take 20 paces back. And do what? And wait for me to open the door and look in.
Well, why not I open the door and look in?
All right, I'm a little better at being invisible, but go for it.
I very gently. Which door?
Which one?
Both of them at once.
Both doors open. You look into what appears to be a...
Oh, wait, I think that me and Sam were on the exact same page. Thank you. I love you. She put in pizza rolls for me. I think that me and Scanlan were on the exact same page because he's like, which one? And then clearly some other people took it the correct way, like Taliesin, of like both of them. Which I would be so confused about.
What you can see, because there's a very, very faint bit of light emanating from his dagger. Beyond that, it is pitch darkness.
Oh, well, you can't see.
Percy is the one who cannot see.
What do you see, Percy?
I see a door that I've conquered.
Has to be one.
That's great. Great. Do I need to make another stealth check at this point?
No, I maintain it.
All right, so I'm gonna just stay back. There's no point in all of us getting hit with something. And move 20 feet ahead of it.
You move 20 feet ahead. You enter the room and you can see this chamber is square in size, but it is divided, it seems to be, in 3 halls. There's a path to the right, a path to the left, and a path ahead of you. You can't quite see all the way past. The hallway continues to the very edge of you.
Wait. I want to because this feels like another thing where I might not be understanding correctly. Okay. So is this one room that just has 3 sections, or is this 3 actual separate hallways?
20 feet ahead of it.
You move 20 feet ahead. You enter the room and you can see this chamber is square in size, but it is divided, it seems to be, in 3 halls. There's a path to the right, a path to the left, and a path ahead of you.
So it's... I'm actually very confused. So is it one room that just has 3 sections, or... Okay. Ooh, I don't know.
You can't quite see all the way past. The hallway continues to the very edge.
It sounds like it's, for those who know, it sounds like the throne room that you first meet Gortash in BG3. That's what I'm picturing right now, where it's all technically one room, but there are these big, but they're like big pillars and like furniture pieces that segment it. It's the cool S of rooms.
Of your visual range once you enter the chamber. However, what you can see is to the right and left of you, there parts of the wall have like collapsed. Like there's just piles of rubble and stone and earth. Make a perception check from this point.
I'm peeking through the door at this point.
Okay, you see this as well.
My second one today. So I rolled a 1. That's better. Perception, you said?
Yes.
22.
Looking just to the edge of the two pathways, you can see there appears to be a little bit of a shimmer or a bit of movement, like light silk, almost like threads shifting, entwined. It looks almost like a large, very, very faint web that is kind of just draped over one wall on the right and matching on the left side.
Does it remind me of anything I've seen in my dreams?
I mean, other than like the idea of a glimmering thread, maybe, but it isn't glowing. It's not emitting light. And it's very thin, very wispy. And there are a few of them that you can see before the rest of your perspective on the two walls that break it into three passageways.
Are there any 8-legged friends around?
You don't see any at your current position. Ahead of you, in the central chamber, you do see what looks to be a small pit, like a divot, almost like a cauldron, about 10 feet across. Similar in size and circular structure as to the first water pool you guys dove into, except for it just comes to a convex end with nothing visible in it. There's like stones built around the outside of it.
I could be grasping at straws, but I'm getting a bit of an arachnid vibe in here. I'm not sure. There's 3 passages, there's webbing of some kind to the left and to the right, and some sort of divot or bowl on the ground. I think you can all come in quietly.
I walk up next to him. Oh yeah, I see what you're talking about.
Upon hearing this, Keyleth drops to her knees and does a locate creature. Do I sense any spiders?
You actually do not sense any spiders.
I think we're good on spiders.
This thread is silk, isn't it? It's actual material. I'm not going to touch it. I'm actually conscious of the creation of air currents. I'm going to just gingerly put on my mask so that my breath does not move things, and examine.
Okay. Make an investigation check.
Smart. While he's doing that, I want to use primeval awareness to sense celestials.
And that is one of the entities that you can check with it? Okay.
I think that this is. I don't think I've ever said it this explicitly, but I very much want to highlight this chat by Daniel. Bad art is 1,000 times better than no art when things get confused. There's a moment early on where at one point, I think it's Marisha, turns around and just like starts drawing a map on the whiteboard behind them, and it clears things up so quickly. And to be fair, I'm the only one confused in this state. Like, I don't think that Matt has really done anything wrong here. Like, yeah, me and Scanlan were a little confused, but Taliesin wasn't. Like, other people are relatively on the same page here. Like, I'm not even like really critiquing Matt right now. It is more just I want to make sure that I'm understanding it so that I can levy actually good or actually correct critique. But it definitely I just so heavily agree with this. But especially when things get confused. If no one's confused and everyone's trucking forward, you don't need to draw things. But especially when things get confused. Just draw something, even if it's shit. If you hand me something like street directions, I will cry. Well, I mean, that's fair. That's totally fair. But something is better than nothing, you know? Something's always better than nothing. But I get you. I also think I agree with Taliesin's train of thought. I think he's thinking correct, yeah. After you're praising Marisha there, I legit got a tiny whiteboard and markers to have it on my player's table. Oh fuck yeah, that's awesome. Have they been using it? I hope that they've enjoyed it. Well, that's very, very cool. Always draw something. That's how you get better at. True. Also very true. Yeah. Anyways. Wait. I always thought that the grid-based planned street layout would be easier to navigate than winding European streets, but it weirdly broke my brain. Look, I think grid layouts are easy to navigate, but I can also very much understand that it would be tough to get used to. But it also hasn't been needing yet. I hope that when it does, they will. Sick. Very cool. Very, very cool.
What'd you roll, Kelsey?
I rolled a 2. So my investigation is 5, which is how old I'm turning.
It is a thread, and there are multiple. As you close, you can see there are many threads that are like partway through this like 15, 20 foot wide hallway on the far right that you've kind of gone to and inspected. This network of threads appear to be attaching at the halfway point and then drape against the wall. Oh, it looks like a spider web made of this thread. All converges in the center. That's the best you can make of it. You do not sense any celestials, but do mark off your spell slot for that use.
That's not a spell slot. It's just my
Oh, extend one ranger spell slot. But I have never ever done that.
I assumed you were keeping track of that.
I have never even
well,
looked at that
going
bold,
forward,
bold statement. Wow. I am sorry about that, Matt.
That's okay.
Is there any way to cross the room without touching the web?
Yeah, essentially it's a 15, 20 foot wide thing. The web only starts about part way and encompasses this side of it.
And is there anything behind the webs? Just rubble?
Behind the webs, the hallway continues and then ends and then continues right. It's almost like it's a square room that has walls here that split it into 3 different passages, and they all converge again on the opposite side.
Can we pick a way?
We can
Like
see
a
all the
mini
way to the
golf.
Make a perception check.
Right, yeah. You
very
can
mini
either
golf.
do the trick shot or try and go from the straight, yeah.
16.
16. You notice at the end of the 2 hallways on the sides, beyond the spider web in the corner, there are 2 small 5-6 foot wide pools of water similar to the ones you dove into. They're lined with stones and a little bit of gold trim similar to what you guys saw in the previous room.
There's doorways?
So you have the rubbles on the side, you have the spider webs.
That's a thing. Yeah. The grid layout's having a trick. Dude, there's actually... So, in Kansas City, the north-south streets have names, and the east-west streets have numbers. So east-west streets have numbers that get higher as you go further south, and then the north-south streets all had names. But the names didn't, at least if I remember correctly, didn't have any sort of trick to them. And there's a specific city on the Kansas side of Kansas City that changes this for some reason. They rename all of the numbered streets for their city only, like their municipality only, into named streets. So like 135th becomes Santa Fe. For no reason. It's the worst thing in the world. I don't know why they did it, and I hate it. Every time I visited that area, I always hated it. Whoa, what the fuck? Wait, no frame skipping now? Are you sure? Because my OBS is still telling me that I'm dropping frames. I think it's probably because I was so still. Now it seems fine? What the fuck? There's no... I don't even know how it would seem fine. You still look like you're running at 20 FPS? I mean, I'm watching my frames drop, like, as we speak. I have a little tool down here that it takes up a prominent area of my OBS because of all these issues. And it's just telling me that frames are just continuing to drop. I don't know, but I don't know why. Okay, we might be back. I think we're fully back. That was super weird. I was looking at all of the monitoring stuff that I have set up. I have no idea what would have been causing that. But I think we're just 100% back. That's so weird. I don't know, maybe. Yeah, maybe Deadly. Unpause now and the stream appears fine. That's so odd. No, yeah, and now we're back. Now we're back. We got to see what you do when it drops because you thought it had. Dude, it's still... I'm still watching the frames drop. You just eat while looking down? Yeah. I'm still dropping frames like crazy. I don't know why. And I know that both, although Twitch is telling me that my connection's excellent. So what the fuck is going on? And now YouTube's telling me that my connection's excellent. But OBS is telling me that I'm dropping like 50 frames a second. Oh no, okay, now YouTube agrees that it's bad. Yeah, my landlord might be slithering the walls. One day, I am almost positive it's on my end. Like, I don't think it's on like a Twitch or a YouTube thing. I'm almost like, I mean, my monitoring, like, OBS is telling me that I'm dropping frames. It's not like it's coming out of nowhere. But I don't know why. I don't think so, Daniel. Let me go check some stuff in the living room. One second. I'll be back. Okay, we're going to keep pushing forward because things seem to have reset. It might be weather related. That's like the only thing I can even identify is that it may be weather related. And if it is that, it might get worse, but we'll just have to see. And with that, let's push ahead.
You have the pools at the end there, and you have the empty cauldron in the centerpiece. You cannot see, unless you move further forward, you cannot see beyond where those hallways converge on the opposite side.
Is it just me, or is that one in the middle look like the fire pit?
I agree. I think this looks like a convergence of the elements type of a room.
We have some boar in the frozen bag.
When I start cooking here?
What?
I can light a fire in that pit.
You can, yeah. Is it far away? You can set my arrow on fire and
It's
send it down.
25 feet from the doors you guys entered with.
Oh,
So.
I just don't want to walk down then.
Yeah, but hold on, look, the last time we did that, look, shit went down.
Let's just, get in the doorway, and then if something happens, we shut the doors.
Well, can we, like, walk over to the cauldron first and see what's above it?
If you want to walk in.
Walk to the cauldron.
Okay, so make a perception check.
23.
Okay, as during this conversation, looking about and pulling back, I know you're past as well, even in the conversation with him, as you kind of kept an eye out, you see too that to the front of each of these walls that bisects the room. What you thought was just a wall, now as you've had time to study it and quiet as everyone else has been talking and doing these experiments, Scanlan, you probably would notice this too, the wall is, the separator is actually a giant obelisk on each side, just like the one that you saw in the crosswheel on the way in, the baskets were around. You just see that, but they're much newer, they're not as weathered by the ages, and they're just these two markers with the symbol of Ayun.
Short haul.
Is there a thing?
Short haul.
Come here.
Oh, yes.
Look at this thing. Look, there and there. These are just like the
ones that we saw before.
Yeah, you still have the doohickeys.
Of course I have my doohickeys.
You want us to shove it in the hole?
You realize that I was born to shove things in holes.
That's why I called you over, man.
All right, so which one?
Inland hole shover.
Eeny, meeny.
That's a surname. It's his mother's maiden name.
Catch a druid by the toe. If she hollers, let her go. Eeny, meeny, miny.
The right
No,
one?
we've always found that very offensive. I just want to.
I'll choose the right one and I'll stick my Ion Stone in it.
Okay, looking at the base of it, you see there is the same triangular symbol there. You place the Ion Stone into the recess in the obelisk. As you do, it glows faintly. The obelisk itself tends to give off the same kind of somewhat
Oh. Okay, I think we're back. Now, like I said, I don't know exactly what's going to happen in this episode. I don't know exactly what's going to happen. But we're in a big ass temple. We're dungeon diving. Like, I feel like maybe some more momentous things are going to happen towards the end of this, and I don't want to interrupt those things. And I'm worried that this is going to keep happening and potentially only get worse. So, if I were going to stop, should I just stop now? And potentially try to finish this episode tomorrow, and or on Wednesday? What do we think about that? Is there a more natural stopping point that we might be able to shove through and get to? Or if I was going to stop, should I stop now? Because I'm worried about this happening during a more intense sequence. We're at 3:21, and also ads are about to start. That's funny. But that's like 10 minutes away. Matt ends the session here, so we've got about an hour and 20 minutes of session time left. Stop now if you were to stop. That's kind of what I'm thinking. Ugh. Normally, I want to give it the fucking 3 strikes you're out treatment. But not that I would want that. I know. I know. No, and I wouldn't either, but we've had the internet go out during very momentous scenes, and it totally like killed the momentum for me. And an hour, I mean, Daniel said, an hour and 20 of session times mean a week of mega time. Look, I'm just saying. When you decide to postpone, I usually hate it in the moment and usually come to agree with you begrudgingly later. That strikes 1 and 2. I know. Oh man. I think I'm gonna call it. I think I'm gonna call it because that was really weird. I didn't actually see it drop any frames, but my kilobytes per second went down to 0. But according to OBS, I didn't drop any frames. So I think I'm going to play it safe. Especially since I know that the weather's only going to get worse, and that's the only thing I can think of that would be causing it. So I think I'm going to call it here. And I'll have to debate on whether or not we're gonna refill on Wednesday or not. I'll have to think about it. I still want to do 2 this week is the thing. So I think we're either I'll have to think about it. I will communicate that. I'll get that stuff scheduled tonight. Yeah, a shame, but understandable. Hopefully it is just the weather. I very much agree because I did change up my situation. Obviously, different background, so cross your fingers. Hopefully it's just the weather. And I want to stop before anything gets too much more intense. So we will stop here. Yeah. That's kind of what I'm thinking, Charm. I don't know. We'll see. We're going to see. I'll debate it. And I will let you guys know tonight. So thank you so much for being understanding. It sucks. I love to do it live, but doing it live is so much more prone to interruption, which sucks. But I will see you every day this week. We'll just see how much and exactly what we do. So thank you again, and I will see you all later. Goodbye.